A 25-year scam, dressed up in light. They sold you freedom, but caged you in night. Necessary dreams, a dove's invention. Congress never signed that fiction. From Goodwin's lie to the scam's new fame, politicians now baptize the flame. Ravi next week pulls you deeper inside. Every promise a chain you can't untie. Pay to play, the auction's a lie. Cases vanish when the money's right. You keep on hoping but the system's tight. Same gun, new suit. Paid the gavel drop, cracking bowed, the charges stop. Gemini's millions grease the floor, but cypherpunks still face the war. Foreign money in the family's hand, TV castles built on sand. Play the auctions alive, winners smile while the weak divide. You chase salvation but they take your pride. Same gun, new suit. Same gun, new suit. Ginny's act, the backdoor keys. 27 trillion under watchful eyes. No CBDC's a hollow plea. Surveillance dressed in a new disguise. Pay to play, the auction's alive. Trump's unlooting exchanges thrive. The losers cry, the dream denied. Same gun, new suit. Same gun, new. They sell you freedom, but deliver chains. Different scam, same remains.
I walk past the men where the cold numbers ring, past the market of mirrors that ask me to see. A spark in my pocket, a compass of gold says step into daylight and walk on your own. They're tagging our shadows, they're leasing our names, selling us comfort in barcode chains. But truth isn't rented and courage won't fold. It clinks like a coin you can actually hold. If they're building a cage out of whispering wires, I'll strike a match on the bars till the mouth catches fire. Raise up the ladder of daylight, higher than screams, higher than screams. Over the turnstiles of data and ministry dreams, ministry dreams. I'll pay with the freedom no tyrant can spend. If their road has no exits, we'll cut one at the end. They promised us safety for the price of our breath, a smooth little window that stares us to death. But barter and handshake and steel in the hand still purchase the living. They told crisis. We'll cut one at the end. There's a key made of silence, a code made of trust. When the panopticon trembles, it falls into dust. Count down the seconds till the signal is clean. We'll settle our debts where the ledger can't see. One at the end. And when morning remembers the names we forgot, we'll be richer in daylight than any they bought. We built our walls for 50 years to keep the empires out. But now the crown is forged within of algorithms and doubt. A signature at midnight, the pen of kings disguised, a sovereign crown of numbers, an empire digitized. Shadows on the marble walls, whispers in the dome. The fire burns in secret halls, a kingdom takes its throne. Trillions the crown of kings eternal. The people left
years. Tick tock, choose. They sold you hope with a velvet flame, wrapped in the stars, but it feels the same. Heroes with halos drawn in smoke, whispered of freedom while tightening yoke. I taste the static, I see the snare. Freedom on paper, ashes in there. If love is consent, if choice is a prayer, why are the doorways guarded by air? Gates of silence, walls of glare. Don't ask for permission, just breathe and say no. Kill a blue light altar, let the wild seeds grow. Raise your hands and fire where the storm winds blow. We won't comply, won't comply, won't comply, won't comply, won't comply. Same bricks, mirrors, Merkle chains, oracle ladders, genetic veins. Wearables whisper, lies still obey. Palantir angels counting your days. They call it healing. I hear the gears turning our pulse into shadowed years. If truth is a river, then break the dam. Find the healers with the lanterns in hand. Gardens and roots, a medicine stand. Don't ask for permission, just breathe and say no. Cut the tethered heavens, feel the current flow. Write your name in lightning on the midnight road. We won't comply, won't comply, won't comply, won't comply. Relight eyes in a crown of glass, genius rails where the shadows pass. Quality chains on the things you own. Exit the grid or become their throne. War. If falling is fate, cry, then let me fall free. Choose now. Don't ask for permission, just breathe and say no. Light the parallel lanterns everywhere you go. Trade it in the open where the wild hearts know. We won't comply, won't comply, we won't comply. Don't ask for permission, plant gardens in cold. Zano in pockets, a medicine road. Hand after hand till the signals grow. We won't comply, we won't comply. 3 years, choose now.
Welcome back to the Aaron Day Show. This is season 2, episode 33. And we have a very important topic tonight, a topic that is, I think, incredibly timely and needs to be discussed, because I think that there are many people that still have a lot of excitement and belief in the political process. And I think at some point we have to acknowledge the fact that, I think MAHA has been hijacked, as well as MAGA, by the technocrats. And so while it might appear that positive things are happening, they're being done to usher in technocracy. And this is something that we've kind of been building to over the last, 5 or 6 episodes. Last week, we talked about Trump's sovereign fund, which is an attempt, in my opinion, to consolidate financial resources and to consolidate further power in the executive branch. And this is something that Curtis Yarvin has been promoting as an idea, which is the idea that America needs a monarch or a dictator. He's even hosted debates where he's taken that side of the issue. And so how would you go about doing that? Well, one way is to go about by taking power, which is what's been recommended. So the number of executive orders that you're seeing is one thing. Another thing is to do something like a sovereign wealth fund, which is really popular around the world. Sovereign wealth funds now own about $12 trillion worth of assets and own essentially 7% of everything on Earth. So this is essentially a diversion away from capitalism in the marketplace to state-run economics or state-owned economics. And that would be a big piece towards moving towards a kind of monarchy, which I think is a stepping stone to technocracy. So Trump has actually signed an executive order doing this. The United States has done things like started to take equity positions in companies like Intel and Lithium Americas. So this is something that's actually happening, and people are not aware of it. And then the week before that, we discussed and called out, which we always do on this show, particularly scams that are related to solutions to technocracy. So, for instance, Bitcoin being hijacked is an example of a scam. Nasara and Jasara and the quantum financial system is another scam that we educated people about. It's this whole idea stemming off of a conspiracy theory from before 9/11 that there's going to be a big debt reset. Everybody's debt is going to be eliminated. It's called a debt jubilee, and that the economy is going to be reset using a gold-backed token built on the XRP and XLM blockchain. It is a 100% complete scam. People have been fleeced for decades now on this. It's never come true. It's not going to come true. It's not real. So if you have friends and family, or if you yourself found yourself saying, "Oh yeah, I'm buying this crypto because I've been told it's the key part of the financial reset," it's a lie. And if you hear about it from relatives, I encourage you to point them to season 2, episode 31, where I think we've done a pretty good job of making the clear case. I mean, there's no evidence in support of it, but there's a lot of evidence that it's completely and totally fake. And in general, if somebody comes to you and says, well, there are white knights that are pushing something, or particularly white knights that are part of either governments or military or NGOs or whatever it happens to be, it's always a scam. And in fact, it's a scam that's been repeated over and over again. So don't fall for it, particularly given the legitimate threats we are facing today from technocrats. As always, I encourage you to check out theaarondayshow.com, where I'm going to be updating this a little bit more, but you're going to be able to view, where you can already view all of the podcasts. There's a chat feature built in for registered users. It's free to join. All of the videos will be here. I'm putting them on IPFS, which means they're going to be censorship resistant forever and decentralized. There are other features, such as our First Principles project, where we're going to start arranging discourses on ideas like, do we have free will? Things that are foundational and important as we're going through this period of, upheaval in all of our institutions. We should probably take a step back and ask some of the key fundamental questions about, the nature of reality, the nature of man, and governance. And so that's one of the other areas here. Also, I'm going to be posting all of the songs that I've created. I'm typically now creating a new song every episode. I try to, if there's time. I'm going to put all of those up there as well. And then I'm also creating memes to go along with each of the episodes, because obviously some of these episodes, if you look at these and you say, oh, it's 4 hours, 5 hours. I mean, that's, yes, they are that long, but most of it is kind of the Q&A at the end. Usually I only talk for an hour, maybe an hour and a half, depending on the subject area. And then if I have guests on, maybe it's an hour to 2 hours, and then the Q&A. So, but I want to take this information, some of which is complex, and put it into bite-sized chunks. So we're, in addition to, I'm going to be rolling out memes, which you'll be able to download on the site. We're going to be bringing back short video clips as well. And then you can check out daylightfreedom.org, and I'm putting this in the notes as well, daylightfreedom.org. This is the one website you can go to see and link to all of the things that we're working on here related to fighting technocracy and promoting free will and promoting decentralized alternatives and building parallel systems to what the technocrats are rolling out. The only event notice that I have coming up is the Brownstone event, the 5th annual gala in Salt Lake City at the end of this month. So October the 31st through November the 1st. It's going to be a fantastic event. These things are usually sold out. So if you can get tickets, I would encourage you to buy your tickets now, because I have no doubt that it will be a sold out event. And it's always a great time to meet with, fellow people that are interested in liberty and the pursuit of the truth. So if you're new to this show, everything that I've been working on and that my wife is working on is related to one concept, which is fighting what I think is the real war that we're facing right now, which is not, it's not Republicans versus Democrats or any of that, even big pharma versus AI. It's technocracy versus freedom, a movement to essentially change the entire political and economic landscape, consolidating all of the political power under technocrats, under elites who will pick scientists and engineers to make decisions for us. What this looks like in the end is a digital currency, a single digital currency in the form of energy credits, a global currency that's tied to a social credit system, that's tied to essentially the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. And I talk about this on numerous podcasts. I've included it in my book, The Final Countdown, but I encourage you to check out Patrick Wood and technocracy.news. He's been following this area for 45 years, and also Courtney Turner, who has just put out phenomenal research articles and podcasts on it. I touch on it because it relates to CBDCs and how I got into all of this, but I really want to amplify those voices as well, because they really are leading the charge in terms of understanding this entire movement. It is a movement. It's not just an idea like, oh, it's technology, applying technology to government. It's an actual ideology. And the ideology at the end of the day is against free will, because if everything you do is tracked and surveilled and tied to a social credit system, then you essentially lose the ability to make decisions over your own life. So I literally view this as being a battle for free will. And the main battleground for this is actually tokenization, which is why I talk a lot about Zano. The way that they're going to consolidate and move into a complete position of technocratic control is by tokenizing our assets, creating digital tokens that represent everything we own, not just money, but our stocks, our bonds, gold, silver, our homes, our cars, and creating these digital tokens in such a way where they can program them, track them, and censor them. So a lot of times, mostly people think about things like, oh, well, I said something online and now I'm not going to be able to buy groceries, but it doesn't, that's just the very beginning of what they can do with centralized tokenization. They could, if they don't like your speech or don't like your behavior, or you're not following the social credit system, they can shut off your retirement funds. They can block your ability to sell your house. They can stop your car. I mean, if we move to a system of electric cars and so forth, I mean, they could literally stop your ability to travel. So this is why the tokenization area is so critical. This isn't just it's not a speculative investment. Everything is going to be tokenized. Through the Genius Act, they're already, we now have stable coins, which are tokenized money. Through the Clarity Act, they're going to tokenize stocks and bonds. This is happening. The only question is the tokenization happening in a way where we can control the tokens and have privacy and freedom, or is it something that can be centrally controlled by the elites? And so that's why building projects on Zano is absolutely critical. And it's why, over the course of the summer, I've kind of refined and focused what I work on in 3 different areas. One being waking up people to technocracy. Almost no one knows about technocracy. That's what I've found traveling all over the country and increasingly internationally, is that people are just not familiar with the history of the movement. And it's critical to understand that this is what's going on. And it plays into tonight's talk about what's going on with MAHA and MAGA. The other area is to help people realize that we have free will. You have the ability to take back control of your own life. And at the end of the day, elections, whatever, that doesn't matter. But your ability to take control of your own thoughts, emotions, and actions is critical to fighting this, because again, it is a battle over free will. So the first thing people have to do is acknowledge what's going on, acknowledge that people are actually trying to hijack their attention, perception, and free will, and then to break out of that. And then lastly, the third area is what I call the revolution will be tokenized. And this is really all about building parallel systems to what the technocrats are building. So if they're going to centrally control money through tokens, gold and stocks and everything else, well, we can build a parallel system for all of those things that's built on privacy and decentralization. So coming up, so I mentioned Courtney Turner and Patrick Wood, and also Craig, who's been on the show a couple of times and hopefully will continue to be an ongoing guest, is part of this Technocracy Roundtable that we do once a month. We've had 2 of them so far. We have another one coming up on October the 22nd at 6 p.m. And the focus of that is actually related to the topic tonight. It's about AI in the healthcare field. And so, I actually wanted to do this podcast tonight because it'll kind of be a good lead in to provide some background about what's going on this important topic, because I don't think people are aware of how prevalent AI already is. And again, I'm not a Luddite. I'm not anti-technology. I mean, if you actually saw what was going on here, I mean, I'm actually a huge fan and huge user of both technology and AI. I mean, I have been since I was 5, and obviously I'm promoting privacy cryptocurrencies and launching tokenization projects. So I'm not anti-technology, but I am anti-technocracy. And it's the difference between, whether you like communism or capitalism is essentially the best way that I can describe that. So it's about the application of AI. And so far, the applications that are being launched in the healthcare space and in other areas, when they're being launched by government, you can pretty much rest assured that they are not of the freedom variety. And so this is why it's important to talk about and understand what's going on right now. So I'm going to give a little background tonight. And I want to have an honest conversation about what's going on with MAHA. And I know it's going to upset some people, because I know a lot of the people that I know are, and I want to separate terms, because there's the medical, freedom community. So I've been in this fight longer than most. My wife was actively involved in vaccination choice all the way back in 2006. So this was before it was popular, before it was even like the idea of what MAHA is. And in fact, my wife will be joining us later in the Q&A section to discuss this topic, because she has a wealth of information, frankly, about things that happened in the past, because this has been a fight. The medical freedom thing is not new. It's not like, oh, COVID happened and all of a sudden there's a medical freedom movement. People have been working on this for a long time. And you know what? It's been hijacked before. It's been hijacked in the past. And we're seeing that happen on an even larger scale, I would argue, with the MAHA movement. So we've been fighting for bodily autonomy when it cost you friendships, and when you got labeled a conspiracy theorists, and when there was no political upside. So I understand the hope. I understand why people want to believe that MAHA represents real change, and that finally we have someone on the inside who gets it, and someone who will dismantle Big Pharma's stranglehold on our health, and someone who will restore our right to make our own medical decisions. But I'm here to tell you that that's over. The medical freedom movement has been captured. And before you close this video thinking I'm blackpilled, hear me out, because recognizing this trap is the first step to avoiding it. And there is a way forward. It's just not through the system that's being built right now. So the truth is the truth about COVID is coming out. And yes, people are waking up to the vaccine injuries, the lockdown damages, the lies we were told. But while we're celebrating these victories, technocracy isn't retreating. It's actually advancing at warp speed. And COVID was just a beta test. It was a small part of a much larger system that's being built right now under the banner of MAHA with the blessing of the medical freedom movement. And I don't want to say everyone in the medical freedom movement. I would actually argue that it's being blessed unknowingly by the medical freedom movement. So this is going on in general in a lot of areas. And what's difficult about this is, yes, on the one hand, you want to cut and reduce the size of government, but there's an assumption that it's going to be replaced with the restoration of our rights or the restoration of the Constitution. And that's not what's going on, which we'll talk about as we get into this a little bit more. So look at what's actually happening. So Pfizer gets a direct-to-consumer platform with Trump RX. So they're not being dismantled. They're being given unprecedented access to our data. Operation Stargate commits $500 billion to AI health surveillance. Larry Ellison literally said they'll create personalized mRNA vaccines based on your genetics. Peter Thiel's guy runs the CDC without a single day of medical training. RFK Jr. is meeting with Silicon Valley AI companies, not natural health practitioners. The same RFK Jr. who fought vaccine mandates is now proposing mandatory health tracking through wearables. The man who stood against Big Pharma is now partnering with Big Tech, which is infinitely more dangerous. At least with pharma, you could refuse the injection. With tech surveillance, refusal isn't an option. It's built into the infrastructure of existence. And so they needed a hero to sell the system, so they gave you one. They needed the medical freedom movement's credibility, so they captured its leaders. They needed your trust, so they spoke your language. Make America healthy again sounds good, but what it actually means is make Americans surveilled again. Palantir now controls all federal health data. 60 tech companies are building MAHA's infrastructure. Your medical records, your genetic data, your behavioral patterns, all feeding into AI systems that will determine your access to healthcare, to travel, to participation in society. This is essentially the biological digital identity framework, and it's being built with the applause of people who think they're fighting for freedom. The timeline has accelerated. Agenda 2030 was supposed to take 6 more years. Under MAHA, we'll be there by 2028, 3 years. That's all we have before the exits close permanently. And here's what breaks my heart. I see good people, warriors who fought mandates, who lost jobs, who sacrificed everything for medical freedom. I see them cheering their own enslavement because it's wrapped in a flag, because it uses the right words, because they want so desperately to believe that someone in power is on their side. Nobody in power is on your side. Power doesn't want you free. Power wants you controlled, cataloged, and compliant. It doesn't matter if that power calls itself progressive or conservative, globalist or nationalist. The nature of power is to expand, and the technology now exists for power to expand into every aspect of human existence. But here's why I'm not black-pilled. We don't need their permission to be free. We never did. The founders didn't ask King George for permission to create America. They didn't petition Parliament for better representation. They recognized the game was rigged, so they stopped playing. They built their own systems, their own networks, their own economy. They said no, and they meant it. That's what we need to do now. Not reform the system, replace it. Not fix MAHA, ignore it. Not trust the plan, make our own plan. Build parallel health networks with cash-only doctors or crypto-only privacy coins, preferably doctors, globally, who don't feed the surveillance machine. Create local health sharing cooperatives that bypass insurance companies altogether. Learn traditional medicine, grow medicinal plants, become ungovernable in your health choices. Use privacy tools like Zano for transactions. Build community resilience that doesn't depend on any government program or corporate platform. This isn't about left or right. This isn't about Trump or Biden. This is about human beings maintaining agency in an age of algorithmic control. This is about recognizing that every solution coming from above is actually another bar in your digital cage. Stop asking permission to be free. Stop waiting for political salvation. Stop believing that the next election, the next appointment, the next policy will restore your rights. Your rights weren't given by government, and they won't be restored by government. They're yours by nature of being human, and you exercise them by simply refusing to comply with systems of control. The medical freedom movement needs to wake up to a hard truth. We won the battle but lost the war. We stopped vaccine mandates only to accept tracking mandates. We fought big pharma only to surrender to big tech. We thought we were fighting for choice, but we were being herded into a digital pen where choice becomes impossible. You still have a choice right now. You can choose to exit their system before it becomes mandatory. You can choose to build rather than beg. You can choose to connect with others who see what's coming and are preparing alternatives. Don't ask for forgiveness for protecting your family's health autonomy. Don't ask permission to make your own medical decisions. Recognize that every system being built right now, whether it's called MAHA or Build Back Better, is designed to eliminate your ability to choose. The founders would have seen through this immediately. They would have recognized that the consolidation of power, the merging of corporate and state authority, the use of technology for control rather than liberation, and they would have done exactly what they did in 1776, declare independence and build something new. That's what we need to do now, not reform, not protest, produce, not comply, create. The future of medical freedom won't be won in Washington. It will be built in communities of people who refuse to surrender their humanity to algorithms. It starts with saying no. It starts with recognizing you can't win rigged games. It starts with not falling for it again. We have 3 years before the digital prison locks, 3 years to build alternatives, 3 years to create systems of health and healing that exist outside of their surveillance grid, 3 years to become ungovernable. The question isn't whether technocracy is coming, it's here. The question is whether you'll participate in it or build something outside it. Choose wisely. Time is running out. Now, before I show you the evidence, kind of one slide and one image at a time, I want you to hear it straight from their mouths. No interpretation, no spin, just their own words describing exactly what they're building. What you're about to see is a 7-minute compilation that proves everything that I just told you. You'll hear Larry Ellison bragging about AI surveillance that ensures best behavior. His words, not mine. You'll watch him announce Operation Stargate's $500 billion investment in what he calls, quote, health monitoring, but what's actually total surveillance infrastructure. You'll witness the moment RFK stood next to Pfizer's CEO and blessed the Trump RX deal, the same RFK Jr. who built his reputation fighting big pharma. You'll hear Dr. Jack Cruz, an actual physician, expose Casey Means for Cali Means, actually, for what he really is, a wellness influencer with tech industry ties, pushing surveillance disguised as health. And in the final clip, you'll hear RFK Jr. himself, a man who fought vaccine mandates for decades, declaring that every American should wear a tracking device within 4 years, not suggesting, not recommending, declaring. This isn't a conspiracy. This isn't speculation. This is them on camera telling you exactly what they're doing. They're not even hiding it anymore. They're counting on you to be too exhausted, too confused, or too hopeful to see the pattern. Watch carefully, listen to their words, notice how they frame surveillance as safety, control as care, and tyranny as technology. This is the technocratic playbook in real time. Here's the evidence in their own words.
Will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. And it's unimpeachable. The cars have cameras on them. I think we have a squad car here someplace. But those kind of applications using AI, if we can use AI, and we're using AI to monitor the video. So if that altercation that occurred in Memphis, the chief of police would be immediately notified. It's not people that are looking at those cameras. It's AI that's looking at the camera. No. You can't do this. It would be like a shooting. That's going to be immediately, that's going to be an event that's immediately, an alarm is going to go off. It's going to be, and we're going to have supervision. In other words, every police officer is going to be supervised at all times. And the supervision will, and if there's a problem, AI will report the problem and report it to the appropriate person, whether it's the sheriff or the chief or whomever we need to take control of the situation. We have, same thing. We have drones. We just, if there's something going on in a shopping center, and I'll stop, a drone goes out there, get there way faster than a police car. There's no reason for, by the way, high-speed chases. You shouldn't have high-speed chases between cars. You just have a drone follow the car. I mean, it's very, very simple. And the new generation of autonomous drones. Working on. Should I step on this? Okay. All right. No. I'm not that tall. I'm not that tall. You look even better. Thank you, Mr. President. One of the most exciting things we're working on, using the tools that Sam and MAHA are providing, is a cancer vaccine. It's very interesting. It turns out, I'll be quick, all of our cancers, cancer tumors, little fragments of those tumors float around in your blood. So you can do early cancer detection. If you can do using AI, you can do early cancer detection with a blood test. And using AI to look at the blood test, you can find the cancers that are actually seriously threatening the person. So we can, again, cancer diagnosis using AI has the promise of just being a simple blood test. Then beyond that, once we gene sequence that cancer tumor, you can then vaccinate the person, design a vaccine for every individual person to vaccinate them against that cancer. And you can make that vaccine, that mRNA vaccine, you can make that robotically, again, using AI in about 48 hours. So imagine early cancer detection, the development of a cancer vaccine for your particular cancer aimed at you, and have that vaccine available in 48 hours. This is the promise of AI and the promise of the future.
President Trump and drug manufacturer Pfizer announced a deal today to lower certain drug prices. The arrangement would bring American drug prices in line with the lowest paid by other developed nations, known as the most favored nation price. The National News Desk, Jeff Harris, joining us to break it all down. So Trump also unveiling plans for a direct-to-consumer website for Americans to buy drugs. Break down the busy day in the Oval Office. How would this all work?
So it's called Trump RX. The government-run website would allow people to pay cash for certain drugs at discounted prices. As for the Pfizer deal, President Trump saying the drug manufacturer has agreed to offer certain drugs also at reduced prices. From the Oval Office Tuesday, President Trump announcing Pfizer has agreed to bring American drug prices in line with the lowest paid by other developed nations.
To all consumers at heavily discounted prices of anywhere between 50 and even 100%.
Under the deal, every state Medicaid program will have access to MFN drug prices. Pfizer must offer medicines at a steep discount when selling to American patients, and MFN pricing must be guaranteed on all new medicines Pfizer brings into the U.S.
No family should ever be forced to choose between filling a prescription and putting food on the table.
The deal Tuesday follows this letter Trump sent in July to over a dozen drug makers demanding they take steps to lower drug prices, Pfizer marking the first agreement reached. Some specific medications included in the deal treat dermatitis, arthritis, and migraines, each now being discounted between 40 and 80%. Pfizer CEO saying this, quote, landmark move is a big win for Americans.
There is no doubt about it. They are the ones that will see significant impact in their ability to buy medicines.
Trump also announcing a direct-to-consumer website called Trump RX, which would allow people to pay cash for certain drugs, including some from Pfizer, at a discounted price.
These drugs will be available for direct purchase online at a website operated by the federal government.
Now, Pfizer also announced it will invest $70 billion in U.S. manufacturing and research in return for a 3-year tariff exemption. Trump adding he'll be meeting with other drug makers next week. Reporting for the National News Desk, I'm Jeff Harris.
Yeah. You know, December 10th. Mm-hmm. Okay. Your mom died in January.
Right.
Casey is on record in podcast saying that your mother got diagnosed and died in 13 days from a stage 4 cancer. Mm-hmm. You have been on Tucker Carlson. You have been on Joe Rogan.
Seen Ann Wojcicki or whatever her name is one time where they were on a panel. Together. The top health conference where Casey eviscerated the pharmaceutical industry to gasps from the crowd. Very adversarial. And one of them posted a picture referring to old friends as an old intern. She's seen Anne one time in 16 years, has never met Sergey.
Diet, about their physical activity, about the way that they live their lives. We think that wearables are a key to the MAHA agenda, making America healthy again. And we are going to, my vision is that every American is wearing a wearable within 4 years.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Following up.
So there you have it. So, I mean, to set the stage again, I'm certainly not making any of this up. I could have compiled hours and hours of clips. In fact, I downloaded a bunch of different videos, and it was hard to figure out which angle to go at, because there are so many different themes to discuss related to this. But I, opted to put all of them in up front, and then, we'll touch on what some of the key points are as we get through the presentation tonight. So, I mean, we were told that MAHA would be the voice of medical freedom in the administration, and we were told that RFK would fight for our right to choose and that Big Pharma's reign was ending. But this turned out to be somewhat of a bait and switch, and I would love to hear from you in the comments and certainly later in the Q&A section. But I will tell you, I don't remember anything about this push for AI or wearables. That was not part of any of the messaging prior to the election. So, I mean, when I say bait and switch, this is a massive bait and switch. And so now they're using the medical freedom movement as cover to build probably the most invasive health surveillance system ever conceived. And in the next, hour or so, I'm going to show you exactly how they did it, who's behind it, and why we have less than 3 years to do something about it before the trap is shut completely. And again, we went from campaign speeches about individual choice to now all of a sudden conversations about wearables for everybody within 4 years. And I will tell you, I've stopped using my wearables. I used to wear a Fitbit. I'm going to stop wearing my Fitbit. I'm going to, start unwinding from some of this stuff, just because it truly is about surveillance. The more you dig into it and research what's going on. And so this is not a Democrat versus Republican issue. This is a human autonomy versus algorithmic control issue. And so the window is closing incredibly fast. And let me tell you, what medical freedom means is individual choice. So medical freedom means one thing, and it means you decide what's going in your body, not the government, not a corporation, not an AI algorithm, you. There are no mandates, no coercion, no surveillance, no digital permissions, just informed consent between you and whoever you choose as your healthcare provider, or even if you choose not to have a healthcare provider. That's it. That's the entire principle. Anything else that involves tracking, monitoring, nudging, or optimizing your choices is technocracy wearing a freedom mask. And so, to me, these are kind of the non-negotiables of medical freedom: informed consent without coercion, privacy in medical decisions, the right to refuse any treatment, choice of provider and treatment method, no surveillance or tracking requirements. To me, that's medical freedom. The technocratic perversion of this is AI recommendations that begin as recommendations and become permanent. Digital health passes disguised as convenience, wearable mandates for public health, algorithmic decision-making replacing human judgment. And here's why this matters right now, and why we're talking about it today. They are accelerating the timeline. So Agenda 20 was supposed to give us, 5 more years, but something changed in January of 2025. The technocrats realized they didn't need to wait. With MAHA as a cover, they can implement total health surveillance by probably 2028. 3 years. That's all we have. The digital leviathan that Courtney Turner warned us about isn't coming. It's here. AI.gov went live. The biological digital identity framework is already in the pilot program. Every single reform being pushed right now is actually building the control grid. And they're doing it with the blessing of the medical freedom movement. Again, not explicitly, because I think that, and I don't mean to imply that everybody in the medical freedom movement is on board with this. I think most people are not, and either they're being co-opted or they think it's some kind of 5D chess thing. And believe me, there is no 5D chess. We'll do another episode on my experience and our experience in politics, but there is no 5D chess. There are no white knights. So No matter how much you want that to be the case, it's clearly not true at this point. And I hope after this week, people are at least realizing this. So now they think they can move faster. And by the way, this is the same playbook that happened. So people were disarmed. They thought, well, we're not going to have CBDCs because Trump said we're not going to have CBDCs. And so we got backdoor CBDCs with no resistance. We got digital IDs through Real ID with no resistance. The technocrats, there's literally zero friction. There's nothing stopping the technocrats right now. And the people that would normally be vocal opponents are largely sitting around not wanting to rock the boat because they think that because they're close to power, they have a chance to do something. And they're wrong. And frankly, we have to be, I think we have to be pretty candid about this now, because once you understand the trajectory of technocracy, you will realize if we don't start exiting these systems and building alternatives now, we're never going to win within the system. And it's not failure to acknowledge that. Nor is it even being blackpilled. It's the key to liberating energy to actually be productive and to reclaim your free will. So, I mean, let's start with Exhibit A, which I think, again, got, surprised a lot of people, which is this, Pfizer deal. So they're bragging about 85% discounts on Pfizer drugs through Trump RX, but read the fine print. This is certainly not dismantling big pharma. It's giving them direct access to your data with no pharmacy intermediary. There's no cash option. Every transaction tracked, every prescription logged, every refill monitored. Pfizer didn't lose. They won the ultimate prize, a digital pipeline into every American household, blessed by the Medical Freedom Administration. So, it's probably inevitable that we're going to be looking at things like, what does direct consumer mean? And how is that tracked? So the idea that you're buying medicine and buying healthcare directly from the government. And I'm sorry, look, I spent the most significant part of my political efforts in opposition to Obamacare. And Obamacare was the big rallying cry of the Republicans. We can't have government intervention in healthcare. And now that we have complete Republican control, nobody's even talking about repealing Obamacare. We're getting Trump care. We're getting direct to consumer prescription drugs called Trump RX. I mean, just take a step back and think about this for a second. We are now in a position where over half of healthcare expenditures are funded by the government with Medicare, Medicaid, and the Veterans Administration. And now it's more and more control by the government being proposed by complete Republican majorities. By the way, this is a big trend that what I've been talking about, and I think this is all being teed up to grant kind of monarchical powers to J.D. Vance. But you see this with the formation of a sovereign wealth fund. You see this with consolidation of executive power, which is part of the Curtis Yarvin playbook. So I encourage you strongly. I'm finishing up an article right now for the New American about Curtis Yarvin. And I'm going to be continuing to talk about this subject. And I have been talking to some pretty influential people about this to start digging into this. This is critically important. This is not reduce the size of government to restore our constitutional rights. This is increase the power of the executive branch. Yes, reduce the headcount of the bureaucracy, but that paves a way for technocracy, which is actually completely anti-freedom. So any libertarians who think that firing government employees but replacing it with AI is pro-freedom needs to seriously dust up their understanding and research about what technocracy is all about. So this is Pfizer's real victory. They've eliminated a middleman who may provide some privacy. It's a government-endorsed monopoly on distribution. It's perfect customer data for AI prediction models, and I'm sure it will be integrated into coming health scores. But Pfizer is just one tentacle of it. And, it's interesting talking about this with somebody the other day. There's really a merger between big pharma and big tech happening. I think in the past they have been viewed as separate, and there is very much a convergence happening right now. And we see this with Operation Stargate. And I played that clip at the beginning. $500 billion. That's what Larry Ellison, Sam Altman, and Oracle are spending on AI health infrastructure. And as you saw, Ellison went on TV and literally said they will use AI to create personalized mRNA vaccines based on your genetics. So this isn't healthcare. I mean, it is the digital leviathan. And it's what Courtney and Patrick Wood have been warning about for decades. Every piece of health data, every genetic marker, every behavior pattern, all fed into AI that will make decisions about your life and death. I think the other thing signed either yesterday or the day before was a database of genetic information about children with cancer. So again, you know, I guess I'm failing to understand those that are small government people. Why are you not up in arms about the fact that the Republican president is on board with centralized government databases on Americans broadly, right? I mean, we have the Palantir database, which isn't even just health related, but we're talking about all aspects of American data being consolidated by Palantir and then expanded and extended in this health direction. How is anyone, why are people thinking that they're winning? Like, what in the hell are you guys talking about? I guess I have a genuine question about that, because I hear people say we're winning. What exactly are you winning? You're winning because your guy is the guy that is facilitating technocratic control and the consolidation of all of your information. Is that a win? I really honestly want to know what people are thinking about, because what Ellison and Altman are building is a centralized health data repository that you will have AI-driven treatment protocols used upon. You're going to start to see predictive disease modeling, which, you know, in a way might be, you could view it as kind of pre-crime for health, which is not an understatement based on the direction that these things are going and what we've heard Ellison say and what we've seen Palantir do. And so we're moving into a situation where we're going to be looking at real-time biometric monitoring capabilities. And again, I'm all for tech, but I mean, you know, we have these ridiculous laws like HIPAA, which is completely useless. We're in a situation where the only thing that we're prevented from is having our own health data that we can use in a way that we voluntarily want to use. Our health data is being now automatically collected by the people we would want to protect it from. That's already happened. HIPAA was already a joke, and now we're moving to the next level here. And I think that we're probably starting to realize at this point that the mean siblings, you know, we're not actually here to push medical freedom or individual freedom. I mean, Casey Means was nominated for Surgeon General, made a whole bunch of money, you know, she has a blood glucose company, monitoring company. And this is something that you should understand about wearables. The actual wearing of the wearable itself and the EMF from the wearable increases your blood glucose level, which, by the way, is a common thing. It's you look at this, you can see this with mammograms, you can see this with even prostate exams and everything else. There are a whole variety of things, or even biopsies in cancer, where the actual diagnostic technique causes the disease, or at least contributes to it, or increases the detection, but not necessarily because you have it, but because it actually helped to contribute to it. So this is what's going on. You have Callie Means, who is a big pharma consultant, and I encourage you to watch the interview that on the Danny Jones show with Jack Cruz and watch the whole thing. There are a lot of questions there that have not been answered about his background. And, you know, you can take the opinion that, okay, maybe he changed his mind and maybe he came around, but it doesn't, when you look at what's going on now, as we go through the rest of the presentation in terms of Silicon Valley and AI being kind of pushed to the front of MAHA, I absolutely do not think that this guy is a representation of medical freedom. He is a representative now. Instead of being a big pharma consultant, he is a big tech and AI consultant. It's that simple. This isn't about separating health and state. This is about bringing in a new group of, frankly, even better funded organizations to use the force of the state to push their technologies and solutions on the people. So all kinds of venture capital connections. And he's clearly had a big impact in shaping HHS policy. And it goes on from there. And again, I think the real interesting thing, I may do a more in-depth article on this particular intersection that's going on right now between big tech and big pharma, because they're often viewed as being separate. But when you start to look at the money, I mean, Bill Gates has invested heavily. Peter Thiel, JD Vance, Vivek, even Elon Musk had some investment in some COVID-related technologies. And so this isn't a separate industry. It's an industry that's merging together. And AI is the glue that sticks it all together. So Jim O'Neill is the new interim CDC director. He's never treated a patient, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But what he has done is he's run Peter Thiel's foundation, and he's advocated for eliminating FDA safety testing, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but again, to what end? And so this is the guy who's now in charge of America's disease control. And the other thing is, look at Peter. So you'll start to understand this when you look at Peter Thiel's investment portfolio. And I don't have a slide on this, but I did put this together, spreadsheet. Peter Thiel has a pretty interesting portfolio of investments. One area that they're getting into, which, I'm mixed on this for the following reason. He's getting heavily involved into psychedelics. And I'm not opposed to psychedelics. I'm actually, and things like psilocybin and everything else. But what Silicon Valley is going to do to it, of course, is it's going to become like the GMO. It's going to become the Monsanto of psychedelics. So they're going to start tweaking these things. There was another interesting interview. I'll maybe when we get into the Q&A, look up who it was with, a guy that's been documenting this and following this, and really kind of points to the idea that Silicon Valley is not only moving into patentable psychedelics, but also kind of spending time trying to orchestrate and construct and fabricate new religions that will go along with these, GMO psychedelics. And so again, it's important to understand this, because you might think of Peter Thiel as just the guy that's, pushing Palantir and surveillance around the globe and predictive policing and everything else. But he actually has a growing portfolio in biotech. And this is all tied in with JD Vance and Vivek and things that are going on in Ohio as well. So it all really merges together. And the Thiel influence extends directly to RFK himself. So in May of 2025, RFK held private meetings with Andreessen Horowitz portfolio companies, including Function Health, an AI-driven health screening startup. And so the man who spent decades fighting corporate capture is now taking meetings with venture capitalists pushing algorithmic medicine. So he's not fighting the machine, he's negotiating the terms of surrender. This is the algorithmic oracle that Courtney Turner warned about. RFK Jr. is helping to build it. I can't stress this enough. You have to start looking at this. If you're listening to this and you're pissed off and you're like, oh no, Bobby, we've got to protect Bobby. I've had enough of this shit. It's time to start looking at what's actually going on and who he's meeting with. And by the way, if you think Silicon Valley is good, I've certainly discussed this multiple times, and maybe I will do an entire separate presentation on how the venture capital industry works. But these are not the heroes of the world. This entire segment is more venture socialism that's funded by pension funds and university endowments, which is why a lot of this stuff is woke to begin with. These VC funds are only now, some of them starting to come out as being right-wing. They have been flamingly left-wing. I mean, their ideological purity is right up there with Elon, right? He loves Obama and he's out taking pictures with Obama, and Obama's great. And then he starts calling himself in the middle. And then when it becomes politically necessary, he moves to the right only as a temporary measure to promote dark MAGA and a technocratic party, the New America Party. This is what's going on with this Silicon Valley stuff as well. So, and look, his intentions might be good, but this is why you have to separate healthcare and state. I don't care if his intentions are good. This is the problem with government involvement and the government consolidation of power in any industry, regardless of what the intentions may be. I suspect he has good intentions, and that makes it even more problematic because he actually believes that Silicon Valley working with government is going to make people healthier. There's a level of absurdity there that needs to be called out and explored. And we can't keep doing this white knight thing. We have to seriously dig into what's going on with these companies and what's going on with this technology. And again, maybe the technology is good, maybe the technology is bad. That should be our choice. now that the government is responsible for over 50% of healthcare costs, the government is the largest customer. So of course, Silicon Valley companies that are funded by pension funds and government endowments are going to be meeting with people in the administration. This is now who they sell to. Does this sound like capitalism to you? Does that sound like what you thought venture capitalism meant? Pension funds and university endowments investing in woke companies whose largest customer is the government? This couldn't be further removed from venture capital, and it couldn't be, from capitalism, and it couldn't be further removed from medical freedom. Then we have Palantir. Every single piece of health data from the HHS, CDC, and NIH now flows through Palantir, Peter Thiel's surveillance company. They're not just storing the data, they're using it to predict your future health scenarios. So, you know, again, Palantir has managed to weave their way into everything. And this is a consolidation of and an interlinking of all of the federal government databases, which of course is going to be tied to Real ID, which is a digital ID that we've already passed. So I think the episode I'm going to do on Monday is going to be about the global state of digital IDs, and then obviously with a focus as well on what's going on in the United States. But there are people that you can't sit around and talk about this as being something that's going to happen in the future. It's stuff that's already happened. It's just rolling out in phases, but the hooks are already in on all of this, on CBDC, backdoor CBDCs, digital IDs, and everything else. And this is probably the scariest component of it still, you know, so far, is what they're doing on this health side. And I ask anybody out there, did you think that AI health and creating government databases, leveraging AI, was part of MAHA and medical freedom? I'm curious if you thought that, and maybe I just missed, maybe I wasn't paying enough attention, but I will tell you that the people that I know that are close to this movement, their number one issue was stopping the vaccines and stopping poisoning and, you know, murdering children and murdering people through these bioweapons, and not just COVID. And it's not that vaccines were the single issue, but that was a top issue. I didn't hear a single person talk about promoting wearables or AI, not one. It did not come up a single time. And honestly, that is kind of a circle that I am a part of most of the time. I don't remember hearing it once. And so if I'm mistaken, and this was all some part of some coordinated strategy to bring in AI and everybody's excited about it, please let me know. But you should feel rugged about this. And at some point, you have to stand up and call it out. We don't have any, you know, at least in my lifetime, we don't have any, you know, experiences where there's been the white knight, where there was 5D chess, and we don't have any reason to believe it now. This looks like a rug pull. It looks like a gigantic rug pull. And so, again, and you're free to disagree with me. I would debate anybody on this topic, because I maintain that technocracy is the threat, and has always been the threat, which I've been saying for 3 years. And that right now, MAHA is one of the largest vectors for technocracy. Unknowingly is what I suspect. So again, we've gone from fighting vaccine mandates to proposing wearables and tracking. So from my body, my choice to wear this tracker or lose access to services. These devices will monitor your heart rate, movement, sleep, stress levels, all feeding directly into Palantir's AI. This isn't health freedom, it's a prison with invisible bars. So the wearable mandate proposal started out as voluntary incentives, and it'll quickly become a requirement for insurance. And then it'll be integrated with government benefits with real-time monitoring capabilities. And once again, at this point in time, you know, even sitting here and talk insurance, I will do an episode on this, because I need to go through and walk through how healthcare works, how the funding of healthcare works, how insurance companies work. But I mean, at this point, again, more of the healthcare is actually funded and provided by the government than by the insurance companies. So that's critical for everyone to understand right now. So the government is the largest purchaser of healthcare services. So if it puts in place these mandates, then this becomes the de facto standard. And if government pushes it, then that gives cover for insurance companies to also have to mandate it. I mean, interestingly, it looks like right now it's going to happen the reverse than you would expect. You might think it's insurance companies that want to use AI, but it may very well be that it's the government that pushes it first, which makes sense because, the government actually has more direct financial liability for our healthcare costs. And so sure, they're going to do everything that they can, in theory, to address this. And so, essentially you're going to have no choice because at some point everybody moves onto these things. Although, I have no intention of using Medicare or Social Security. So we've gone from bodily autonomy to constant surveillance, from being a privacy advocate to a tracking proponent, from voluntary to mandated, from human-centered to AI-driven. And again, I would love to hear anyone chime in on, am I wrong on this? Because at this point, as I've researched I was not expecting this, and I wasn't expecting the degree to which this is going on. And I actually think as well, a lot of people are like, well, we don't know what's going on the inside, but they're making moves and they're doing 5D chess and they're doing these things to dislodge the bad guys. It's like, well, it certainly seems like they're spending a lot of time on this AI and a lot of time on this next gen stuff, right? They're certainly not spend. If they have a lot of extra time to spend, they seem to have a lot of extra time to spend. So, they're not, if there are these machinations people are thinking about that's going to dismantle the whole system, there's no evidence of that. Trump announced Make Health Tech Great Again, an initiative with 60 companies, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, OpenAI, Meta. Every single surveillance capitalist is now embedded in MAHA's infrastructure. And they're not just providing services, they're building the architecture of control. The AI world society that the UN envisioned. Again, look at what's going on here with everything that's being built. I only watch Alex Jones just to see what other people might be tricked into thinking. This guy's literally out there saying, he's in touch with God and we're defeating the globalists. And he's either insane or he's a complete psyop, because this isn't about Klaus Schwab anymore. Who needs Klaus Schwab when you can introduce all of this stuff with zero friction? Alex Jones is sitting there telling you, well, you've got to fight. How do you fight? By supporting the people that are putting in place technocracy. Have you ever noticed how he doesn't tell you to take control of your own life? Everything he does is about giving your power away to the other side, whatever that other side is, that he claims is the opposite of the globalists, but they're not. They're also globalists. The technocrats, I saw him defending, he put out a fake video, a fake Palantir video yesterday. He's already starting to carry water for Palantir. This is insane. So what people were resisting was technocratic control. That's what people didn't want from the WEF. That's what people don't want from the UN. But we're now getting it. It's actually being rolled out. They were too incompetent to implement it. And now it's happening. And it's happening in our names in many cases. So if you're sitting there and you're like, well, yeah, I'm not really comfortable with what's going on, but maybe I just don't know what's going on. All right. When in your life has it ever turned out that the people that were in power were doing the right thing? And this is not an exception, because the reason we know it's not an exception is we can look at what they're actually doing right now. I mean, this is the corporate coalition. Google doing search history, health profiling, Amazon doing prescription delivery tracking, Microsoft, Azure Health Cloud, OpenAI, algorithmic decision-making, Meta, social health scoring. This is the infrastructure that we're talking about here. Unified health data, cross-platform identity verification, behavioral prediction models, automated intervention systems, and social pressure mechanisms. This is actually what's going on. And here's how they're already using this power. And Patrick Wood was talking about this last week. And again, we're going to do a whole focus on the specifics of what's going on. I mean, I'm only touching on my slice on this right here is to tell you that MAHA and MAGA have been hijacked by technocrats with a specific emphasis on what's going on with MAHA. But I'll go into the AI health thing separately. I'm not going to do it before the roundtable. I'll do it after the roundtable so that we can, get the information from Craig and Courtney and Patrick through that roundtable. But I'm going to be expanding on this so that you understand. One thing that I do have experience is doing startups, and I know venture capital. I know the ins and outs of this. I can analyze companies and follow the money and also understand and put together kind of market maps to see what is being built. And I'm going to take that information and try to figure out how to present it so that people can get a picture on what exactly is going on here. But essentially, if you're watching this, you can see this image. Insurance companies are now using Palantir's AI to gamify claim denials. Adjusters get points for rejecting treatments. Algorithms identify unnecessary care. Doctors are overruled by machines. This isn't a bug, it's a feature. The AI is literally being trained to maximize profit by denying care. Now, of course, I guess we really don't need AI for that. That's kind of the default position anyway, which you've probably heard about with United Healthcare and others. They often have a situation where they will just flat out deny a certain percentage of claims, regardless of whether there was any validity to it or not. The whole business model for insurance is based on collecting more in premiums than you pay out in claims, but often there's not much margin there. So they actually make money floating on the actual money itself, because if you're dealing with billions or tens of billions of dollars and you get to earn interest on this. So dragging their feet on payment is a critical part of the insurance company business model. And this is actually to the detriment of everyone involved, right? Not only does it take extra time for the patient to get reimbursed, but the doctors also have to wait, which is, by the way, why you can often pay 50% less or even a greater discount than 50% if you pay cash, because the cash flow problems created by the insurance companies dragging their feet threatens the stability of medical offices. So here's the key points about the algorithm. So the AI scores every claim for denial potential, and then the adjusters get incentivized through gamification. So doctors' recommendations are overruled. Appeals process is then run by the same AI. So there's no human override capability. This is what we're moving to. And the cost of this is going to be patients dying from delayed treatment, doctors quitting in frustration, medical decisions made by profit, algorithms, no accountability or transparency. The system is simply designed to exhaust appeals. So, again, I don't know if you guys were aware of the 60 company alliance, and you might have heard of Operation Stargate, but RFK meeting with Andreessen and all of these portfolio companies and the wearables thing. Please, somebody tell me that was part of the plan. What part of the plan was that? Because I don't remember seeing a single thing about it. It's a gigantic rug pull. It is a gigantic bait and switch. So I think we have to be completely open and transparent about this. And we have to stop being afraid to speak the truth and to ask questions about this. Because again, there is no 5D chess. People that say it's 5D chess or you've got to wait, these are the same people that pushed the Q situation, the 10 days of darkness. These are the same people pushing the quantum financial system. I'm sorry, but we are in a no trust but verify situation, and no one has earned our trust. And by their actions, no one should have earned our trust. But what I'm telling you is that we're getting rugged. I'm actually going to tell you that it's worse than had the election gone the other way. And I'm not stating that I wish that it had gone the other way. I stated there's never a political solution. But right now, we're in a situation where the people that are the biggest advocates that would be speaking out are not speaking out. And they're not speaking out because they think something unspecified is not getting done. And they're also not aware that at the same time, the people that they're expecting to get justice from are pushing technocracy. So I can't be any clearer about that. But let's look, we've got a plan for this. Doge promised $2 trillion in cuts, and they delivered barely anything. But what they did deliver was unlimited access to government data for Palantir. Every federal database, every citizen record, every piece of information now accessible to Thiel's surveillance machine. They didn't cut government, they gave it an AI brain. And that brain is controlled by Silicon Valley, not the Constitution. Again, I'm conflicted on some of this. We look at, we have a government shutdown and everything. Sure, I absolutely, I want to reduce the role of government, the size and role of government. But what is happening here and what people are not aware of is that, yes, we may be reducing the size of government. We may reduce the bureaucracy, but we're actually going to be increasing the role of government because we're going to be turning more functions over to AI and to these technocratic systems. And this is by design. I will at some point, it's probably going to be months down the line, but I will do a whole episode on Elon Musk because tracking all of his money, all of his investments, the entire background and association with the Technocracy Party, people need to understand this. He's not the white knight here to build a free speech platform and liberate all of these things or to balance the budget. This is about pushing a very specific political ideology. And he has been, provably, he's been lying to people about things. Like, for instance, that with OpenAI, he made the claim that, well, he wanted OpenAI to remain open source and that this was the way we were going to keep AI safe and secure. And then it turns out when he got into a lawsuit with Sam Altman and Discovery came out, it turns out he wanted OpenAI for himself and he wanted to bring it into Tesla. There are clear examples of where, people are sitting there saying, well, he's autistic, he can't lie. He's just out there, he's based, he's telling the truth. No, he's completely capable of intentionally misleading people. And so at some point we will cover that. But Palantir now covers IRS financial data, Social Security records, veterans health information, education records, employment history. So this just continues. This expansion continues. And I don't know if I have a slide on this. We touched on it. Well, maybe we'll get to it. But even since I did the podcast on Monday, Craig and I talked about the Golden Dome, the $150 billion project that Trump has put forward. And we speculated that it would probably be Thiel and Musk and Andrew that would benefit. And I think it was just announced today that is in fact what is being pushed. So the amount and the expansion of these things, and Trump's like, well, I'm just making a great deal. It's like he's literally turning over our freedom and building a digital prison and then trying to confuse it as being somehow capitalism. It's absolutely crazy to watch this. So again, last week we talked about the fact that they're creating an American sovereign wealth fund, which is the government directly investing in and controlling private companies. This isn't free market capitalism. This is kind of how China operates. It's state capitalism. And I even hate to use state and capitalism in the same sentence or next to each other, but it's basically the third way that leads directly to digital dystopia. Government picking winners, controlling markets, and using your tax dollars to build the surveillance infrastructure that will enslave you. And so under this model, the government is essentially acting as a venture capitalist. They're picking winners and losers, and they are certainly doing this. We discussed last week the 10% ownership or whatever, 9.9 in Intel, in Lithium Americas. There are special deals that are being cut all of the time. Even this deal with Pfizer. I mean, you notice this? I mean, again, he's sitting there, oh, how clever. We're going to do this big deal with Pfizer and we're going to give them a break on tariffs. So is everybody excited about this? Are you happy now? Oh, we're going to get a reduced price, probably temporary, buying Pfizer drugs directly from the government. And the way that they're going to make up the margin gap is by getting a waiver on tariffs. I mean, this is the kind of late stage, this is like late stage .com era behavior in any event. So where is the money going under the state capitalism model? It's going to AI surveillance companies. It's going to digital ID infrastructure. It's going to biotech and pharma. And ultimately, it'll be flooding into social credit systems and behavior modification tech. Because again, Trump is relishing. I think the number he said the other day is $17 trillion is coming into America, but he's relishing these deals with sovereign wealth funds. And one of the first things was this Operation Stargate to build an AI healthcare surveillance infrastructure. So, I mean, there's not a single bone in his body that is interested in the preservation of individual rights. It's not part of anything that's happening here. So we have that. We have Real ID. Again, I will do a whole episode on this on Monday. But now we have Real ID. And, because everything is coming up now with the UK announcing a digital ID, with Switzerland voting 50.4% for a voluntary digital ID, which of course is, there's no way that does not become a mandatory thing. And so I'm seeing all these posts. Well, at least we're not the UK. Or it's kind of like when they were passing the Genius Act. Well, at least we're not like communist China. We have Real ID, and I will go into the specifics of how it works, and I will go into what I can find about what this Palantir expanded relationship means vis-a-vis the Real ID. But again, what you're looking at is the consolidation of data systems with an ID, Real ID, which is already digital in 8 states. And I'll go through the states and I'll show you pictures of how you can use your digital ID, your Real ID, in your Google Wallet or your Apple Wallet. So if you're sitting there wrapping yourself in the flag, laughing at other people for talking about digital IDs, we passed it first. And we passed it under Trump with zero resistance. So we have to wake up. I mean, I will continue to, yell this stuff, but I mean, I'm not, I can't contain what is going on, right? At some point we have to be out. We are completely out of time. We have lost time. I dropped everything that I was doing in my life to warn people about CBDCs, which led to an expanded understanding of technocracy. And this is one of those things where you might think, oh, well, the sky is falling. Everything's happening faster than I thought. This is one of those times where I've often been early. This time I'm not early. I mean, I tried to warn people about CBDCs and that they were going to throw crypto people in jail. And then my friends got thrown in prison and targeted. I wrote that book before that happened. So I'm telling you now, the next evolution of this, is I'm not warning you that technocracy might happen in 3 years. I'm telling you that it's happening right now. The contracts are being signed. The technology is being implemented. And for whatever reason, whether it's because of the marketing or the propaganda, people are either not paying attention or they're actually cheering it on. And it's not in their best interests to be doing this. If you didn't like it when Klaus Schwab was proposing it, you also won't like it when it's Peter Thiel. And do not accept the belief that technocracy is inevitable. Nothing is inevitable. We have free will. That's another trap people want to put you into. Well, yeah, technocracy is coming anyway, but at least it's from Peter Thiel. I'll do an episode on Peter Thiel. I assure you, once you understand the psyche of Peter Thiel, you're not going to find his brand of it any better than Bill Gates. And I touched on this last episode. I said, look, a lot of this is, and I appreciate it. I've been in this group. This was my group. I mean, I dropped out of Duke, started my first company. I mean, I was one of those nerds, or I'm still a nerd, but I'm not in that group. I've exited that particular group. And this is that meme where somebody throws a pie in Bill Gates' face. And it's like, and just then he decided to depopulate the earth. Well, I'll tell you what, Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and Curtis Yarvin have experiences like that in their lives. What we're dealing with is a revenge play here with some of this. And so you have to understand what's going on here. This isn't efficiency or saving the Constitution or saving individual rights. It is motivated by an ideology. Of course, the Genius Act, which I talked about on almost every podcast, but I am going to keep on bringing it up because frankly, most people still aren't aware of this, but the Genius Act was in fact a backdoor CBDC. And now the United States Congress has regulatory control over stablecoins. Congress is the entity responsible for financial surveillance, the Bank Secrecy Act, the Patriot Act, all of the things that we already don't like originates from Congress, not the Federal Reserve. So they managed to convince people that the Federal Reserve was the bad guy with respect to a CBDC, and then they took something that was private and put it under their control and their laws and then granted the Federal Reserve audit oversight. And they did all this so that they could sell more treasuries because they're requiring these stablecoins to be backed by US treasuries. That is what has happened. It's a backdoor CBDC, arguably worse than a CBDC because now there's $27 trillion worth of transaction volume that is essentially regulated by the United States Congress. It would have taken a decade or more if they tried to centrally roll out a CBDC. So we get the same CBDC level surveillance, but we get it 10 years early, and we get to do it by capturing something that's private all at the same time while expanding government spending through treasuries. So it is a worst case scenario. I can't be clearer about it. What's going on with the Genius Act is worse than, had Harris won and tried to push a CBDC, because she would have had resistance. They would have had technical difficulties even implementing it, and it probably wouldn't have even happened. That's the real reality of it. So now we have significantly less time. 3 years is optimistic. The next part, as I talk about often, again, the Clarity Act, which no one has heard of when I go and do my talks. A lot of people, some, not a lot, maybe 10, 20% have heard of the Genius Act. 0 have heard of the Clarity Act. They're going to tokenize stocks, bonds, financial instruments, commodities, gold, silver, all of it. And you're going to have the same know your customer laws and anti-money laundering laws and surveillance on those tokenized assets as you will on stable coins and CBDCs. So again, I'll put out some new memes, but now it's like, okay, well, you said something that, doesn't fit into the social credit system moving forward. It's not just that they're going to halt your money. They're going to confiscate your stock portfolio. They're going to take your gold ETF. They might take your house because real estate will be tokenized. And I'm all for tokenization, but only if you can take custody of the tokens and trade voluntarily with people without third parties being able to see what is going on. That is liberating. That is a game changer. This is not what the Clarity Act is about, and this is not what is happening. So it's going to be everything from real estate to vehicle ownership tokens to retirement accounts, and importantly, the Sovereign Wealth Fund, which we discussed last on Monday. I believe the Sovereign Wealth Fund may be the mechanism used for launching UBI, Universal Basic Income. Basically, they will tokenize our national assets and begin, selling these assets, borrowing against these assets, et cetera, and then using that to essentially, quote, pay a dividend, which will be your UBI. And there's actually a precedent for this. This is how Alaska works. I think everyone in Alaska gets $1,000 a year, and that is a dividend from oil. And so essentially we have between 100 and 200 trillion dollars worth of assets. At least that's what either Besant or Lutnick said. And by the way, Lutnick is all over this, our Commerce Secretary, whose firm is managing the treasuries that back Tether, the largest stablecoin. He's also positioned himself to be in the middle of this tokenization of our national assets. So this is happening. This is happening faster than I could have even thought before the election. I mean, when Trump came out against CBDCs, I was obviously skeptical, but I thought that it bought us more time. I didn't realize that it did the reverse. I didn't realize what was going on. I didn't see that they do fully understand tokenization. And by the way, remember, Trump was anti-crypto his first term. So to go from being I'm anti-Bitcoin to we're going to tokenize every asset, including national assets, is a gigantic switch that was unexpected. And so from my perspective, we are worse off. So again, smart contracts will be able to change the terms, taxes will be automatically deducted, and now everything you own will be tied into some sort of behavior score system. So I want to bring this, point up. So every single reform is building technocracy. They're not draining the swamp. They're upgrading it with AI. They're not restoring the Constitution. They're replacing it with algorithms. The UN's AI World Society vision, essentially. The technocracy Patrick Wood has been warning about. It's being implemented by the people you thought were fighting it. And it isn't incompetence. It is actually the plan. So, again, I we'll do another episode on the politics side of this. I think America 1.0 is over, but we need to start spending effort building parallel systems, and then I would argue talking from first principles about what kinds of alternatives should be built. But the key being from first principles. But what everyone has to understand is that the technocrats that are pushing this already have, it's the common problem reaction solution. They know that the economy is in a bubble. They know everything is heading in this direction, and lucky for them, they happen to have already designed the solution. And the solution happens to be rule by algorithm and not law, rule by experts and not incentives. It will be all about efficiency and not about rights. It will be about control, not freedom. And it will be global and not national. And so look who is funding this. And again, I'll do a deep dive. I may not do it all on the podcast. I may put more of it in writing just because it's a lot of complex tables and everything. But I do think the information does need to be put out there, because there really is an unholy trinity now emerging of big tech, big pharma, and big data. I think even I myself thought that these things were siloed, because that used to be the case. Big tech and big pharma, even from a venture capital perspective, usually they were separate venture capital firms, completely separate people, completely separate industries. But there's a gigantic merger going on, a consolidation going on. Elon Musk built RNA microfactories with CureVac. JD Vance has up to 100,000 invested in gene therapy companies. Larry Ellison is funding AI vaccine development at Oxford. It's not disruption, it's convergence. You have big tech, big pharma, and big data really becoming one entity. So the transhumanist conspiracy that sounded crazy 5 years ago isn't even being hidden now. And, like I said, I have spreadsheets on this. I didn't find that spreadsheets were a particularly useful thing for a podcast, but I will probably put them out. I may start publishing on Substack, but Musk has Tesla, RNA factories, Neuralink brain chips. Vance has gene therapy and a pretty robust biotech portfolio. Ellison has AI vaccine platforms. And remember, he was a big investor in Theranos, thinking that, think about that. Now, he got rugged, which shows that he's not all knowing by any stretch of the imagination. But consider what Theranos was misrepresenting itself to be. Right? The ability to do a very simple blood test that could tell all of this information that was very low cost and very minimally invasive. Well, that was years and years ago that Ellison was on that. Well, why would Ellison be on this? He's a database guy. That's because he's a database guy. This is all about big data. And one of the big areas to conquer and the big emerging areas for data is health data. So now it's, again, merging of the human and the machine, genetic modification becoming normalized, even research on consciousness uploading, life extension for elites only, and eugenics through technology. And the old guard hasn't gone anywhere. So again, this is the thing that's kind of like, all right, it's, to me at this point, Bill Gates is not, I don't buy that Bill Gates is on one side and Peter Thiel's on the other, or Musk is on the other. They may hate each other, but they don't hate each other for ideological reasons. They hate each other because it's a pissing contest. It's not a moral thing at all. It's a territory thing. So Bill Gates just pledged $4.1 billion for women's health through MAHA channels. So this is the same Bill Gates who said we needed to reduce population, the same Gates who funded every vaccine mandate. He's not gone. He's embedded. Do you remember the dinner that Trump had? I don't even know. Time is eluding me now. A month or two ago, where he was sitting next to, I think, Mark Zuckerberg, and Bill Gates was there, and the whole technocratic team was at that dinner. In fact, I need to get that picture, because that picture shows you everything you need. And then there are people that will say, "Oh, well, Trump is just playing. He's just smart. He's keep your enemies close. Keep your enemies close." Do a $70 billion deal, do a $500 billion deal. I mean, again, at what point you show me a single example of Trump playing 5D chess? Peter Thiel is playing 5D chess. Trump is playing the peg game at Cracker Barrel from a strategic perspective. So Gates has continued to influence all of this, $1.6 billion to Gavi. Remember, people were saying, Nuremberg 2.0. I want to go back and I just want to frame where people were before the election and then what's actually going on. People were like, we're going to stop the shots and we're going to wipe out big pharma and we're going to Nuremberg 2.0. And we're going to throw these people in prison and we're going to have trials. What do we actually have? Expanded programs, expanded access, the expansion of AI. And again, I will challenge anyone. If you're in MAHA, reach out, because I mean, I certainly know a lot of you, but reach out if I'm mistaken. But if I'm not mistaken and you have an uncomfortable feeling hearing me talk about this, then you need to question what's going on and not tolerate it. Don't tolerate all of your hard work and all of the effort and emotion that you put into fighting for medical freedom. Don't let that be hijacked. And that's on you to do, but I'm giving you this information. I'm going to give you a lot more information, but enough is enough. They're not just controlling adults, they're rewiring our children. So we have Silicon Valley rewiring public health. AI toys that listen to your children 24/7, health apps that shape behavior from birth, school systems requiring wearables for wellness monitoring. Silicon Valley isn't just changing healthcare, they're rewiring human development from infancy. Every child born today will never know medical privacy. They'll grow up believing constant surveillance is normal and that AI making health decisions is natural. Of course, this will apply to everyone except for the children of Silicon Valley founders and executives, because they don't allow their kids to have a lot of screen time. And they won't allow their kids to participate in these things, but they will make billions of dollars pushing and trying to mandate that all of us have to be subjected to this. So this is what these things are real. AI toys that are collecting health data, school biometric monitoring, mandatory health apps, parent surveillance through child devices. This is all here now. And this is one of the things. I was on the Free Talk Live space the other day, and we were even talking about this. This is a generational thing. The older generations appreciate privacy but struggle with the tech, and the younger generations don't appreciate the need for privacy. And so, it's difficult to actually, and I struggle with this. How do we figure out how to message what's going on here for children who are digital natives? That is if anybody's got any answers for that, I'm certainly all ears. So, again, I know this may not be what people want to hear, but to the medical freedom warriors, you are being used. And I know a lot of you, this is my social circle, but you fought mandates and you've been standing up for choice. You've been fighting for fighting against vaccines. You've believed in the movement. And your love and urgency, you're being used. Your passion, your energy, your credibility, it's all being weaponized to build the very system you fought against. If you think mRNA vaccines are bad, wait until you see Operation Stargate. Wait until you see a complete AI health surveillance system. It makes the vaccines look like a joke. Seriously, research this. I will do more depending on people's interest. This may piss a lot of people off. I don't know. We don't seem to have as many people watching today, but I'll do a deeper dive on this. I will go as deep as you want to see in terms of what's going on here. But if you're for medical freedom and AI, mandated AI in wearables are 100% incompatible. And they needed heroes to sell tyranny. And so they recruited this movement. And again, look, Bitcoin got hijacked. This is a common theme, right? With everything, there's usually a freedom versus tyranny dynamic to it. And oftentimes those promising projects in any endeavor that are looking promising for freedom get hijacked at a certain point. I'm here to say that is happening right now with MAHA, and it's happening for the benefit of the technocrats and the AI surveillance state. So there are great people in the medical community. They are some of the fiercest advocates. Absolutely, hands down, from my experience, doing political activism or anything, the medical freedom community is is the best and the most intense and the most well-intentioned. And I mean that. These people will fight, in this community will fight with every ounce of energy that they have. And there are many doctors that have lost licenses, nurses who have walked away, citizens who have protested, and a lot of people who have sacrificed. But your leaders have been compromised. Your movement has been hijacked. And the victories are turning into defeats. Your heroes are now controlled opposition, and your hope is being weaponized. That, to me, is the most infuriating aspect of this, is that the people that would be talking, because I've been wondering about this. The thing that, all you have to do is listen to any one of these podcasts. But the thing that I'm saying is that I'm the most concerned about is that there's a profound sense of urgency, and I don't sense that people have a sense of urgency. But then I'll say things like, where are the people speaking out? And it occurred to me that I think what's happening is they're still holding on to hope. So the hope is what's being weaponized. So while you're sitting there thinking, well, yeah, I think they're going to finally take care of all of this other stuff. So while you're waiting for these process things in this 5D chess to play out, while you're waiting, they're putting something in through the back door that's worse than the thing that you're hoping they get rid of. That is what's happening right now. And I challenge anyone to challenge anything that I've said, to refute anything that I've said. And, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if I'm not wrong, then you need to look into this, and you need to remove your energy from being weaponized against true medical freedom. I mean, and you know what? I've put out a lot of tweets on this, and they never seem to do very well. But I even put out at the beginning of the year a list of, I'll find the tweet maybe for the next episode, a list of excuses that are going to be made as to why things aren't getting done. It's kind of a compilation. And if you ever watch the show, Yes Minister, Yes Prime Minister, you'll see some of these phrases at work, right? So everybody came in with, oh, we're going to revolutionize this. We're going to restore the Republic. We're going to do A, B, and C. And largely none of it's happened, but we've gotten a whole bunch of technocracy and surveillance. But then you hear these things, well, Rome wasn't built in a day, or it takes time, or you have to be strategic, or, oh, we have to do research first, or we have to build coalitions. Just a laundry list of excuses. And as the years tick by and nothing happens, I mean, I got into political activism first and foremost. I mean, I was involved with politics, or always interested in politics, but I got involved to fight Obamacare. Still waiting. It's been 17 years. I mean, as recently as, 2016, 2018, 2020, they were still talking about repealing Obamacare. 12, 14, 15 years later, nothing's happened. And now Trump is rolling out a government pharmacy, and we're implementing AI surveillance. So let's just say, I consider myself part of the medical freedom movement, but not to the extent that I believe that there's a political solution, because I've known for a long time there's no political solution. And that you have to stop asking for permission and stop asking for forgiveness and get out of the system. And I've known that because I got kicked in the balls by this. I got the good fortune of having this, of dealing with this system and learning about it from the inside in 2008. So that's the only reason I knew about this earlier. But at the same time, I don't want to sit around and watch other people who also care and are concerned follow the same fate, the same series of rug pulls, the same hope weaponized against them, because that's, it's really hard to watch. But also there are other alternatives. We can do things. We can have medical freedom just by simply saying no. So digital concentration camps can be activated in a millisecond. One software update, one executive order, one emergency. The infrastructure is already built, and it's being built up at an even more rapid pace under our noses right now, and largely with our consent. Palantir has the data. The wearables are being distributed. The digital IDs are rolling out, which is why that's going to be the episode on Monday. And this isn't tomorrow's threat. It is today's reality. I can't stress this enough. This is not a future thing. And if you're sitting there saying, well, we have 3 years because Trump is in office, this is worse than it ever could have been under Trump and Howard Lutnick and Scott Bessent and JD Vance. It couldn't go any faster than it's going right now. Literally, it could not go any faster. If Klaus Schwab was elected president, it wouldn't be going this fast. So we've seen Canada freeze bank accounts. We've seen China lock down cities. We've seen Australia build camps. We've seen the UK arrest people for posts. We have the same capabilities here to do all of it. Every phone is already a tracker. Every app is a spy. Every purchase is already logged through the traditional banking system, which I've talked about on and on and on. And now we have stable coins. Every movement is recorded. Remember, contact tracing under COVID. Every word is being analyzed. And so this is what's coming. And, you know, I encourage you, Courtney Turner has some phenomenal information and detailed information on this, but there's a biological digital identification framework that begins in pilot programs. By 2027, I believe it's mandatory, and hopefully, I don't know if she'll be on today, but we'll have her on to talk about this. But your genetics, biometrics, your health history, your behavior patterns all merged into one identity that determines everything: where you can go, what you can buy, who you can meet, whether you can reproduce. This isn't science fiction. The patents are filed, the funding is allocated, and the partners are signed. So look up biological digital identity framework. I've only done a cursory examination of this, so I'm going to be, you know, obviously doing a deeper dive. But again, this is kind of like when you start studying CBDCs, and then you look at what's going on with the Bank of International Settlements, and then you look at the coordination that's going on globally on these projects, and then you realize, oh, you know, I was thinking that, you know, we've got a bunch of time and we're just talking about some sci-fi concept that people were talking about, not realizing that there's money allocated, people meeting, people doing pilots, and a significant amount of global coordination on this. And then you find, even more infuriatingly, that a lot of it involves our tax dollars. So this is kind of the ultimate control matrix. Access will be tied to compliance, resources will be allocated by algorithm, reproduction will require permission, movement will be restricted by score. I mean, this isn't science fiction either. They're already doing this in China. But again, as I'd like to say, you know, our tax system is a social credit score, 16 million words of penalties and incentives. So we have to build parallel systems now. This is why I'm so adamant about, and it doesn't have to be just Zano. I'm passionate about Zano because I think tokenization is a good thing. It's actually an improvement on current systems if it's done in a way that's private and decentralized. But I'm open to, and I support anybody that's doing anything outside of the system. So you can either exit the system now or become livestock forever. You can build healthcare. We can build, and I'm going to bring my wife on, and we're working on a project to build a global medical tourism marketplace where it's, I would say cash only, but realistically crypto only. Where you'll be able to reduce cost and get completely outside of the system. You can start trading your services, not surveillance. Every person who exits weakens their system. Their system requires and expects high degrees of compliance. I mean, they look at what happened with COVID and they're like, a lot of people are like, oh, well, see, they didn't get that high of a percentage. I think they got a pretty high percentage to take a bioweapon that wasn't tested for a donut or a medium French fry. Yeah, it's kind of like the Milgram studies. So every parallel structure we build is a lifeboat. Start today, start local, but start now. Don't wait. We can't wait anymore. And I know I'm going to piss a lot of people off with this, but I warned people before the election, and a lot of people, who had no experience with politics thought, well, maybe there's a chance this time. There was never a chance. But the thing is, we're running out of time. There's no soft pedaling this. There isn't enough time to soft pedal this. And if it alienates some people, fine, but we have to get the people that are willing and ready now to exit the system. You can start today by finding cash-only healthcare providers. They do exist. You can form health sharing cooperatives. You can start to explore natural healing methods. You can start stocking medical supplies, particularly of prescriptions that you need, and learn how to buy, medication online. This is not, not difficult to do. There are plenty of pharmacies online where you can secure this. As far as technological solutions, Zano for privacy transactions and for creating private marketplaces, mesh networks for communication, encrypted data storage, and other analog fallback systems, even self-custody AIs, which I've been playing around with. And I mentioned Mike Adams and what he's built with Enoch, which will soon be something you can have locally on your computer. There are solutions out there. We are absolutely not stuck. And technocracy is not inevitable, but the time window is closing. So, know your neighbors, start sharing skills and resources, create mutual aid networks, establish parallel economies, and build resilience together. And the last thing I'll say is that medical freedom is not something we are going to win in Washington, D.C. We were never going to win it in Washington, D.C. It's something we build in our communities. The technocrats want you to believe resistance is futile, that their system is inevitable, but they're wrong. Human beings have survived every tyrant in history by doing what we do best, adapting, building, and refusing to comply. The next 3 years will determine whether our children live as free human beings or as managed livestock. Choose wisely, build quickly, the clock is ticking. So with that, my lovely wife, do you want to come over here? You'll think about it. All right. So I'm going to open this up for anyone who wants to join. Now, I will say something interesting about this. So we have a relatively low attendance. That's a little under 1,200, which, I mean, it's not a small number, but it is a small number for this show. But I've noticed that it seems to happen. It seems to happen when I talk about specific topics. I'll give you an example. The lowest one that I've had recently was the episode that I did on Curtis Yarvin. Yet on iTunes and through Spotify, it is actually my #1 podcast of all time. So that tells me something about the content and the algorithms. And I'm going to try to figure out if I can run some tests to prove this. But of course, you do know that the terms of service with, X, I mean, they have the right to change the algorithm and essentially do whatever they want. So we saw what Musk did with H-1B visas. Do you think he's excited about people talking against his New America Party and the Dark Enlightenment and technocracy? He probably doesn't like that. And if you believe in free speech and you believe that he was here for free speech, understand, yes, you may be able to talk about COVID now because COVID happened 5 years ago, but you can't talk about what's happening right now. And that's how they get you. Spend time focusing on what happened in the past. That's a deflection. Don't focus on what's happening presently. And this puts people into a position where they feel like they have free speech, where they feel like they're winning. And without knowing or paying any attention, they're getting steamrolled. And that is absolutely what's happening. And I would love to hear again your comments, but I think that at least for an introductory presentation, I think I've made the case that the technocrats have hijacked MAHA and that the technocrats have hijacked MAGA, not the medical freedom community. So with that, all right, my wife Eileen is going to be coming up here. Here we go. There you go. So I was hoping that this would generate more interest, and it should at least be controversial. So what I want to hear from is, again, I consider the medical freedom community to be my people and my friends. So I would like to hear if anyone has, and if no one disagrees with what I'm saying, then why aren't we speaking out? What are we waiting for? What is the trigger point? All of that energy that got RFK to where he is and that got Trump to where he is, why isn't all of that energy being used to fight AI healthcare and the technocratic infiltration of the healthcare system? Is it because you don't know about it, which is possible, because and it makes sense, there would be a lot of effort focusing on the battles that we've been fighting? Or is it you're afraid to tackle that thing because you think it might interfere with fighting on the vaccines? Can you try to speak?
1, 2, 3. Here I am. Okay.
There you go. You have to speak out. Okay, there we go.
I know. You're going to make me talk loud.
Oh, look, an error occurred. What is this all about? Anyway, so I want to hear from anyone. Let's see, it's about 8:03 now, so hopefully some people will join. I have, did I not put the link? Oh, my bad. All right, I'm putting the link into the chat. If anyone wants to join the StreamYard live stream, you don't have to put your camera on, but if you want to join the live chat, I am genuinely interested in hearing people's opinions. And I'm more particularly, if I'm wrong, I would like to know that I'm wrong. I'd like to know if there's something that I have missed, because if there's something that I missed, it has to be something huge that I've missed, right? Some gigantic thing that I've missed, but it's possible. It's certainly, I've missed a lot of things in the past. So I would like to learn, what might be wrong. So the healthcare system has been infiltrated by the technocratic system for a long time, at least since 2010 and Obamacare. Yeah. I mean, I agree. This is what I learned directly firsthand being in that space. And my dad was in the insurance space. It was in what's called self-funded. He had a self-insurance company. He would help small to medium-sized businesses self-insure, meaning that they would take on their own liability for medical claims, and basically he would help them manage the risk and get reinsurance and other things. His company was called Stop Loss International. So I had a sense of how insurance worked for a long time. I mean, I've actually kind of known that part of it, but then being in it with my own company, where we were selling to corporations that largely were self-insured, large corporations, some Fortune 500 companies. And then we were even approached by 3 of the largest health insurers in the country that wanted to buy my company. And so I learned, when you go through those kinds of conversations, which I told them no, the different story for a different day, but because they wanted to destroy my business. It's a classic example of buying something so that you can say you have something, but then not actually launching its capabilities.
Not implementing.
And not implementing, but that's neither here nor there. So, well, we'll wait a bit. Hopefully some people will sign up. Dan said he might show up around 8 or so. I know a lot of people are still getting adjusted to the new time. This show used to start at 8 o'clock. I switched it based on my traffic analysis and doing some polling. So we're now doing this show at 6 p.m. on Mondays and Thursdays. So hopefully more people can join and we'll know in advance what's going on. I try not to plan. I mean, I do know that the next segment will be on digital IDs. I try not to plan them too far in advance. It's a lot of work to put together a show and to do the research and to try to figure out how to present the information. I happen to like doing that, so that's fine. But I also want to make sure that the topics are timely and relevant. So I don't want to map out a schedule even a month in advance, because so much is changing in the world that I want to make sure that we're, putting the technocratic lens on what's actually happening in the world. And the more you start understanding technocracy, then you're not surprised by any of the things that are happening. And then once you dig into the ideology of what's behind it, that's why once you understand Curtis Yarvin, once you understand his worldview and the fact that that's influenced Thiel and Musk, who is already a technocrat, and that then you start following their money and their involvement in politics over the years and what they've been building and who they've been recruiting, then you can see that there is in fact a chessboard and there are people playing chess. And it isn't the Republicans and it isn't the Democrats. It is the technocrats, and they will play the white players or the black players, depending on what time it is and how it pushes their agenda forward.
I think oftentimes it's both.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like you've got Yarvin and Harari.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Well, we've got Yarvin and Harari, right?
But on each side. So,
but even the ones that seem to be on the right will change their stripes, like Musk.
Oh, completely. We see that frequently.
But Musk is now trying to dance on that line. Musk hasn't fully committed to the right-hand path. He's committed to whatever path wins. So Thiel was more outwardly libertarian. And actually I know this because when I was at the Atlas Society, one of the donors was the chief engineer of SpaceX, and he was an objectivist, complete libertarian. And I always thought at the time, because I didn't know anything near what I know now about Musk, I thought surely he must be a libertarian. In fact, I thought, I was working on the Atlas Shrugged movies, and we were working on the production for that. And I thought, well, maybe he'd want to be involved in it. And I learned at that time that he was not a libertarian, explicitly not a libertarian, certainly not an objectivist. And at that point, I didn't know anything about technocracy. I didn't know any of the history behind it. Certainly didn't know Musk's own family history with it. So what are your comments on this? So I want to actually ask you specifically. So we talk about this a lot. So my wife here is an absolute OG in this medical freedom movement, pushing medical vaccine choice bills in like 2006, 2007 here in the state of New Hampshire. I mean, we're talking about decades before others. And I know that, you've been frustrated sometimes where you're like, who are these? So these new people are in here talking about medical freedom, but what about, there've been people doing this for decades. What are those people up to?
Exactly. There have been people who've been doing this for many, many decades. Example is, I don't know if any of you are familiar with the NVIC, the National Vaccine Information Center. Barbara Lowe Fisher. She's been around for a very, very long period of time. And I think the impulse that started her was, again, she had a vaccine injured child and sued. And so she was actually, I believe, involved with creating that 1986 Vaccine Act, where you go to this vaccine court and then they decide on whether, oh, yes, it was a vaccine injury or not. But she was fooled. What happened is she was fooled, and the people who were actually helping and pushing that to get passed were fooled into believing that this was actually going to expedite claims. This was actually going to, because they were sold a lie that, if we allowed people to continue to sue the vaccine manufacturers for injuries, then we wouldn't be able to have any of these vaccines that protect our children from these horrible diseases, right? So that was the story. We continue to hear the story. That's the story they use for why there's no negative control as well, is, because these illnesses are so horrible and there'd just be dead bodies everywhere. So we don't do a negative control because that would be unethical and immoral and all these other things. So we all know that that's not accurate as well. But so back then they had gotten convinced that this was actually going to be able to help people. It was going to expedite the court process. It was going to be fair. It was going to be equitable. And there was funding behind it because there's a little fee on every vaccine that's given. Now, mind you, like the state of New Hampshire, I don't know if that's changed recently, but the state of New Hampshire will bulk buy all the vaccines for every child in the state. So they buy them in advance. So this your state dollars, however you pay your taxes in New Hampshire, which New Hampshire claims it doesn't have taxes, but they're fees. Any fees that you pay the government is really a tax. So let's just get that straight. And New Hampshire buys them in bulk for every child. So whether your child gets a vaccine or not, they've already paid for it out of tax dollars. So so there's a fee on every vaccine that helps fund the vaccine courts for settlement. So the vaccine manufacturers, they don't have liability, and they certainly don't pay out anything. So if your child were to get say like their MMR and they have an anaphylactic reaction and they die in the pediatrician's office, you're going to end up having to go through this process based on the 1986 law to go to vaccine court, and you're still going to have to try to prove that the vaccine actually caused that, even though there's a correlation doesn't necessarily
correlation
and causation are two different things. So it could have been, okay, well, there's a 4-minute delay. Maybe something else happened in that 4 minutes other than the vaccine to them dying. That's the kind of argument you're going to be dealing with. And then there's a max payout that they will give you for your death of your child. And the vaccine companies have nothing to do with any of this. Their hands are completely clean. You're dealing with now a court system. You're dealing with the justice system. We know that there's really not a whole lot of justice in our justice system. And what happened is she recognized that at the end of the day that she was fooled, that what they said and claimed they were going to do was that, what we're seeing now, it was the bait and switch. And this is going to be great, but however it permutated, and it permutated very quickly. It's not like it took 12 years or it took, oh, look at, this is what our Constitution is like. And it took 200, years to get to it, what it is horribly now. And that's not the case. It was actually never intended to help people who had vaccine injuries. It was literally to bury them. And you're dealing with a handful of women who then were publicly shunned. And Barbara, who had stepped up and went, okay, you know what? The best I can do at this point in time is to create the National Vaccine Information Center that puts out information on every vaccine. She's up to date. She has been a warrior in the trenches. And I discovered her in the early 2000s and the work of the National Vaccine Information Center, nvic.org. They have been around for a very long time. When COVID hit, they were literally like poof, they didn't exist anymore. All of their things were hit. So I know they ended up having to go on different channels. But all these people who come in now talking about, vaccination choice and COVID and everything. Well, we were doing this, 20, 30 plus 50, 40 years ago, plus 40 years ago for Barbara Fisher easily. And we were really the crazy women. We were the anti-vaxxers. I had a state representative, Dr. Richard DiPentima on New Hampshire's Health and Human Services Committee, get in my face and tell me that he hoped that my children got polio and died from it. This was in after a public hearing for a vaccination choice bill. So deal with that, folks. That it was a sitting state rep, and I don't know if he's still there or not, but that was how it went. And people have been fighting this in the trenches for a very long period of time, but we've also gotten rugged. And we can see it now. It's kind of like we have this, hindsight is 2020, and looking at what's happening now with the health freedom movement, and it's been co-opted. We can clearly see what is happening. It's happening again. They're going to tell us what we want to hear, and they're going to do whatever they want. They're going to do exactly what their plan is. It's like talking to somebody who's a career politician. You can ask them a question. Well, what do you think about A? And they're going to talk about whatever their talking points are. They're not going to really answer the question, or they'll answer it in some vague generalities. But this is exactly what's happening here. This is what's happened to the health freedom movement. And the people who've been in the health freedom movement for 20 plus years, we have the experience. We can see this happening. It's a freight train heading towards a brick wall. And once we've passed that point, there's going to be no point of return. Once these surveillance things are put into place, and they are, they're rapidly been put into place, that if you think you don't have health freedom now, if you think you have restrictions, if you think you have constraints, if you're complaining about the way the system works now, imagine when they control your money. You won't be able to say anything. You won't be able to turn down the shot if your doors won't open in the smart home, or they can turn off your power. So let's just pause and think about that. And it sounds really out there and outlandish, but if somebody would have told me 25 years ago it'd be fined or it's illegal to collect rainwater, I would have said that is never going to happen. And here we are. There's many places in the U.S. where it's illegal to collect your own rainwater. So these things are definite possibilities. But so again, I'm going to push Barbara Fisher and the National Vaccine Information Center. She's been around for a very, very long time, and putting the word out and accurate information about vaccine safety, VAERS, reporting, and all things vaccination choice related.
So I think the point on this for me is that this has been a decades-long movement, not something that just started with COVID, and that the diehards that have been in it from the very beginning were hijacked. And that same hijacking is happening once again, except in this case, it's actually worse.
Completely.
Now, who pushed the 1986 bill? Who was in political power at that
I
point
don't
in time?
remember off the top of my head.
I mean, certainly Reagan was president. Wasn't
Yes.
it? You know what? I'm going to look this up. I want to say
go ahead and look it up. But I know. So when Reagan was president, I was already I was out on the West Coast doing clinical nutrition, and one of the things that I remember is I had early AIDS patients, and so we didn't know what AIDS was like in the early 80s. And, you know, we didn't know really what it was, but it was this horrible thing that only gay men were getting. And you know, when I'll never forget, you know, my first patient with Kaposi sarcoma, where, you know, I had to gown and I had to glove and I had to put the little slippers on and I had to put the little, everything as if I was going in to do surgery, because they didn't understand the AIDS at all, HIV or whatever that it was, but nevertheless, to go and talk to this patient. And a lot of the help that could have been done for that population was held back based on you know, a religious or philosophical belief that, well, it only happens to gay men, and that was under the Reagan administration. So and then we know Fauci was there as well, so he was the big pusher for AZT. And I was even one of the negative controls for the lab. This is when you know, real scientist, you real person, you go ahead, sure, take my blood to be part of a negative control to determine when the patient's T cells hit low enough. They need somebody who's got really great T cells. When their T cells hit low enough, and then they start them on AZT. Well, you know, hindsight is again 2020, recognizing that it was really part of, the patients were so sick, and then the AZT really was what killed them. And I believe that they knew that in advance. I think Bobby had that in his book.
So the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act of 1986, the primary sponsor was Henry Waxman from California,
Orrin Hatch.
and then Orrin Hatch from Utah.
That's
and I mean, again, so it was a bipartisan bill. The Republicans, you know, heralded it as being pro-business, which is a typical issue, which is that, you know, just like venture capitalists are not capitalists, Republicans are not for free markets. They're for cronyism. I mean, both parties are for cronyism, but, you know, at some point, Republicans are not any better. They're probably more effective at passing cronyism than Democrats might be, because when Democrats implement something, people object to it as being socialism, but Republicans just pass the same thing and people call it patriotism. It's really interesting how that ends up working. But it's important to understand that this has been a bipartisan thing. And obviously now we have Republicans doing this. And so pushing these things, but it is being hijacked again. And so from my perspective, given that we have spent so much time in politics, and again, we'll do another full episode where we're not on the road and can lay out all of it, and then bring in some other information about how elections work and voter data and what really happens when you try to win elections, because libertarians don't know anything about this, because they're not they're playing to win. I mean, no, they don't have voter databases. The Libertarian Party, I'm like, and they don't actually have that many registered voters. So a lot of people that are in the Libertarian Party have no idea. They're not even aware of what the game would be if they were serious about trying to get elected.
They don't even understand that there's a game being played, unfortunately.
But so I think, though, that the problem at this point, and, you know, a lot of the people that get into the medical freedom movement are women whose children have been injured. So that's why they're they're completely fully engaged and
100%
will not back down, but they're getting rugged. So this is my message to those mothers in the medical freedom movement that are worshiping a white knight and think that this administration is going to bring medical freedom. Medical freedom is not on the table. Technocracy is on the table.
No. And what happened is when you are a parent and you're a mother and you took your kid for their 6 months and, they were making all the noises, or their 2-year, whatever period of shots. And then you see them regress. You see some definitive changes. They were on target, and all of a sudden they are not after their shots, or whatever horrible things. And again, they tell you to take Tylenol and all those things that we've known. Tylenol has been terrible for decades, but these women would fight for their children, and of course they would, and they would continue to show up for their children, and they continue to harp on it. And everybody, you were told you were crazy. Do you think I walked around announcing that unvaccinated children? Absolutely not, because you had people who wouldn't let their kids play with your kids. You had people who wouldn't let you in their home. You had people who wouldn't, so you had that mindset. That was a private medical decision that you kept private. I mean, I certainly wouldn't ask my neighbor, oh, hey, when was your last syphilis test? And are you okay? Because I don't want my kid using your bathroom. I mean, like, you could get absurd with it, if your child's completely vaccinated, then if vaccines work the way they say to, you're nothing to worry about my completely unvaccinated child. But that logic doesn't necessarily work on someone who's not logical. Coming from me, who was a former scientist and worked with infectious diseases for multiple years, that still doesn't work with people. And Bobby Kennedy was one of the first people who actually listened to some of these mothers that said there was something wrong with my kid after they got the shots. And so he became kind of a folk hero of the vaccination choice movement and the health freedom movement, because so here was somebody who was a Kennedy, who had, position and prestige and a law firm and all this other stuff. And he's going to take a case. He's going to take our case. And can you imagine if for years people have looked at you like you have 17 heads, something's wrong with you. The doctor's telling you you're wrong. You have your relatives telling you, it's how bad luck of the draw. You have all these other people telling you these things. And then finally somebody is validating your experience. And that kind of put him into hero status for a lot of people in the vaccination movement, vaccination choice movement, because he actually went to bat. Now, did he stand to profit from it? Of course. I'm sure he did multiple, permutations of success and metrics and whatever he needed to do to decide before he took the case. But the fact that he would even listen and then took the case, then took any cases, was a huge thing for the movement. And then that really put him, I think, onto a pedestal. That's part of that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is. Yeah. And again, I mean, look, I'm not saying his intent is bad, but the thing that I've read his book and was very supportive of everything that he was doing during COVID, except that the one thing that I didn't like in his book was he was talking about, glorifying FDR. And the truth is that he does still believe in government. And I think that is fatally flawed. And that is something that is dangerous if you're talking about technocracy and AI. So you can have all the good intentions in the world, and you can go in and you can think that you're going to be able to go in and fix healthcare through government. There's zero evidence of that. And it certainly isn't going to happen through AI in Silicon Valley. So my statement is that there are two separate issues here. Fighting against the vaccines and fighting against all that stuff is one element, but then pushing this other stuff is another thing. And these two things are actually incompatible. And believe it or not, moving forward, the AI stuff is worse. Because again, Larry Ellison is talking about targeted mRNA vaccines based on your genetics. Trump just signed an executive order, I believe it's an executive order, about collecting genetic information from children who have cancer. This is not, so even if you believed that RFK was good and that Trump was good, do you believe that the next administration is going to be good once given this power? And do you think once you've started collecting data and implementing these AI systems, do you think that there will be privacy safeguards?
No. Well, Hunt, let's just think about this for a second. Now, didn't somebody just talk about a test that can come up and take a little bit of a blood sample and to be able to see if you've got precancerous cells throughout your body and be able to do a genetic match for that? So what parent, if the thought that your child might possibly have a propensity or could get cancer, what parent wouldn't be feared into here, take blood and take the genetic sequence of my child to test their blood to see if they might have cancer, any cancer cells going around in them, because childhood cancers are somehow now a common thing when, in my day and age, it was, I knew one person in my entire school experience, who had cancer. And we weren't a small, I think we had like, I want to say like almost 400 in my graduating class from high school. So there was one kid that had cancer.
Yeah, I only knew of one kid my entire school career,
Sure,
and
yeah.
it was when I was like 5.
And mine was high school.
Yeah, so he was like 5 years old, and it was so. We have a question or a comment from Stephen. Hey, Stephen Honeywell. Remember Stephen from New Jersey?
Yeah, I do.
Great
Hey,
guy. I've done a bunch to protect my household from this Trojan horse. I've also gone to rallies and stuff like that. What else is it that we can do to push back? We homeschool our children, and I can tell you that has been pretty effective at protecting them.
Oh, I bet. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome.
Good for
So
you.
perfect. So that's first of all, congratulations on that. And you are doing the single most important thing that can be done, which is keeping your kids out of government schools and doing what I said. You're not asking for permission. You are taking control of your own health and the health of your family. That is the number one thing you can do. You've already done that. However, and I know you've been to a lot of these medical freedom. I mean, Stephen's been at medical freedom events that we were at. So here's my question, I guess, to you, Stephen, if you're still there. Are people aware of this? And let me say this, were you aware of this? Were you aware of what was going on with the 60 companies and the big data infrastructure stuff and Bill Gates doing backdoor deals and all of these other things, and Callie Means and Casey Means and their involvement with big tech? Were you aware of that? And are other people that you know and other activists in the medical freedom community aware of it? Because I think that they are not, because I suspect, I can't imagine that they would be on board with any of this. So that's a question, but again, I'm looking to be proven wrong on this, but it looks like a complete and total technocratic takeover. I see Courtney Turner has just reposted the stream, which is great. I hope she hops on because she has written extensively on this topic, and she's written extensively on where this whole thing goes from here, and has really mapped all of this out. It's a lot of information, but at this point, her information needs to be amplified. She's done some terrific research on what's going on this. So I hope she hops on. If not, nevertheless, go to her Substack, Courtney Turner on Substack, and I highly recommend you subscribe and check out her articles on this topic. Again, I just wanted to do a high-level introductory overview to this, but I actually think this topic is going to become one that we'll cover more frequently. Not all of the time. I mean, not quite like the level of CBDCs, but it's all now one thing. The technocracy actually, I think that the Venn diagram that I showed of big tech, big data, and big pharma kind of intersecting, that's happening because technocracy is one system. It is a global, integrated, interconnected system. So there isn't just a CBDC or digital currency component to it, because the whole thing is moving towards that level of consolidation. And healthcare is a huge part of all of that. One of the biggest segments, certainly. So, and that is where actually I have my background as well, somewhat from an entrepreneurial perspective, and certainly where you have your domain expertise, which is why we're pursuing this medical tourism marketplace, which, I mean, we don't have anything. We'll probably be talking about, we'll have something to talk about the beginning of next month. But I mean, I have, if you're just listening for the first time, if you think your only options are what is available through your health plan or through your insurance or whatever, that's not true. There are always other options. And I would like to say that that's always the case. You always have free will. And I encourage you to think outside of what it is that you think you know, because none of us really know much of anything, right? There's kind of, there's what you know, you don't know, and then what you don't know, you don't know, which is the largest part of this. And so a lot of people get trapped thinking that what they know is the whole of reality. And that's not true in any case. And so the more you're willing to explore the unknown, the better off you'll be. And the more you'll be able to be more resilient as we face increasing technocratic threats. But you can get medical services overseas at 90 to 95% discount. And in some cases, pay less cash out of pocket than you would your copay through your insurance. And it's not bad medical care. I mean, the joke is that, you know, again, it's only propaganda. There's no metric that says that the U.S. Has the best healthcare. That's actually objectively not even true. Sylvia says, I asked Monday, does the digital ID limit the medical tourism model? Well, it certainly does, depending on which country it is. And I suspect you'll see the good thing about medical tourism is you have options. And so whether it's going to Thailand for a root canal, going to India for heart surgery, you know, going to Argentina, Mexico has a pretty big,
oh yeah.
And the Dominican Republic.
Look at Dominican Republic, Mexico. There's a couple of not too far, not changing a bunch of time zones either, that have multiple things available. I know many people who go down to Mexico and get their dental work done just because it's so much less expensive in dental care here and equivalent dental care, but the cost of dental care here is just skyrocketed. And so it's cheaper to fly to Mexico, get that root canal or whatever else you need done, and stay down there for a couple of days and enjoy the sun and a beach or where we would go, and then come back, and it's still cheaper than you would have paid for your copay.
Well,
you know, after your deductible. Yeah.
So a couple of things. So Steven says, overall, even on a general level, I think awareness is low. However, amongst the libertarian and holistic community, that general awareness prevails. All right. Well, if there is general awareness, I mean, look, we're at the point now where I'm saying, like, it's time to start shouting about this because of the compressed time frame. We don't have a lot of time. And actually, back to the digital ID idea of this is why we have to resist technocracy completely. So my opinion on this is that we can't just go off and hide, or, you know, go to a cabin in the woods.
There's no hiding from this.
And hide from this. If you look at the Agenda 2030 and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, it's global. They actually state they want to regulate the land, the air, and the sea, all of it, because the premise that they're trying to sell us is that we're going to wipe ourselves out. Humanity will self-destruct unless we control basically carbon and the environment. And so you can't have a system where you have pockets of people that are free to work outside of the, frankly, manufactured scarcity model that they've come up with. So we actually have to stop what they're doing. Now, the way we stop them is not fighting them. You don't win a rigged game. We take our energy, and we don't have to convince everyone. We only have to convince a couple % of people to move away from their model. And that should be enough, because we have to show people that you can work outside of the system. We have to show people that there are direct alternatives. It's not enough to say that this thing is bad, because if in an emergency you're saying to somebody, well, yeah, what you've been presented with is bad, but there's no alternative, then they'll take it by default. But if we get ahead of this and we build these alternative systems, then when faced with that tyranny, the person then has a choice, and they can see a clear path. Oh, here's what a parallel system looks like. Oh, it won't be so bad. Here's how I can make money outside of the system. Oh, there is healthcare here. There is a network of food. There is a network of all of these other things. So we have to actively build these solutions. This is why I've created the website freedomforge.io. And this is for incubating, investing in, researching, and helping people who want to build projects on Zano, and also promoting other projects. I'm finding it difficult to figure out how to allocate time. This is why, I've come up with these 3 buckets, and I'm constantly trying to figure out. I feel an intense sense of urgency and pressure on this, that I wish others did, because there's not really that much I can do. I can only do so much. And I think the most valuable things that I can do are to try to educate people on this, but then put together tools, open source tools and platforms to help connect other people and to help connect and share other people's information. Because, there's very little I can do on my own. I'm not saying that's worthless, but relative to the task at hand, relative to fighting technocracy, we need to start building a lot of momentum.
I think people need to focus on this issue, because anything that could be whatever your pet issue is. So I could say, well, it's vaccination choice. I've also done, the health freedom movement, food freedom. I've been doing the holistic thing for a very, very long period of time. And looking at it from the perspective at this, I may have a pet issue, but once they control the money, once they control the technocratic aspect is implemented, then it doesn't matter what my pet issue is. I won't be able to voice that. I won't be able to do anything about it. I won't be able to have free choices. And so I have to put like I was so early on, Aaron and I were talking about things several years ago, and we're going, okay, well, my stuff has to go on the shelf for a little while, because we have this is a more immediate threat. It's Jimmy fell out of the tree and scraped his knee, but Janie came up and now her leg is backwards. So which is the more urgent issue? Janie with her leg that's backwards after falling out of the tree. Jimmy, we can deal with the scraped knee later. And so we have, this is an urgent thing that we need to tackle right away. We need people to come together. And I think, I know it's been frustrating for both you and myself that, the crypto community sometimes remains separated, and we really need the community to come together. We need the privacy coins to come together. We need the alternative health people to come together. We need the alternative currency, whether it's gold, silver, or crypto people to come together. We need everybody to come together and understand that my competitor isn't the farmer next door. My competitor is the person who wants to make my farming illegal and take away my ability to farm or feed my family. That's who the real threat is. And so everybody needs to come together to go against that threat. And unfortunately, some of the people that people voted for that are in office are implementing the things that want to take away your ability to make those free choices. And so you have to, as unfortunate, as unpleasant as it is, you have to recognize that that's what's happening. And it's really, really hard, because it requires a paradigm shift and go, you know what? That white knight I thought was going to save me, I realize isn't. That white knight is helping to enslave me. And so you have to break the ties to whatever that belief system is, and recognize that, the person who's going to save you is the one that you see in the mirror every morning when you're brushing your teeth, or the person you wake up next to.
Yep. I am. My wife flew to Mexico, round trip, $300, booked last minute. San Antonio to Mexico City. Medical tourism is smart money. Yeah, you'd be amazed. I mean, it may sound like going to a different country. Oh, I couldn't possibly do that. And then when you sit down and actually do the math, you will be shocked.
And so I am as I am. Like, yours is a great example. So if we have a website, you can say, hey, we went to this place that we got great care from. I had a root canal, and I had wonderful care. It was clean. It was this. And so you again, it's like you rate your Uber driver, you rate the dental clinic you went to. I mean, I know in Turkey, you can do like full, incredible medical workups with like every scan you could possibly think of, if you're so inclined, for I'm going to say a reasonable amount of money compared to what it would cost here in the United States. And then actually have a care plan that's workable.
Yep. So Sylvia says, I've been watching your channel for a few months. I'm really having trouble understanding Zano or any cryptocurrency. There's so much to learn. Yeah. I mean, so this is true. We did just publish the new version of my book, The Final Countdown, which
we're revising the cover.
We're revising the cover. Yeah.
Thank you, honey.
Yeah. All right. So that might actually help to provide some framework. We had been doing workshops, but it was confusing, 6 months ago or so, because the tools weren't there. I think I'll probably, so at freedomforge.io, we already have some guides that you can go through online. We're going to be adding videos that, instructional videos on here's how to download a wallet. And I'll probably start doing some online stuff as well. I want to try to figure out how to be as efficient at getting people on board as possible. And I'll tell you, it is tough being in crypto because it's new technology or somewhat new technology. And then you have different wallets and things change all the time. It's really hard. For instance, the first edition of my book, everything that was written in there had to be shifted because it had a how-to guide, how to do a bunch of stuff. Here's how to download a wallet. Here's what website to go to and everything else. And by the time we were 6 months into the book being out there, all of that information was not what we were recommending because, everything had changed. And so I'm going to try to figure out how to use that website and to figure out a way to maybe even do an online course, a series of online courses.
Because I'm able to explain things at a much simpler level because you're so accustomed to thinking of things at such a detailed level, and I can explain it. If I can figure it out, I can help you figure it out. That's the thing. And crypto is not made for it's a bunch of 20-year-old dudes creating a project for other 20-year-old dudes to use. And so sometimes, if you're in the younger crowd, hey, this seems intuitive. And if you're in the older crowd, like, this is so not intuitive. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do next.
Yep. So if you go to freedomforge.io, understand I just put that together. It's early. I'm still making adjustments to the site. I wouldn't even say it's officially launched, but at least something's there, and we're adding new stuff every week because there are new things happening every week. Steven says the best thing anyone can do is start learning about crypto if they know nothing about it. It's not rocket science. It's just a little different than what you're used to in the legacy system. Again, people are already, money's already digital. People are already using digital money. And when you look at it, boomers are using Apple Pay, Google Pay.
Yeah.
Most of your money is digital. So there's no excuse for crypto people to say, well, it's too hard. People just aren't interested in digital currency. Everybody's already using digital currency. They just maybe haven't thought of it. So now it's just a matter of refining the tools and making the digital tools for crypto the same, as easy as for doing your Zelle or Venmo or whatever it happens to be.
It's also like learning a new language. It's like learning a totally new language. Not completely. Some things are similar, and sometimes you need to make analogies to make some of the things click. That's what I found. But it isn't rocket science. And what is it? 92% of the dollars are already digital. So most of us are using digital money in some way, shape, or form. I think that one of the bigger challenges going forward is trying to help people understand tokenization. But that's the next book. That's the next book. I know, because it is a very complex topic, and most people aren't used to thinking that abstractly, and therein lies the challenge with tokenization.
Well, I will say what I have been working on recently is trying to figure out a way to incubate companies where I actually just create the website, create a prototype website. Here's a medical marketplace. Here's a health freedom marketplace. Here's a place for farmers to connect or whatever, and then find someone to run these things or whatever, release the protocol. It's not about. So I don't want to own these things. In fact, I don't want to build these things, but it may actually be easier to build some of these and then just show and hand it off to somebody than it is to explain the abstract concepts. I'm actually coming to that conclusion.
I know you are.
At least in some key areas. And when you think about, we're fighting technocracy. So what do we need? We need alternatives for health. We need alternatives for food. We need some alternatives for energy. I was talking to some people about, even tokenizing privately compute power for AI, because AI is important. I'm not anti-AI, but we need to have our, just like crypto could either be this surveillance thing that's used to control you, it could also be the way out. And I believe the same thing about AI. I think AI could be a very powerful tool that actually increases your free will because it increases the choices that you can make. It increases the information that you have access to, but we need to build all of those things. And so maybe we'll just incubate 3 or 4 of these big ideas and then just find other people that want to come in and get more proactively involved, because I think I truly think that'll be, and then once you have 3 or 4 of these things built, then people will get how it works and get the point. But tokenization, but here's the important news. Everything will be tokenized. So if you look at it, if everything will be tokenized. The question is it going to be tokenized by BlackRock and Congress, or is it going to be something that you have in your own possession? So I am from. Can you see and address my questions earlier in the chat? Hold on, let me see. Oh, I guess I didn't. Oh, I guess we have. All right, there we go. Hold on. I didn't see. Oh, there we go. All right. Can we escape this on an island nation somewhere, or maybe make a move to an intentional community like the all European American white community in Arkansas? I mean, I actually don't think so.
With the Free State Project here in New Hampshire.
Yeah. I mean, we have the Free State Project here, but we have to get enough critical mass. And I will tell you that, like, I have just adopted I truly have adopted don't ask for permission or forgiveness. And it's just like, I just trade with people, whoever. I have friends all over the world. And that is, those are my people. And, I don't need contracts to do business with them. I don't use fiat currency. Right. And we can just do that. There are some complications and some other things that you actually need, but, this even applies to a lot of people that want to do things locally. And I'm like, you know what? I'd rather build a food marketplace that can be global, because it's tough to get geographic concentration of people. And even when you have geographic concentration of people like we do in New Hampshire, it's still tough to make it a self-sustaining thing. So build solutions that can be used locally, but that also address larger markets. That way, those can become more scalable and resilient for when the time comes. I look, honestly, I've looked at the island thing so often. I looked at moving to Puerto Rico. I've looked at all of this other stuff, and, I might get an alternative citizenship somewhere, just in case, but that's not a solution to technocracy. And at best, it's only temporary. So people that have like 4 or 5 different citizenships or whatever, you're not going to be able to hide from the technocracy. We've got to do better. We have to actually recruit, more people to, not necessarily into a particular system, but into parallel systems in general.
So again, if you talked about it before, it's exiting the system. So what does the system run on? How do you think about it? So we're telling people to exit the medical system. So is there a way to, one, get healthy enough so you don't require health insurance? That's a novel concept. So do you really need all of those tests? Do you really need all of the things that you're being sold that you need? So it's just like, okay, the pediatric well visits, are they really well visits, or are they only reasons to come in and give you shots? So it's questioning the systems that you've come to believe are absolutely necessary for your health and well-being. Are those things actually necessary for your health and well-being? And if you are in a bunch of things, find the ways that you can get off of them so that you're not dependent on the system. That is something that people don't think about. Like, just because they've told you that you're going to have to be on this medication for all of your life. Yeah, if you keep doing the same thing, then maybe that's the case. But maybe if you do something different and look into some alternatives, or how you can change, why do I have a fatty liver? And maybe you could go on keto for a while and then, heal your liver, and then you won't have the type 2 diabetes problem that you have. There's lots of solutions out there to make you less dependent on the systems, and to be able to opt out or find alternatives. I think here in the United States, we become very siloed in our thinking. If you're from another country, or if you're from Europe, or you tend to be able to, because you're exposed to so many other different cultures and so many different ideas, you don't tend to be as siloed. So there's the joke about, hey, if you speak 5 languages, you're European, but if you speak 1 language, you must be American, right? So it's that same kind of thinking, that we tend to become siloed in thinking the American healthcare system is the best, and it's absolutely not the best. And so, because we've been taught to think that way and believe this is the best way of doing things, we don't look at alternatives to what we're doing, or how maybe China deals with healthcare from a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, or Ayurveda in India. So there's multiple different things to get you out of the system. So from a health perspective, and get you healthy and not dependent on the system. From a financial, take your money out and convert it into, this is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor or a licensed broker. There we go. There's the disclaimer. or at medical doctor. So
I don't care.
I know
they
you
can
don't.
pound sand.
They can pound sand, but it's taking your money out of your system, whatever you can take out, and put it into crypto, gold, and silver, and utilize that on a daily basis. Find places. So going to Walmart will not take crypto, gold, and silver. Maybe in Utah it'll take gold because gold is considered legal tender in Utah, but most places they'll look at you and they won't accept that. So you're talking about you're going to be dealing with smaller businesses. You're going to be dealing with your local farmer. You're going to be dealing with your local place to get your nails done. Those are those kinds of things that you can do to opt out of the system, because the more people that you depend on that are outside of the system, the stronger your network.
Well, if you are watching, I do encourage you to like and share this. Our numbers are starting to move up a little bit. I really would hope that this podcast would spark a conversation within the MAHA movement, the medical freedom community, about what's going on. And as I said, if I'm wrong, I will admit to being wrong. But if I'm not wrong, then MAHA and MAGA have been completely taken over and co-opted by the technocracy movement. And it's going, my estimate is we've lost 5 years. And that, but yeah, effectively what Agenda 2030 represents is going to happen faster than it would have otherwise. And at the same time, people are disarmed about it. And because their hope has been weaponized against them, they're being quiet about it, hoping that, a certain set of things that they've been fighting happen, not realizing that worse things are being done under their name, essentially. Now, so I Am for I Am says, or move to El Salvador like Dr. Cruz. Interesting. I have mixed feelings on Dr. Cruz. Obviously, I like some of what he has to say. I wouldn't be wearing these red glasses. And I actually did a podcast where I talked about what his layout on who he thinks Satoshi is. I don't agree with his take on Bitcoin, but I will say I do have an opinion on El Salvador. And I think El Salvador is kind of part of what Curtis Yarvin has been pushing. And we actually see this in Malay and Argentina as well. This whole model of monarchs and giving more centralized power fits into this technocratic plan. And I believe that Bukele is a dictator. And if you effectively look at how he operates, he really is a dictator. The crime stats are when you throw all your political prisoners in prison, there's a lot that's going on there. Obviously, what happened with Bitcoin was completely butchered in terms of legal tender laws, and they still needed to get bailed out. It's not actually being used as legal tender. The way they did roll it out was in a surveillance manner. So, no, moving to El Salvador is not the option. The only thing good about it is the climate. And I think for what Cruz says about light is accurate. And so from that perspective, there are certainly benefits to it, but I would not even consider moving to El Salvador or any of these places that are, either have dictatorships or are moving towards monarchies, because understand it's an interim step to technocracy. J.D. Vance, and you go back and watch a few episodes ago and look at he's a construct of Peter Thiel, and he's being brought in to facilitate technocracy. There are no philosopher kings here. Like, there's some naivete going on with libertarians that is breathtakingly idiotic. And so El Salvador is not the way to go. He says maybe America has already gone in too big to change. Feels like trying to turn around an aircraft carrier. See, I mean, as I've been saying, and this is why we're doing the
America 2.0.
Well, not even the America 2, the first principles, because
before we get there,
because the first thing is, with all of this, there isn't a single solution to this. The technocrats are proposing a solution. I always find it interesting when people in crypto think there's going to be a single crypto that's the solution. That doesn't make sense. There's going to be a lot of different solutions. But what I suggest is that there's an open debate, open discourse on first principles, and you can have an open discussion about first principles, and different people will walk away with different beliefs coming out of those discussions. So you may have people that watch something, study an issue, and say, well, this is what I believe, and here are my set of first principles, but at least in their disagreements about first principles, right? I mean, some of the stuff it's a gray area. I mean, is human nature bad by design, which I think the founders thought that, we were greedy and, had some of these bad, or is that something that's learned? I mean, there are a lot of things that you could look at from a first principles perspective and come away with different conclusions. My only hope is that we have a lot of experimentation, but the experimentation is coming from the perspective of people questioning first principles so that you can then, as new information comes in and make adjustments. Unfortunately, what's going on right now politically, a lot of these network states are technocracies, and what's going on with governments that are being pushed. And when I say hijacked, I mean, this is something that Trilateral Commission has been infiltrating governments in North America, Europe, and Asia since 1973. This has been a long-term operation. This is what people don't want to accept or don't want to hear. This is why the CIA tries to call and label things conspiracy theories so that you will dismiss them, but it doesn't mean that they're not true. This has been a coordinated thing. So people are sitting here saying, well, there were just some bad apples and this was COVID. And it's like, my God, there's a whole network of people and institutions that have been pushing a very specific agenda towards, on the one hand, globalization, but globalization is kind of a platform for technocracy. This has been going on. It originally started in 1931 and then really picked up steam in 1973. And now we're at the end game. And so people have to wake up to that, and it will challenge everything that you think about everything. When you learn this information, it's going to make you feel uncomfortable. Why is it going to make you feel uncomfortable? Because guess what? You got duped. We fell for it. We all fell for it. I mean, some of us, got kicked around earlier than others to become aware of it earlier. But that's all that it essentially is you encountered it and then started asking questions. But we all fell for it. And part of the problem is that they preyed on our beliefs in general decency and that, oh no, people would never do that. Or these institutions that I trust would couldn't possibly be working against my self-interest, which is a reasonable thing, which is a reasonable, expectation that, your entire medical complex is fraud and a death cult. I mean, I can see how people wouldn't want to think that.
But so much of it is glorified. I mean, look at the Netflix and all the FBI series and all the CSI and all these they're heroes. And so how could these heroes be bad? So you can usually tell what's coming by the propaganda that they're feeding you beforehand. Like I joked around. I did post on X. It was months ago that it was probably early spring that all of the there was a whole bunch of American flag and USA and rah-rah stuff coming up in like April in the Venus swimwear catalog. It was all big, and I'm going, okay, well, they're going to be pushing for a war here because they're pushing on patriotism. And sure enough, where did we see shortly after that?
Yep.
So you can kind of look at, and I posted on X that, hey, I can hear the war drums in the background, and it's going to be similar to this. Is that what are you hearing? What's the propaganda that you're experiencing on, whether it's regular news, regular TV, if people still even watch that, or Netflix, with the propaganda that's there, that's having you believe that a certain entity is something that they're absolutely not. And that's the case.
Well, or more importantly, the algorithms now, which are run by Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and JD Vance through Rumble. And I did, so 3 or 4 episodes ago, I actually went through, and now Larry Ellison, who has, I wouldn't say come out of nowhere, but now the $500 billion Stargate platform, he's also a major shareholder in CBS. He's bought TikTok, and he is, so he's expanding his media platforms. And by the way, TikTok is already moving towards strong censorship. And the algorithms, so it's subtle propaganda because it's you don't know exactly how it is that they're tweaking the feed to manipulate your dopamine levels. But the fact that we have 2,200 people right now, we should probably have 10,000 people. Based on this subject and based on the people that follow me, I put out a pretty provocative statement that there was a technocratic takeover of MAHA, and I cannot imagine that would not be a topic of interest, particularly in light of everything that's happened this week. This is exactly like what happened with the Yarvin thing. So this is what they're worried about. This conversation that we're having today is over the target. This is what they do not want you to know. It's not about whether they're going to fix vaccines. It's that they're ushering in AI, and they're ushering in AI everywhere. They're ushering it in for health, for finance, for military, for police, for absolutely everything. And you're not going to like it. And then they're going to try to get you to rally around it on the basis of national security to defeat China, which is also fake. So don't go for it.
And I wanted to note, you commented earlier that you're seeing so much more extensive censorship on TikTok. Well, remember, TikTok was run by the Chinese, wasn't it?
Yep.
So somehow we're seeing more censorship on it now than we were when it was operating differently.
Well, we shouldn't be surprised.
Right.
Again, so
Yes.
so again, America,
Yeah, it's a big
we're not,
surprise,
we
folks.
are not, nor have we been in our lifetimes
Lifetime.
number one in free speech.
No.
That's another myth. Yes, we have a First Amendment. The fact that we have a First Amendment is unrelated to how much free speech we have in the United States of America. So just to show you that the fact that there's a document that the government doesn't follow doesn't mean that it's true. It was a great concept. It was great that the founders put it in there and it innovated at that time, but we have to separate out their wonderful intent and wonderful actions at the founding and then what we have become today.
Yeah,
So,
and it's a fiction if we believe that we have that now.
so Don Finley, there's strength in numbers, so spread the word and organize locally. If a neighbor is hassled or treated unfairly, the local team can mobilize resources to help the victim. Yeah, I mean, we need numbers and we need to just spread the word as far as we can. And yeah, and help, and people can organize locally or however they want to organize. And I will add, you know, if you're in California or if you're in New York, consider moving. You have no ability to fix your situation. If you're in New York City, I'm sorry, it's over. There isn't a situation in the world that's going to, I mean, walk through what would have to happen to change the hearts and minds of the requisite number of people to make any kind of political change or any other kind of change. It's not going to happen. So move with your feet. So when I say no, just opt out. I say it. I've done it, and I believe it. You know, ditch the dollar, get out of public health, get your kids out of government schools, turn off the TV. These are things that you can do. You don't need to vote to do this. You don't need to even mobilize other people to do it. It's kind of like what Stephen said. Stephen homeschools his kids. Well, that's awesome. That's profoundly important. That's probably the number one first thing that you can do, and then start spreading the word to others. But lead by example is a great way to go. Let me see here. If you tokenize your property before the government steals it, tokenizing property is tricky because of, because it's physical and because the government has control over it through deeds and through various mechanisms. And so tokenizing property and trading it outside of the system is a little bit difficult because it's very easy for them to come with tanks and guns and take physical property. I for one I don't adopt I'm not bullish on property. When you dig deep into what they're doing with technocracy, one of the things that they're going to be able to leverage is they're going to be able to leverage eminent domain on the basis of what they need for their energy policy and carbon credit system. So you have to get comfortable with the idea that you think you have property rights. They don't recognize property rights, and you really don't have much recourse because there are all of these mechanisms that can be used. Eminent domain, anything in an emergency. And some of this stuff happens regionally, some of it happens federally, some of it happens locally. So, I've opted out of property as being a strategy because it's more, we got to get a movement of people to exit the existing system in as many ways, and then we'll sort out what geography even means later. So I would not, at least in the US, tokenize property. I mean, there are some people in New Hampshire working on tokenizing property, but I don't see that as anything that helps defeat technocracy. Escapism isn't a solution. True, escapism is not. Exiting the system is, to the extent that you're not putting your energy in it, but you can't you have to bring others. You're not going to be able to escape on your own. We need to make this this is why I'm trying to get this information out to other people. It's not just for me or just my friends or just my family. This is anybody who's interested in the preservation of free will for themselves or their families. I mean, this is again, to me, fundamentally about free will. So this isn't something free will is not something to be hoarded. Free will is not a scarce asset. So, so that's why we try to spread that as much. It's not as if the technocracy is not going global. Yeah, it's already global. It's 100% already global. and I'm trying to figure out how to even present this information because I've done a lot of analysis on following investments. And you look at the investments that Oracle has. I talked about this a couple of episodes ago on the sovereign wealth fund. Maybe that was the last episode. I don't know. It's all blur. It all blurs together. But when you track the money, you find that a lot of these technocrats have investments in companies in China. They do business with the Apple. Obviously, they rely on China for manufacturing. So what happens is they get the average voter rallied up around patriotism, and you'll see Elon Musk wrap himself in the flag. First of all, I'm going to say Elon Musk ripped most of his ideas off from China. I've talked about that. I showed the video clip about WeChat, and he even said when he bought X, he said, listen, or Twitter, he said, listen, WeChat is an everything app. You can do payments. You can do everything on it. He's like, we're going to do that here. And one of his employees that was in the talk with him said, so basically just rip off WeChat. And he said, yeah, basically rip off WeChat. Well, then I'm like, well, you know what? I wonder if he's done that with any of his other companies. And I was able to use Grok, to his credit, to do the research to find out that, yes, in fact, reusable rockets were done in China before he did it. The Chinese are actually now ahead of, even Neuralink
is they're ahead of him.
So we're sitting here like this guy's a genius, and it's like this guy might just be ripping off China. And then we're sitting here saying, but he's a patriot and he's this American guy. And it's like he has all these businesses interested. He doesn't give a shit about America. He cares about technocracy. And it's very frustrating. I've seen some very good people get caught up into the white knight thing with him. I got news for you. Trump wasn't the white knight. RFK wasn't the white knight. And Musk isn't there are no white knights. I mean, as George said a couple of episodes ago, we do have to be our own white knights, period. That is it. You have to take your own free will back. That is the only option. Don't go looking for another white knight. Look internally and then lead by example to help others to become white knights, not to follow you, but only to the extent that they're following you in following themselves. That's it. There's no, cult movement, new follower kind of thing. It's just not, it doesn't work. Don Finley, so far, 992 people in 37 countries are willing to stand together to defend themselves locally against government overreach and the municipal enforcers of the globalist agenda. What's the reference on that? I guess, Don, if you're there, what is this reference? I apologize if I have not seen what this is. The 992 people in 37 countries. If anybody happens to know what that's about, I apologize for not staying up on whatever that is. So again, I'm curious, but what does it mean that they are willing to stand together? In what sense? But I'm not going to speculate. I am for I am. Yes, RFK and MAHA have been a huge disappointment. Then again, I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. Yeah, I mean, I did an interview with Dr. Irene, before the election. And I said, basically, explicitly, Ross getting pardoned. I said that we're dealing with a terrorist government and this is a hostage negotiation. And I said in that interview that technocracy will flourish under Trump. So I may even go back and play that because that's kind of a good one. This was pretty easily identifiable as to what is going on. Don, you're absolutely correct. I have to go. All right. Some of these countries, China, Russia, Iran, subscribe to the New World Order technocracy. Well, I mean, so does the US. And the other thing is, when you dig into the sovereign wealth funds, you find that most of these sovereign wealth funds, even these Arab countries that control all this money, they're funding this. They're providing the funding gap for the UN. And there is a global government summit. I played somewhere a clip of Elon Musk. And I remember when I first saw the clip, I'm like, wait a minute, there's a global government summit. So if anybody, by the way, is thinking that the idea of one world government is a theory, they're literally hosting annual summits. And a lot of the people that go there are these monarchs or dictators that have massive sovereign wealth funds. And they are themselves, like in, I believe it's Saudi Arabia, where they're building a $500 billion project community where it's based on net zero energy and on basically the sustainable development goals. It's going horribly, by the way, but nevertheless, people are doing it. Musk is a technocrat. His father, I don't know if his father was a technocrat, but his grandfather was. But his father might have been as well. I don't know. But it's people don't know that
style by then.
Yeah.
So maybe he was a closet technocrat.
When they're selling fear, you might have time. When they're selling hope. Yeah, I mean that is a good point. Listen, I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'm hoping somebody tells me, oh no, you didn't know this is happening or whatever. But I mean, I do tend to stay on top of this stuff, and if there's a big secret, I'm not in on it. And
that's surprising.
But there's trust the plan didn't work, and there really wasn't an organized plan. I think that, but if you look at how the goalposts have switched, go back and look at what MAHA and the medical freedom community, what they were saying after the election and before RFK was in at HHS, and we were just at the hope and excitement stage of what was going to happen, and then compare that to what's actually happened. One thing that I've noticed, just is something just natural that we do as humans, is we tend to not look back at, take a big picture view of what's gone on over a long time scale. This happens in politics where I got involved in it. And I'm like, the same people that we supported, they're supporting the thing that they pledged to fight against, and then they've managed to sell themselves that they're on the right side because it's not as bad as some slightly worse variation of it. So the goalposts always move. So it's like if you came in and you're like, oh, we're going to cancel all these vaccines and we're going to hold Fauci responsible and Bill Gates is going to go to jail, whatever, this is your expectation. And then what you get is, AI surveillance and Bill Gates back in the White House and a press conference with Albert Bourla and RFK and Dr. Oz. I mean, at some point you have to look at that and say, you don't trust the plan. Like there's,
please stop trusting.
I mean, look, I told everybody that there wasn't a political solution. I've been saying this for a long time. And a lot of people that had no experience in politics didn't want to believe it. And I understand because I used to be that way too. But we're at the point right now where this is why we're going to try to explain in a different podcast exactly how the political stuff works based on our direct experience, but then also augmented with a broader explanation of what's going on so that you can still make your own decision, but look at the data and look at how it actually works. And if you still believe you can win based on the time and money required and everything stacked against you and the education levels, et cetera, then, God bless you, but at least you're making a decision based on information. Hey, Don, how are you?
Hi, Don.
Hey, can you hear me tonight?
I can hear you. You got the headphones. Awesome.
I bought some headphones. Yeah, I couldn't stand the torment anymore. So I hope that fixes the problem. How are you doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, the reference I made in the chat there was to localresistance.org. It's a free, anonymous search engine that's independent. It's a standalone utility. You don't have to be a member of any other organization to access it. And through it, you can do a search by city, town, country, whatever you want, and find other people that are in your area that have similar concerns and are willing to stand together to defend themselves.
Oh, that's good. I mean, that's a good start, although it's also potentially an easy target list. But I'm trying to get Eileen's. I don't know. You've got the same settings.
Yeah, I really can't hear him, but it's okay. My ears just.
You can't hear.
No. It's okay.
Well, it's not really okay, but all right. Well,
maybe I'll just leave Don and I'll go off of my.
No, you don't get to leave yet. That's not how this works. We still got a little bit of time here.
I've done my time today, haven't I?
You've not. No, this is your topic.
That's okay.
That's okay. Well, Sylvia says, I really like the forum with you and Courtney, Patrick Wood, etc. Let people know about your next podcast. The next Technocracy Roundtable is October the 22nd at 6 p.m. And are you able to hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Fine.
All right. We'll have to work on that. So anyway, October the 22nd at 6 p.m. And actually we'll be talking about AI and healthcare from a technocratic perspective. So this, again, today, this was somewhat of an intro to that, but we're going to go into more of the deep dive on exactly what's going on, how it's being used today, how it's being proposed to use. And so, as I said, I'm going to spend more time on this topic. Healthcare is one of the areas that healthcare and AI are areas of interest, but then certainly seeing what's going on with the administration now, I'm going to go all in on getting up to speed on the landscape.
So you haven't been all in up to this point?
I haven't been all in. No, I'm going all in. It's time to go all in.
Yeah, you don't need any sleep.
I don't need any sleep.
Just a little, maybe.
A little. That's what I get. I get enough. Not according to the bed.
Not according to the bed, you don't get enough.
No more trackables. I think it's a psyop.
Yeah. So yeah, every time I complain about, like, okay, you made 23 adjustments last night, and the only thing that all I got was REM sleep, but you didn't improve the deep sleep at all. And then when I complain about it, then all of a sudden my deep sleep score changes miraculously the next night for days on end.
Yeah, so we have an 8 sleep bed, and I've liked it, but I mean, obviously I'm now questioning everything about wearables and everything. I'm not wearing my Fitbit anymore, and the bed is great because it adjusts the temperature, and it tries to make adjustments and optimize so that you can get the right amount of deep sleep and REM sleep. But they've just added this new metric for calculating your sleep debt. And it's just like, it's not good because it never seems to like reset. It's a cumulative window. So every day that goes by, I'm adding 2 to 3 hours a day to my sleep debt. And it just keeps on going off the charts. It's like at some point, I'm never going to be able to catch up to the sleep debt. But I also don't believe it because, I mean, I've studied this. This whole 8 hours of sleep thing is not universally true. I've also seen other things that say 6.5 hours is better. It certainly varies from individual to individual, but I will tell you, I couldn't possibly get 8 hours of sleep. It's not.
Oh, no. Either can
not,
I.
Yeah.
No. I usually get more sleep than I do. So I'm somewhere around 6.
Yeah, it's not that natural. Most animals take naps. They don't take 6 hours and 8 hours sleeps. They can't. They have to defend themselves. So they learn to break it up into smaller parts and recharge when necessary. Same as eating.
Yep. Don says, Eileen can't hear. Don says that most animals can't sleep that long because they need to be able to defend themselves. So.
Well, there you go.
There you go. So do we have any, let's see, any other comments? I was kind of hoping Dan would come on. He said he might come on around 8. Dan, if you're still there, if you're listening, we're still on. We'll see. I haven't talked to him. Well, I've talked to him, but he hasn't been on here for a while. It'd be kind of good to, I would like to hear his perspective because he's plugged into a lot of these MAHA communities, and he's organized a lot of these big MAHA events in New Jersey, which were some of the biggest political far bigger than even libertarian events, of course. And that was probably the biggest concentration of our workshop in New Jersey was from the MAHA crowd. So I'm like, where is their energy? Because their energy, they are usually the only ones that are really dedicated and passionate about what they're doing, because it's not a cause that they're doing for money. It's a cause that they're doing because it's a deeply personal and profoundly personal thing. And their energy is not engaged in the fight against technocracy. And that is a problem. We need that energy back, or we need it, not back. Not that we ever had it in this fight, but we need it.
Yeah, agreed.
You should have Larkin Rose get on, have a discussion with him. I mean, he's a great motivator. He's got a huge crowd of people that understand that we're now facing, the need for a revolution against basically a corrupt government, which when you go back to the founding fathers, the rebels that said, no, we're not going to pay taxes anymore. Well, those people were lawbreakers. They were rebels. So I think we've kind of got to adopt a mindset that if these laws and these principles that society is now operating on are immoral, unjust, then we have to stand and fight them.
Yeah, no, I like Larkin. Yeah, it would be great. I agree. We should probably get him on. And have you seen Jones Plantation?
Yep, fabulous.
Hey, Dan.
Oh, hold on. There he is. Hold on, let me. Hey, Dan.
Hey, Aaron, how are you doing tonight?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Hi, Eileen. How you doing?
You can't hear Dan either?
I can't hear Dan either.
Okay. I'm trying to get Eileen's. No, it's not okay. It's not actually okay. Well, if you could talk, we'll see if I can get her mic or her headphones working.
Dan or Don?
Well,
Either.
what I was going to talk about is I think the reason why the whole MAGA crowd goes back and forth because they're not based in any morality. There's no principle behind almost anything they do. That's why most of the people used to be against the whole green agenda. They were against all the Tesla cars. And then when Elon Musk became a Republican, they were all out buying all these cars. So it's more about personality, more about a team sport versus any principle whatsoever, because there's no real morality behind any of this. So I would say that moral relativism has become the law of the land in politics in general.
Yeah, and it's the perception too these people have. And so I think a lot of the perceptions, as Aaron's been pointing out, it's based on illusions. So they're following the illusion until the bubble breaks, and then they make a massive swing to the next illusion or the next hopium.
That's a good way to put it. And now it's gotten to the point where there's really nothing left other than they're going to try to fight transgenders in the public schools, but they're supporting forced vaccinations. They're supporting Pfizer getting $70 billion from the Trump administration. There's not really much of anything left to these organizations or whatever they were supposed to do, make America great or make America healthy again. So the political option doesn't seem like it's an option that's based in any reality of effectiveness any which way. And
yeah, I think the only hope, I hope people take this the right way. The only hope really is to start with a whole new set of principles, like Aaron is suggesting. And that's a tricky one because you can't unify people with a common set of principles unless they're really, really simple and really basic. So the minute that you try to kind of put any meat onto the bones of that framework and say, this is what we stand for, you run into problems with people disagreeing and splits and calling you all kinds of names. But if we can get over that and you can get a vision of where this will take you as a society. So if you stand with these foundational principles, this is the vision that we can achieve. Like the problem is people don't have a vision of anything better. They're against everything. But they don't have any concept of what life would operate or be like, or if we simply basically got rid of debt and the monetary system, which is the root of most of our problems, and it's the source of power that is manipulated against us. So we're not going to build a better society unless we go right back down to the foundation, which is the base of control, which is the money system. So these people, I mean, it's ridiculous now, the level of wealth that these, $300 trillion. Are you kidding? For it's just so ridiculous. And to think that man, Elon Musk, joining in to the seat of what used to be anyway the world's biggest power center. So you've got the president of the United States and the richest man in the world working together. You think they really give a rat's ass about the common working guy who's out there? They have any concept of what his life or her life is really all about? They don't care. So we have to take that back. We need a brand new, I do believe that people, if we used the script that they wrote and then abandoned, if we use democracy the way it was designed and get over our pessimism and our disbelief that it can ever be corrected, and we get a vision and we get the right people, then we can win a majority government and push these guys right into the gutter. Then we can sorry, go ahead.
Well, I think if we want to go all the way back to the beginning, even in the Old Testament, the Garden of Eden, when it shows that the root of all evil is supposedly wisdom, taking the fruit of the tree. But wisdom itself, or the truth itself, is not good or evil. And what the problem is when men decide what good and evil is. See, reality, morality and the truth is eternal. It comes from the creator of the universe. It's not something that we decide upon. And so what happens is we take this into the political process today, where people are deciding what's right and wrong, and they're changing their minds left and right, when there is only one right and there is only one wrong. And the principles come down to a simple thing of natural law: is don't hurt people, don't take their stuff, help one another. It's very, very simple stuff. But when you get into politics nowadays, people are just so swayed, so cult of personality. There's no morality left in it. And the founding fathers knew this, and I think they called it moral relativism. They knew that the Constitution was only meant for a moral people. And, well, what do we have right now? We don't have that. It's not being taught in our churches. It's not being taught in our schools. The government and the media are one and the same, and they're lying about everything while they're stealing everything, like you were saying before.
The problem is we're bullied, and the Constitution was supposed to protect us from being bullied. And that's what the whole fight was. We didn't want to be bullied by Britain. We didn't want to pay the bloody tea tax because it was unjust. And most people just want to be left alone. They don't want to be bullied. They don't want to be pushed by their government or their boss or anybody, their church or their mother-in-law, for God's sakes. I want to make my own decisions, and I don't care whether you're on board with them or not. I grant you the freedom to make your decisions, and I want the same freedom to make my decisions. And just, back off and don't believe that you have the right answer, because I believe the right answer is a collective answer from all of us. 8 billion people all have a little tiny piece of the right answer.
Yep. Yeah. This is why, like I said, the first principle thing, people will, it's not going to, I don't think that we can fix the existing system just because of the apparatus itself is broken. What is required you're not going to be able to get 70 million people or however many you need to get to win an election to vote, because you are dealing with indoctrination, you're dealing with propaganda, you're dealing with and competing against machines and big data and everything. I don't think that can work. But I do think, people that share similar values can get together and experiment with different systems. And this is what network states are supposed to be about. I think though they're trending towards technocracy. And the one thing, and if Sterling is listening to this, if you're on, I think he's somewhere where it's late, really late. He visits a lot of these network states. He's writing a book about network states, and he's even putting together tools and a process to help people be efficient and to share kind of best practices in governance. But I do think that there's a layer that needs to happen before that, which is this discussion about first principles. Sure. Because it seems like there are a lot of people trying network states that it's like, let's try a commune model again. Let's try this. There are a lot of people that are just not aware of information. Like, you can study and research what happens when you try certain kinds of systems, right? We do have some knowledge, and a lot of we're making some mistakes over again that don't need to be, and there's an ability to share that. But then we also have to admit we have not solved. We don't have a reference model. I mean, the U.S. worked for a while, but it broke. Every other system has broke. All fiat currencies have broken. The interesting thing about democracy is, so I even think about that when I think about the U.S. Well, at the founding of the U.S., you had to be actually a white male property owner, 21 years of age, or pay taxes, right? And right. I'm not saying that that's the right answer, but not having skin in the game, I will tell you, as somebody who has run a bunch of companies, if you had it as one employee, one vote, you'd be out of business within 90 days. There is something about, but I don't know what the solution is, because you don't want it to be like a shareholder situation either, because then that gets manipulated. There are all kinds of different experimentation that have gone on, different corporate structures and everything else. How do you do things with boards? And the one thing that we can say is that we have not figured this out. And maybe
we've always had two poles though, and those have been our limits. We didn't dare think beyond those two poles. One of them was private ownership, and one of them was state ownership. And in between the two, we had a whole range from pure capitalism, like the good capitalism, to crony capitalism, to socialism, to communism, Marxism, whatever fascism you want. But they're always suspended between these two posts: private ownership and state ownership. Well, what if there was a third post? What if there was no posts? If you abolished both those ends and just people had the freedom to create with their gifts, with their talent, with their time, and they voted that way with their gifts and their talent for the kind of world they wanted. So you basically voted with your life together. And that's what determines society. I mean, look at Hurricane Katrina. When there was a crisis, neighbors get together and they solve it. They get food to people, they get shelter rebuilt, they get warmth. We get through crisis. We're adaptable creatures. We don't need a government. And in fact, the government and FEMA, they got in the way. And they tried to, reduce the effectiveness of the people's own actions. We don't need an organization. We need people to be liberated from control and from this box of ownership that they've put us in. And that's entirely what our problem is. These assholes that own far too much and have far too much influence over everything. And the reason they have it is because of the money system, because they were given the right to create credit and expand credit and use credit. And they had the license right from the beginning of the Confederation. It was who got the license, who did the government give the license to the railways? Who did the government give the license to the steel and the mining? Those people prospered, and they took control through a system that was based on, quote, scarcity. And then they used all our labor and channeled it to make themselves money. We got to get rid of that model. We got to get rid of ownership altogether.
Let's also look at the churches now. Aren't they a lot of 501c3? So most of the pastors are not going to tell you anything that's going to be anti-government, even if it's the truth. So, you got that. you got the public indoctrination centers across the whole country that, you know, a lot of kids can't barely read or write. They're getting rid of cursive on a lot of the tests now because no one knows how to write.
Yeah.
The King of France, I forget who it was, back in 1775, sent his ambassadors to the United States to find out what is going on in the United States. Why are they so successful? The reports came back that the citizens in the United States are the most rugged, independent, moral, hardworking people that he's ever seen. They have no public school systems. They have strong family units, and they're the most intelligent people. They read the finest works that he's ever seen. Now, I think they had a machine where they took Obama's second inaugural address and they put it in there, and they said it came out as, Thomas Jefferson's second inaugural address came out as a 24.5, which means he has a double master's and a half. Then they took Obama's second inaugural address, put it in the same machine, and it came out as a 7.5. Now, that doesn't mean that Obama is unintelligent, and he just knew who he was talking to.
Or Trump probably comes out as a 5-year-old.
He's great. He's great with those advertisements. He was an actor on that show You're Fired, right? Or The Apprentice.
Oh yeah. That was it. That was his big thing. That's why people think he's good at running things and recruiting people. People give him a pass on this because he had a reality TV show where he fired people. And so they're like, oh, well, I saw him on that reality show. He must be great at picking cabinet members. Who else would do a great job? He'll be tough. I'm not even kidding. I've watched these clips of people who thought that. They really can't differentiate at all. He's been horrible at hiring and firing. Horrible. I mean, you know, legendary, I would say.
Yeah. Well, it's pretty sad how little people really understand about reality, you know. And however, I think, like I said, the big thing missing is the vision. And if you can get a clear vision that's obviously in people's best interest in front of them, they will gravitate away from politics towards that image, like a moth to flame. And once you corral them with that image and with that in their heart, move forward with that. And we can trample the politicians. We don't need to fight them. We just need to replace them on our own. But you can't do it without a vision.
See, I've struggled with this because on the one hand, if people have free will, if you actually have a society that maximizes free will, then you can't predict what society will look like. Because in order to be able to predict something, you have to be able to control it and limit what variables are, and no one can do that. So the reality is that liberty offers an infinite potential, infinite possibility.
But that's where first principles come in. You can limit what it can't be.
Right. You can limit what it can't be. But I mean, in theory, we already have that. The struggle is, and I've actually thought about this. I was just pulling up my notes from my America 2.0 talk that I gave. And one of the reasons that we struggle is that people will look at a 15-minute city, and while there's a vision, right? And the vision is, oh, look, no poverty and clean water and equality, and you don't have to drive anywhere. And here's a lie. And here's what the building looks like. But yes, but it's a vision. So they've painted a vision, and a lot of people believe in the vision. And then they've sold fear, and they've said that unless we do this, we're going to run out of energy and we're going to destroy the planet. But by the way, we could have this great situation where everything that you need is in walking distance. So that's a great vision. And then, but what I've always thought about is, well, the thing is that from I don't want to say libertarian, but if you take the viewpoint of maximizing free will, truly, basically on the natural law premise, right, where you're basically not stealing from people or hurting people, then anything is possible. Then you have 8 billion people interacting in an infinite number of different combinations. I want to wake up and have no idea what the world is going to be like, because it's going to be the expression of all of these other people's free will in ways that I could have never predicted. But the problem is, it's hard to sell that. It's easier to sell a 15-minute city.
Yeah, but then you're going back to forcing people into your mold. People have to be free to adopt what they believe on first principles is best for them and their family and their future. And somebody rolls out a pat solution like a 15-minute city. It's just too contrived. It's too artificial, and it's too majority rules.
Well, I agree. So I think this ends up in a large number of experiments with smaller things, and people can gravitate to, values and first principles that they agree with, and then you'll test out and see what happens, because not all things will. There is a natural law at the end of it, and so the things that tend to move away from that will meet a certain fate, and then I think it'll kind of work itself out potentially. But it is. I'll tell you, I spend a lot of time in governance, not just in politics, but this is a big thing in crypto, and it's a big thing in corporate structures, and it has not been solved. Bitcoin, people thought that the thing that was great about Bitcoin is that we finally solved the money problem, and it'll be this great thing, and it's decentralized and no one can control it. And it got hijacked. And it got hijacked because at the end of the day, there was a small group of developers that had control over it. And now it's actually even getting worse, and they're debating, and it's kind of a least common denominator.
The problem is it still wasn't based on anything real. I've been a monetary reformer for 30 years. Back in the 90s, I fell into a weekend at I guess a vice premier's cottage, where some of the best minds in North America got together for that weekend. And it opened my eyes to the scam of the money system, and inflation and debt, and how it was all based on promises, and bank created credit permission slips for certain people to have access to credit, and certain people to simply pay those people who had permission to do the creation and build the infrastructure. So the problem is, money isn't based on anything tangible. It isn't based on anything accessible to everyone equally. And until it is that, then you won't possibly have an equal opportunity. Now, some people, will respond to opportunity and do really well, and some people will just be content with much less, right? But that's okay. We don't have to be the same, but we do need access to the same, equal access to what money is. And I believe time fits the bill perfectly, because time it can't be inflated unless you can adjust the speed of the rotation of the earth. There's only 24 hours in a day. It's universally present. Everybody understands it, and we already use it in business in every country in the world.
Well, speaking of inflation,
I think Eileen's going to hit the dusty trail. She's telling me that it's bedtime, so she's gonna
okay.
hit. So thank you for coming on. Hopefully, please come on more often. Come on. All right. Thank you.
Take care, Eileen. Good night.
Yeah, take care. Good night, everyone. Nice talking with you.
Thanks for coming.
Speaking of inflation, I think the U.S. dollar has lost 24% of its value since the beginning of January this year. And I'm wondering now, so they don't need to actually raise taxes anymore when they want to do any more of their wars or any of their foreign aid, any welfare programs. They don't need to even confiscate gold anymore, or like they did in the 30s, because they could just keep on printing money. And so what I'm wondering is the bubbles that are being produced right now by all this money printing. What are they? And what are some actions that people can do to protect themselves?
You can't.
Well, I think gold and silver are sound money, and I also think Zano and some other cryptocurrency options are a very smart idea right now. Like, for example, a lot of people have 401ks or a lot of stocks, and where do you guys really think someone that has $1 million in their 401k right now, where do you think that $1 million is going to be 2
I
or
did
3
an
years from
article
now?
on my Substack about that very thing and how to avoid the great taking. If you've got wealth that's invested in 401ks and tangible wealth that you can get access to, get it out of anybody else's hands, take possession of it, and then invest it for these alternative communities that we're trying to build with physical assets. So if you can say, lend a guy who wants to produce firewood or lumber and timber in that local community, then lend him the money, let him buy the equipment, let him build for the community the resources we need to survive independently from the money system, and sort it out between him and the community, how much he gets paid back. Maybe he gets first crack at the firewood or the lumber or whatever, eh? But we've got to be flexible, and you've got to invest in solid assets, not paper assets, and you've got to have possession of them. So I would say land, equipment, big time equipment. And getting land and equipment, you can build everything else. We've got the labor, so we build the alternative community, but we need the capital. And that's where if we can withdraw our savings from these institutions that are going to rip us off and reinvest them locally in hard assets to build the alternative, that's the answer.
I mean, I think there are a lot of ways. Again, I think it's going to require a lot of experimentation in a lot of places. Geographic concentration is risky because technocrats are trying to take everything over. There are other things that when I was doing the America 2.0 from first principles that we don't have answers for. I actually do think AI is going to create so much productivity that people mostly would not need to work. And so AI is real and it does exist. So acting like it doesn't exist isn't going to be viable either. So we have to figure out how we're going to deal with a situation like this. And this is why they end up pushing UBI, because when you really could have, when you really dig into AI and then the application of AI to robots, it's going to be 1,000x productivity improvement. I mean, the thing is, I know I talk to a lot of people, and it's like their answer is, oh, I'm going to form an Amish community, essentially like an Amish community. I'm going to start sewing my own clothes or whatever. I think this is a ridiculous idea. I think that voluntary trade is a great thing. The ability to trade with people is a great thing. The fact that I can have access to a whole bunch of things that I could have never conceived of or created myself is a wonderful thing.
Certainly.
And
but
so
it still boils down to who controls it.
It does.
AI, it's a wonderful thing if it's in community control. But if it's in consolidated control, it's a nightmare.
Well, so and again, these become the other issues, because I mean, I would, when you community control, I mean, at what level? I mean, a town government could be every bit as bad or worse than even a federal government. This is why
what you're doing. You're using it in your own studio. That's what I mean by individual control. Using it to help your own community.
Yeah.
That's how it should be implemented.
Yeah, it's where the individual gets to use the technology instead of the technology controlling the individual in the community. I actually think that is the big actual battleground that's going to happen here, but when you look at the people like Sam Altman and the guy from Anthropic and everything else, they all have an ideology that is not that I don't think is human first or individual centric at all. They're not all technocrats, but I mean, I think the Anthropic guy is an effective altruist, which is possibly even worse than a technocrat. There is, and Sam Altman's views. I mean, obviously he's launched that WorldCoin, which he thought was going to be a form of UBI. And I saw an interview with him once where he talked about the fact that they have AI working on trying to solve the governance problem. So he is very much completely a top-down technocrat kind of guy. So the problem is, again, government can't regulate it because government is corrupt and captured. So people that are looking for the government to regulate AI, that's not even possible. So the question is, is there a competitive alternative in the AI realm that is privacy protecting and also useful, or multiple, right? And so it's kind of like you have a lot of transparent blockchains and everything that are not really all that useful. You have some privacy coins. We need that kind of alternative, and those things are being built. I think what Mike Adams is working on is a great start. And if what, you don't like what Mike Adams is doing?
I got his AI, his chat to analyze my websites.
Yeah.
And I have a whole bunch of websites, right? Oh man. And he came back, what they told, I said, summarize this website. And so they went off and looked at it, and it came back as complete garbage, absolute garbage, that all tied in to what Mike Adams was proposing, for better health and all the things he was pushing. It came back and said my sites were complementary to that and endorsing that. It was the most ridiculous summary. So I stopped following him after that, at least his AI adventures. He still has good information, but.
Well, I mean, no, it's hard to tweak these models. I mean, he's basing it off of, I can't remember which model that he's using. And so you're training it then with your own data. And I know, I mean, I've gotten to the point where that's what I'm doing now as well. The AI is not useful for, I don't go to AI. I go to AI to get some information, but that's not where it's strong, because it pulls from, now it can get actual factual information. If I want stats on GDP or whatever, it's great at consolidating that. But in general, if you're going to try to do a deep dive on a topic, even when you use Grok, it's like, okay, YouTube, Wikipedia or whatever. I mean, I know he announced he's going to use Grokopedia, which is going to also be biased in a particular way. So then I got to the point where I'm, he just launched that today. So I'm, going to start training my own data set that I can then access. So it'll be in its own database, but I can access. I've actually written a thing now where I actually do research. When I do research, I've got a little interface where I'm like, okay, I want to understand this, and it gets the best features of Gemini, Grok. Like if I need real time information, I have to use Grok. If I want this type of information, I use this, and then I augment that with, I'm taking, for instance, Patrick Wood's information, Courtney Turner's information, and other information, and putting that into a database so that I have that as a data source as well. But it's hard. I've tried downloading, if you use these models that have been trained, you can download models, but they've been trained. And so you're subject to whatever they've been trained on.
You need to work cooperatively with Patrick Wood and Courtney and you, and share a central database that you're all contributing to. That's the way to do it.
Oh, we are. So I'm going to make this tool. I'm calling it the open source Palantir to fight technocracy, where anybody can contribute information to it, and then people can rate what they think the integrity of the information is. So because in particular, when you talk about technocracy, you end up talking about all these concepts and interconnections, and it's hard to keep straight, even if you're spending all of your time studying it. And so it's kind of like, all right, so how do we pull pieces of information together? And then if you find out something was wrong, then you can, change the color of that link. So then you can see whether the other connections that you drew were right or not. So it's basically based on the fact that, we're putting in knowledge. We have a % probability that we think that it is, but it's not absolute, and that you have the ability to kind of change it as you go along. And so I'm building that site last. That's the 5th site that I'm building, just because it's technically more complicated. But I've already prototyped it. I did a podcast about it, but I think that,
if you put in just facts, I think that's the important thing. So it's just facts, and you assemble them, let people decide how to connect the dots themselves.
Well, it's hard to consolidate. It is hard what a fact is, because, for instance, I wouldn't, peer-reviewed research isn't fact.
No.
So it's actually one of those things where you do kind of have to. I mean, there are some absolute truths, but most of what we think of as being factual information is not 100% factual information.
Right. But as long as you can put the information, put the source, and let people make the connection themselves,
exactly.
I would say that's as close to as a fact as you will get.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's the point. So as long as everybody takes the approach of, hey, I don't know this for sure, but I think this, and then enough people start contributing, then over time you can start learning things. But it's when you get arbiters that come in and have absolute certainty over or authority to determine what is factual or not, that doesn't. I mean, that's where we are now. The whole fact checker industry was fraud.
Anybody who thinks they know anything, the more I've learned in life is every step of the way has always taught me, wow, I don't know anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know, you gain a little bit, but the percentage of unknown that adds is 1,000 times more than you just gained. So your percentage is always diminishing relative to the total knowledge you're exposed to.
Yeah, I agree. And it's largely communists and technocrats that are the ones that think that they're elites and think that they have a monopoly over what the truth is.
Yeah.
And that's the fatal flaw, is that there's no
that's bullying.
Well, but it's bullying, but it's wrong. I mean, it's just a mistake on their part. It's an error of thinking. And the technocrats are doing that on a larger scale, because now they think, well, because of AI, now we truly do know everything.
They know nothing.
No, they know nothing.
They know how to destroy humanity. They think they know genetic manipulation, but they haven't got any idea of what a long-term consequence any of this stuff is going to do.
Yeah,
they couldn't possibly, because it hasn't been around long enough. So they're assuming, and they don't know. You know, they might change one thing that's observable that they desired that change to occur, and they say, "Oh, look, we've done it, success." But there might be 300 other things that will take time before they even show up, that was also connected to that one little gene they changed. Or maybe they'll show up right away. But it's hubris out of control. And these people have to be slapped down and said, no, you have no right to do what you're doing.
Yep. I agree, and I hope people are doing this. I wish more people. I mean, we're up to 2,500, but I do. This was a controversial topic, and obviously it did not get out. Because I would expect some MAHA people to push back. I want to see where people are, or maybe not. Maybe what I've said is something that MAHA people are actually thinking and not saying, and that may be actually something that's happening. But the medical freedom community is. They're diehard, and they will push their issue, and I believe they're getting rugged, and I believe that the biggest threat that we have right now is technocracy. And if I'm wrong, show me where I'm wrong. But if I'm not, then let's start. I hope those people come into the fold and start raising awareness about the threats of AI, central AI and wearables, and centralized medicine, and the federal government pushing AI and wearables with the same fever and passion that they did about trying to block vaccines, because medical freedom is medical freedom, whether it's vaccines or AI or wearables. And so I don't know. Hopefully this will reach some of those people, and then either I'm definitively proven wrong in some way, or we need to start moving. And I actually think it can be one of the best allies that we have. I think related to building.
Then you just need to look at the acceleration of the threats to their health from so many different directions. And what was it today that Trump announced another $9 billion, I think it was, for Pfizer to generate more ways to distribute mRNA technology through a huge array of products. He just gave him another grant. So I
think it was 70 billion.
It was 70 billion. Yeah.
70? Okay. Yeah.
You ever see that meme with Lucy and Charlie Brown, where she's holding the football and Charlie's going to go kick the field goal, and Charlie knows that she's going to pull the football, but she's like, "Oh, come on, Charlie Brown, just kick the football." So then he goes and tries to kick it, and she pulls the football, and he falls on his face again. That seems like the whole MAGA MAHA movement.
That's great.
You know, and Trump actually comes out and says, these vaccines are great, Pfizer's awesome, and then the next day you talk to these people and they actually think that he's going to stop the whole thing. So where is the disconnect between reality and what these people are believing? I guess it's is it a spell? Like, what is it? I don't understand it.
I know.
So at this point, now what's different is that the MAHA people are not Republicans, so they don't have the largely, and so because what I think the problem is for MAGA is that if you bought trust the plan and you bought everything the first term, then they're at the point where they would have to admit that they were wrong. So it's easier to be fooled again than admit that you were fooled. And that I think is why people that have voted for Trump 2 or 3 times, they have to keep believing it's 5D chess, even though they've literally never seen 5D chess. These are the same people that still believe that Craig Wright is Satoshi. It's like once you're in this far, you don't want to admit to yourself that you were duped, because then, you're going to have to deal with that fact. I mean, although in general, if we were just aware of the fact that we are wrong most of the time and that's okay and that's learning, the faster you learn from your mistakes, the better things are. But we have a culture that doesn't necessarily value that. So people end up doubling down. I think that the belief, look, and I've said this before. I mean, I think Kennedy's problem is that he believes in government, but people believe in him because of his family. Well, let's look at, I mean, it didn't work out well for his family. His family lineage does not prove that government works. So the idea that he's attached to a family where, all these people got assassinated, and frankly, Teddy Kennedy was a disaster. The whole thing doesn't make sense. I don't know why there's a mystique around that.
It's because the other option's worse. That's why they're loyal. That's why they stay loyal, because the Democrats are even worse, I think.
Well, but their choice is out to not play the game at all. To not vote. To not vote, to not participate in the system. Again, voting is stupid. We're going to do another podcast on this.
I agree.
And
it's already a minority decision.
It is, and it's a waste. It's a waste of time. Every minute spent on that is minute. You couldn't spend that. You don't have to improve yourself or to build alternatives.
Under the current system, it's a waste of time, but it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be, but you're not going to fix the system by voting. It's literally.
I agree. I agree. You have to replace the system. Yeah.
If Kamala Harris was president, would any of this happen? That's a good question. I mean, I kind of don't think it would have. I don't think Joe Biden could have got all this done.
No, never. Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because she would have wanted more direct control over it, and government is not actually capable of doing things.
She's the front person. It's the same people behind her.
Yeah, but it is different people. You look at David Sachs. I mean, I guess maybe Musk wouldn't have turned so much, but Thiel has been playing.
I lost your sound.
You've lost my sound. You can't hear me.
I can hear you.
Thiel has been playing the long game on the Libertarian Republic.
Can you hear him anymore?
Yeah, Dan can hear me. Just you can't hear me now.
Yeah, you sound.
Is it just me?
Yeah, it's just.
I can't hear you anymore, Aaron.
It's just you. I don't know what's going on. We'll have to. Well, we had a good run.
That happens with gun control too. Ronald Reagan was one of the best speakers of freedom you could ever imagine. He had some of the greatest speeches and the best sayings, but. If you want to look at his record on gun control, it was horrible. The 1986 National Firearms Act.
I can't hear you.
All right. Well, we'll talk to you soon. Hopefully next time we'll get the audio that we'll have a whole thing going.
And whenever the Republican is the one doing the tyranny, the so-called right that is pro-gun and supposedly pro-medical freedom and everything else, they stand down. They don't do anything because they just want to support their team. So whenever the other side tries to do gun control or anything else, it never works because everyone's so up in arms and causing a media frenzy and protest in the street and medical freedom rallies or anti-gun rallies or whatever. So that's why I don't think that this can happen under President Harris. And Trump is accomplishing a whole lot of tyranny in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, no, it's breathtaking and it's all encompassing. And and I hear people again, Alex Jones.
Yeah, that's showing.
I can hear you, but Alex Jones has just lost the plot entirely. He's like, we're about to win. We've defeated the globalists. I'm like, based on what dimension? Because we get a Palantir social credit system instead of a Microsoft social credit system. I mean, it's just not. But he doesn't like to talk about technocracy. He also he wanted to encourage people to keep their money in the bank when the Silicon Valley Bank thing happened. And so, I don't know what his story is, but we're at a point right now where this is going so fast. It's going faster than I could have even imagined. I never thought, we've been talking about this a long time and you're like, well, I was never bullish on Trump, but I didn't think we would get technocracy this fast. I did say on Irene's podcast before the election that technocracy would flourish, but I didn't think it's exceeded my expectations. And when you look at what Lutnick has done and how they're trying to tokenize national assets and everything else, I don't know, it's beyond, it's a 5-year acceleration. And I don't know where there's no energy. Oddly enough, there isn't even like the fake riots like that we had during COVID. There's no energy. Yeah, you have these, shooters here and there, but there's no like mass energy, right? There's just like even the Dems aren't united in opposition to anything. The Dems aren't united in opposition to what Trump is doing. And I think that the whole MAGA thing effectively, the MAGA MAHA thing just blunted and took all of the energy of the people that were the biggest activists and then just muted it with false hope and then allowed these technocrats to come in. That's what I think has happened.
You're right about that. I remember in Princeton, New Jersey, back in the 06, 07, 08, there was massive anti-war rallies when George Bush was the president. Then when Obama became the president, and the same wars were continuing, Iraq, Afghanistan, but all the rallies disappeared. And so then the right became anti-war to some degree, especially under Trump in his first term. But the thing is that we've gotten to the point now where the anti-war right is now supporting all these wars. The left, they've always liked the wars now. It seems like there is no anti-war left, so they're all just pro-war on every issue. Medical tyranny, they both agree with that you're right. And the whole MAGA thing has sucked all the air out of the room. So there is no opposition to anything at this point. This is where we are at the moment. And, I don't know where this is going either.
Well, so I just want to be on the record of saying that I'm not warning anybody about technocracy. I'm telling you it's actively here. Like this is an active shooter situation. Like that is the level of what this is. So I am not that I've been quiet about it, but I haven't really talked about the MAHA issue. And I guess in part I haven't is because some of this stuff has just happened. And then you look at the accumulation of it, you take a step back and it's like, hey, wait a minute. This is not. Now, let me ask you this from your perspective, because maybe I just missed it because I was definitely a medical freedom guy, but I wasn't like following everything Kennedy said. But were they talking about AI and wearables as part of MAHA? Was that part of the pitch before the election and during the election?
I don't remember that being said at all, unless I just missed it.
So that's the real big thing for me. The big thing for me is, okay, you could argue that maybe they're doing a good job because they're working the way that they can work to get the vaccine schedule changed. Okay, I'll give them, maybe that is the best that's politically possible. I still think the answer is still to boycott public health. It doesn't change that. But even if you give them that, they're doing worse damage on pushing this other stuff. And so I don't know, I think that the medical freedom community has to wake up to this technocracy. And I'm going to, obviously I'm going to continue to push it, but I'm going to do a really deep dive. And this next technocracy roundtable will hit it. And I'm going to have a whole month to do all kinds of research, even more research, so that I get a whole lay of the land. And hopefully by that point, I'll have the Technocracy. I won't have it probably up yet, but I'll be close to having the Technocracy website done where people can track this stuff. And then people can understand what's actually at stake here. Because, the whole point of medical freedom isn't that when your team gets power, you're pushing your health interventions on people. That's not medical freedom. It's a different form of cronyism. And just as Palantir is not any better morally or otherwise than Northrop Grumman, nor are these AI health-based solutions and Oracle working with AI and OpenAI on mRNA, that isn't better than Pfizer. It's the same thing, particularly where force and government funding is involved. Again, you can do whatever you want, but that's not. We have to admit and we have to acknowledge that over half of the healthcare costs in this country are paid for by the federal government. And we have to then therefore admit that we pretty much have state-controlled healthcare, which we should not. We should be pushing back. But of course, Trump was never a liberty guy or a principled guy, so we should have not had any expectation that he was going to do that. But I mean, this is going to make Obamacare look like laissez-faire capitalism. Not even kidding. The scale of what's being discussed and proposed is far worse than Obamacare.
Yeah, well, you have a product, these mRNA vaccines that are being pushed by our government, being funded by our stolen taxpayer dollars. And if anything goes wrong, there's no liability in any which way. So this is just a pure profit-making scheme. And not only are they making profit on the sale of all this and the research, but all the people that get sick and wounded, and now that's they're part of the healthcare system too, where they can be on more medicines, more drugs. And this is not healthcare in any which way. This is I don't know what you'd actually call this. Actually, is there a name for this?
A name for what?
Where the government can just push a program that has no liability whatsoever. That is all the reports coming out, especially from Dr. Peter McCullough, say these vaccines are harming many people, especially young men, myocarditis, strokes, autism, just to name a few.
Yeah. I mean, again, it sounds like, I don't know, what do they want to call it? Communism, or whatever. What did we call it when the Nazis experimented on people? What was the framing used for that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty. What's even more wild about it is, think about this. We actually force people to buy these things. It's not even just that we force them to take some of these medications, but then we force them to pay for it.
Yep. In New Jersey, there are nurses now getting fired from Hackensack and Meridian healthcare systems, I believe, for not taking the flu vaccine.
Wow.
This is a few years after all this nonsense that we went through in COVID a couple of years ago. So, for any young people thinking of getting into the medical industry, these people don't care about you at all. That's not a good place to be. It's not a good place to go. And in a true open market, these dangerous medicines would be competed against, and there would be lots of lawsuits, and they'd lose a ton of money from all the damage they were causing. But now they're protected from the very people that are profiting off of it. So this is a very dangerous, slippery slope that's that the MAGA MAHA people are pushing down us at the moment, and it might get to the point where just civil disobedience, mass noncompliance, privatized healthcare exchanges are the only way to go.
Yeah, I mean, again, as we get to launch it, I mean, I'll probably do several podcasts just leading up to what it's all about and why it's necessary. And a lot of this is just educating people on how insurance works and putting together some tables. So much of our healthcare system is about hiding information about price, information about quality, which, by the way, is the opposite of that's not even how markets work, right? It's not a market. It's not a market when they don't have any liability, when you're subject to contracts and package inserts that you don't even countersign and where nobody displays the price. And at least until recently, you couldn't discharge your, I believe, medical expenses in bankruptcy. I don't know if that was true or not, or if that was just student loans, but I thought it might have also applied. Or no, I think you can discharge it in bankruptcy, but now Biden did something where it doesn't affect your credit score if you don't pay. I thought it was something like that. I'll look into that. But yeah, people should be, I don't even know how to put out materials about how people don't need probably 95% of the drugs that they're on. Some, like if you're taking psych meds, you can't just drop off of. You have to taper, but most of the stuff is not helping you. And anything related to chronic disease is a disaster. The only thing we really need our healthcare system for is emergency care, which the only reason we need to go to the system is because it's legally regulated that way. But any long-term care, we're horrible at. It's expensive and it's low quality. But people don't know to think that there's anything outside of their system, even with their copays, and people have these high deductible plans. I mean, that's the other thing. Right? If you look at all of the mechanics, I'll do an analysis, but now people they have these they're paying premiums, and then they have a high deductible plan, or they have HSAs, which, again, I would argue HSAs are a kind of a social credit score meets CBDC, because, here's money that there's allocated. There's only a certain amount of it that you can use that's pre-tax, and you can only spend it on certain healthcare as determined by the government and healthcare provider. Right. And then people think this is a free market in healthcare. The system is just broken. I'd actually started a company before COVID hit and everything else that was pursuing this, I was going to pursue using crypto as an alternative payment system and a system for reputation management. So a way for doctors to be able to provide services outside of the system and get paid. Because doctors are struggling, because most doctors now, because of regulatory issues and everything else, have to associate themselves with a hospital system, which means that they're not really running independent practices. They're now subject to whatever the terms the hospital's subject to. And then the hospital is subject to, then you have all the medical malpractice. So doctors have less leeway in terms of what treatment options are available. And largely what comes with that affiliation is centralized billing. So then you have to, if you're part of this, then you have to agree to take certain amount of Medicaid patients and Medicare patients and everything else. And so now you're into this system. So to work outside of that is difficult. And if you took an alternative payment system and you got caught, then you could lose your association with the hospital system. And so then I realized, you know what? I'm done. I don't even want to have anything to do with I don't want to try to work within the U.S. system. I mean, if you're a U.S. doctor and you want to participate in medical tourism or whatever, it's a marketplace. You can do whatever you want. But I don't want to try to sell people, because I know what the conversation is going to be like. Oh, I could lose my license, or, oh, I can't. I have to use this payment system. And so even though most doctors know they're doing the wrong thing, in their gut, they know that what they're doing isn't helping. And they know that they're having to follow guidelines they don't believe. And they know that they're dispensing drugs that don't help. And and then they blame the system, but they keep on doing it anyway so that they can have their country club membership and send their kids to college. So it's just and so that's how it works. So anyway, it'll be fun pursuing this medical tourism piece. And along with that is, I'm going to go back to the startup that I did, which was, then also offering services and things that are even just outside of treatment once you get sick, but focusing more on a platform for prevention. And I haven't thought through fully how to do that yet, but I certainly have some ideas that you could do there. And again, you're outside of the system. You're creating a platform. People are engaging in voluntary decisions privately. And what happens is, and I've been going through this mental exercise for probably 15 years on this. This is not something that I just thought about 2 months ago or even just with Zano. I've actually been thinking about this for years, so when I say something like, you could never come up with as stupid and inefficient system as we have if you were starting from scratch. The average person on the street would never design something so inefficient and slow as the system that we have right now. I mean, literally, it's idiotic. And it's, again, insurance companies who make money by denying claims and hoarding cash for as long as they can to earn interest. Nobody has a financial incentive to improve anyone's health. There's nothing in the incentive structure that rewards that. I actually had a company that did. The whole thing was designed based on an incentive to improve people's health. And then the savings were shared amongst the employee, the employer, and my company, and it worked. And doctors didn't understand it. They didn't understand why it worked. It didn't fit into their 3-month study and intervention and everything else in their language. I'm like, this is about incentives, and it's about competition and team and individual performance and choice. And of course it worked, because those things fundamentally do work. There's a lot you could do on health. There's a lot in health based on practitioners, people just sharing their trial and error experiences with others, and other people saying, oh, I'll try that. That just missed out. We don't have much experimentation. Drug companies now mostly work on drug development for diseases that are small in nature because they have less regulatory hurdles to jump through, and it's less expensive. So we've literally oriented our R&D around things that get put on a list as being these rare conditions. It's actually kind of more of the equality play too. It's like, you'd think you'd be putting all your resources towards cancer, but cancer's tough because you got to go through all of these hurdles. So now we're going to pick some obscure disease that, 50 people have or 100 people have because it can get fast tracked. And then if it gets improved, then we can charge $10,000 a month for it. This is what drives the R&D decision cycle. It's stupid, right? So there's no market signal in terms of which drugs should be developed. There's no market feedback about the performance of any of the players or anything in the system. You literally couldn't design anything worse than what we have.
Yeah, I agree. And also in New Jersey right now, they're going after some doctors for writing medical exemptions for the flu shot and COVID shots. So now, what would happen if a lot of these doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals all decided to just start their own hospital? We'll just say somewhere in New Jersey, just for example, where everything was cash and crypto. They actually treated real problems with real solutions, and they weren't just pushing vaccines and pharmaceutical drugs. Would they be arrested? What is the is that a solution?
Well, so I'm looking up something real quick because I have a suspicion, but I have to see if it's actually the case. So New Jersey is like a lot of states that has a certificate of need program. So you actually have to apply and demonstrate that there's a need for your hospital within the system. This is a way of regulating competition out of business. So if you're adding hospital beds or whatever, you have to get a license for that. And And literally they'll make up things like, well, if there are too many, if there's too much supply, then the other hospitals will go out of business. So the government is literally involved in issuing what's called a certificate of need. So right away, the group you're talking about would be denied even the ability to open. And if they opened without it, they would immediately be arrested. There's no, they're not, they don't play on this. If you're in their regulated thing, they will just shut you down.
That's amazing. And if you think about the colleges that pump a lot of these people out, I know I'm changing issues a little bit. My son come home from college the other day, and he was saying his teacher was saying that all professions should be making the same exact money. So he asked the teacher, should a brain surgeon should be making the same amount of money as the guy working at 7-Eleven? And she said, of course. So now this is coming from college level people. Is this being taught in most of the universities? What is the value of college at this point? Or is this just an exception to the rule?
There's no value of college at this point. College is indoctrination at this point. The usefulness of college has been a social network for job purposes. The actual education out of it has been dead for decades. I mean, it hasn't always been as woke, but it's irrelevant, right? I mean, if you're like in a high tech field or whatever, this is why a lot of I dropped out, and a lot of other tech people, like even including Larry Ellison and Mark Zuckerberg and everybody else, dropped out of college. Why? Because college is behind. College is not on the cutting edge of what's going on in computer science. They're they move at the pace of academia, and technology and innovation moves incredibly quickly. So I don't know what the value of it is. Again, these are some of the questions that I don't even know how to frame them for the first principles thing, but we have to figure out how to deal with AI and the improvements in productivity, because I mean, it is truly the case that, people are not going to have to work for survival. These robots, all these people are like, oh, well, I'll be safe as long as I know how to grow my own food. You don't think robots are going to be able to farm? Go to YouTube and look up robots in farming. I mean, do we really think that's going to be, well, we're always going to need farmers? No, we're not. We're also not always going to need plumbers. And that isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? If society has that level of productivity, but the question is going to be, how is that going to work? And we not only don't have good answers for that, but the answers that are being proposed are anti-free will. And that is actually but I don't know what the answers are either. I mean, these are fun. So much of life is based on scarcity and the assumption of scarcity. But what if we don't have scarcity? I mean, what if effectively we don't have scarcity? What if we find out that there is 0 point energy? And what if we find out that with AI and robots, we can basically mass produce whatever we want? Okay, if that happens, then that's a material shift in how you organize society. It's also a huge shift in their identity and purpose in life, which isn't to say that that's a bad thing either, right? It opens up completely new opportunities. So I don't even discount all of this stuff. But these are questions we should be having conversations about this. And by the way, I never want to propose any of the answers on this, because I genuinely don't know. Part of why I started the America 2.0 from First Principles wasn't because I had something that I wanted to propose. It's because I genuinely don't know the answer to so many of these things, and nor does anybody else. But there are people that can contribute different ideas around some of these areas, and this is something that requires some not just deep thinking, but a lot of people contributing to it. I mean, we had the Federalist Papers. I mean, even at the founding here, I mean, the founders actually discussed ideas and debated ideas and talked about things from a first principles perspective. We have none of that in our politics. Zero. I mean, when I watch a congressional hearing, it's like watching the Jerry Springer show, and academia is ridiculous. you take a political philosophy class, and it is again, it's full on indoctrination, and there isn't a lot of good faith discussion of ideas. And so, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be able to create that environment either. I'm certainly going to try, but it's not going to be about me proposing ideas or even necessarily participating other than as a moderator in these conversations. And the conversations are not like this competitive, oh, let's see who won the debate and who gets the highest score. It's okay. People will hopefully have their mind open to and learn things that cause them, using their own free will, to think about something differently. And whatever conclusion they come to that conclusion. I'm not even pushing an end. What I'm interested in, though, is the fact that we don't have any discussions going on like this at all. And we're about to implement technologies that have the potential to enslave us. And we're making a whole bunch of ideas. We're letting accelerationists kind of run wild. And I'm a free market guy, but what's going on is not free market. It's not free market when the government's involved and when, the funding and everything else. And it's not going to be the government involved when it'll be interesting to happen when electricity prices become completely unaffordable. I mean, I just noticed our electricity bill was way high this month. I don't know what are you seeing on that front?
Well, what I see going on in the electricity business right now is there's a ton of technology out there. There's a lot of plants that aren't even being used. As far as natural gas is concerned, we have more natural gas plants and natural gas resources to run everything for years and years and years. A lot of these plants are just sitting there collecting dust. The government is actually pushing this green technology, the windmills and the solar panels, and that stuff is good for, like, if you have an RV and you're going to run a few things and whatever, but that's not going to run a city. It's not going to run any major areas, and it's definitely so now when we're buying electric on the supply side from foreign countries and other places that are going to charge a lot more money because you're not making it. This is basically just a government created problem in the first place. Well, anyway, I'm just going on a rant right here about the whole electric industry. There's probably even technology out there like nuclear fusion. And there's also thorium salt reactors when it comes to nuclear fission that have no meltdown possibilities. And they even have micro thorium reactors that are basically the size of a tractor trailer that you can put all over the place. And they're very cheap. They would produce a tremendous amount of power. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but this is not being done anywhere either. So I think that's a lot of the reason why the price is so high. They have the public believing that this green technology is saving the earth. And I don't believe that that's happening, at all. I don't think that we have global warming. They changed it from global warming to climate change. There's a lot of reports saying that the ice caps are actually getting bigger than they've ever been. And we might actually be heading into a cooling period. So, that's why they also had to switch it from global warming to climate change. But a lot of this, to understand a lot of that is how you're going to understand what's going on in the energy field itself.
Yeah, it is manufactured scarcity on the supply side. The green stuff was and is part of the manufactured agenda to push technocracy, because the basis of technocracy is an energy credit system. So if you cap, kind of like Bitcoin capped the size of the blocks, you cap what's possible, then those that hold on to it early, it goes up in price. That's kind of what they're trying to do that's essentially what they're trying to do with the global currency based on energy credits. And you have different people buying up land and forests and so forth because of carbon credits, and you have a whole thing among. This is the whole ESG movement. And so there are these alternative technologies, and then people have said things like 0 point energy and everything else, but they're not being allowed to be deployed. But AI is using real amounts of energy, and it's accelerating. And I can tell you it's going to be accelerating more. And the narrative that they're pushing is to catch China in the race to AGI, we have to increase by 1,000x our expenditure of energy in data centers. And so this is going to start. I'm going to put together, I keep saying it and I never do, but the memes were the memes that we can expect to have, the propaganda memes on why you have to keep your thermostat at 85 in the summer, which is to defeat the Chinese at AI. This is what they're going to be doing because these data centers are going up all over the place. When Ellison and OpenAI talk about $500 billion spent on AI for healthcare and everything else, well, that's mostly data centers. And that is going to use a tremendous amount of energy. So, and what Musk is doing is as well. So our ability to take the capacity that you talk about that's going unused or to implement these new technologies, all of that has lead time that also requires competent people to run it. That we don't have that kind of time relative to building up the infrastructure. Infrastructure takes time. And as we saw with the Baltimore Bridge, I mean, we've become kind of retarded, right? I mean, in terms of our ability to, I mean, we're at the point now where it's like we look at buildings and, you know, skyscrapers, like, can we even do that anymore, right? Like we've actually regressed in terms of our ability to do like civil engineering projects and everything else. So, well, I think we're going to face high energy costs soon. And I'm hearing that we already are in other places. And we're seeing water shortages as well related to the same idea. Now, mind you, these are some of the same companies that were pushing ESG before, right? That pushed the climate change agenda are now the ones that are building big data AI centers.
Yeah, there is really not any upgrades in infrastructure going on in the United States in almost any way. Almost all the resources are being spent on stuff that is inefficient, doesn't really work. You remember the whole Solyndra scandal in 2013?
Yep.
You know, and a lot of this stuff is just not effective. So I guess, meanwhile, we're giving $40 billion to the Ukraine so we can fight a proxy war with Russia. How many billions of dollars are going to Israel so they can continue their genocide on the Palestinians? And then you drive around our cities here, they're just I mean, I'm not advocating for spending that money or taxing anyone for any of this stuff, but what I'm saying is there's no all this money that's being spent is hyperinflating our dollar, and nobody has any money to do anything in a private way here to fix anything or innovate or create anything new. So government is really just choking us all and strangling us here. We need a national divorce. Some people might like to call it, like as Sterling would say, intentional communities. But if you're going to have them, what is going to be your conflict resolution? I don't know if I'm jumping subjects too much, but
no, I mean, those are actually subjects that are, when I was looking back at my first principles thing, I really outlined all of it. Yeah, these are all things that have to be figured out. Dispute resolution. Of course, I would argue that our court system is not effective at that. So we don't even have a good model to run on. I mean, our courts are useless. It's so expensive to even do litigation now. And I don't need to tell you about how ineffective they are and inefficient they are. And there are all kinds of models. And is there, you know, how do you design systems that, you know, don't require violence and so forth? I mean, so there's a lot of that needs to happen, but I think some of that can happen in a decentralized manner as well. You know, like I think about using Zano and using escrow agreements, something like that it won't work for every kind of transaction, but it can work for a lot of transactions. I mean, just using reputation management and escrow with a privacy coin, I haven't estimated what percentage of transactions that might cover, but it's, in fact, I'll make a note to try to figure out how I can think about that to solve that. But that's an example of a kind of solution. So what other kinds of solutions are there that you can come up with that enable parties to engage in trustless transactions without a state-based enforcement mechanism. I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting. I mean, you think about AI. I'm not a fan of obviously technocracy at all, but AI could do a better job of over time of analyzing a legal situation. I mean, if you think about what happens is you have two parties that go in front of a judge, and it's whatever one lawyer and his team are able to dig through paperwork and files and binders and make their legal case, and then another person makes their legal case based on what they think the precedent is in a variety of different directions, and then that goes to the judge, and then the judge has a clerk research what both parties had to say, and then tries to find his response based on what information he can dig up. I mean, it's actually stupid. I mean, if you think about it, it is all text. I mean, that is actually something that AIs are good at. I mean, you have a court. I've been in these situations where I told you I was in this lawsuit for 5.5 years. We never even had a deposition, but we would go and have a hearing, or a judge would recuse themselves, and then we would go to another hearing, and a judge would recuse himself, and then we go to another hearing, and it was about discovery, and then people would send motions back and forth, and then so nothing happened. Nobody was deposed. There was no trial. It lasted 5.5 years, 8 judges, and in some of these cases, we would have a hearing, and it would take 4 months for the judge to write up what the response was. That's how long it took them to research this. It's idiotic. The system doesn't make any sense. And so it's, so it's based on what data you have access to and how quickly you can research. It's text. You got to figure out what the precedents are. Oh, and if I can find a novel way, you're smart if you can find a novel way to interpret something in a way nobody else has interpreted it. What a career. I mean, that's what being a good lawyer is. Finding loopholes and trying to dig through and find precedent and documents that you can interpret and distort in a different way. This is an entire profession of people. Amazing.
Well, I think the United States imprisons more people than the next 10 countries combined, and that includes all the communist China. So our justice system, I don't think has any justice to it at all. I don't know, there could be almost any other system you can think of would be better than what we have. You look at look at my profile picture, all the men that are on there that are being railroaded by the very same system. And those are just the most high profile ones. I don't even know where to start with the criminal justice system. But could AI, if we got rid of all the judges and we just had an AI court, I mean, would it just go after the facts and yes or no? And would that be better? I can't imagine it'd be any worse than what we have now.
Well, I mean, again, it depends on how you train it, but this goes back to first principles. This goes back to one of the things that I observed that maybe, again, when I say this, I don't want to say it with any definitiveness, and I have appreciation for what the founders did, profound appreciation, and so it's not like saying, oh, these guys did a horrible job. No, it was an absolute phenomenal breakthrough and really elevated society, recognizing that we have natural rights and in writing, constraining what government does. This is breakthrough shit. This is truly phenomenal stuff. But I wanted to go in and do kind of a, and this is why I made this parallel, right? So with Bitcoin, you have, I would call the L0 is the white paper itself. And the white paper is kind of the foundational principles and the theory of how it's supposed to work and the incentive system and the structure and the first principles. And the L1 written on top of that, which you could equate to our Constitution, is the original code. the L1, the L1 blockchain itself. And then the L2 blockchain are things like Lightning Network and other things that are built on top of the L1. I would say in the case of the US, our L2 are these administrative agencies and things that aren't even in the L1 that are kind of operating way out. And so I'm like, okay, well, what were the L0 principles? What's the equivalent of the white paper, right? Because the white paper came before the release of the code. And so what were the foundational principles laid down before the Constitution? Of course, there's a lot of source. People could argue about what that source material even was. But one of the things is, I think that our judicial system is from a first principles perspective, it's based on fear, and it's based on a negative view of human nature. And so we tend to move towards punishment. And I think that is embedded, I would argue, although I'm acknowledging that there are people that I'm sure know a lot more than I do about this particular time in history, but I have read a lot of it. And I do think that this was more of a fear-based approach and a punishment-based approach. And I don't know if that's right. I think I would like to debate that and discuss that. And that has material impact on how you would develop a judicial system. By the way, I mean, if you say, are you an eye for an eye kind of guy or not, even based on what your religious outlook is, and how that informs your judicial system, that will have a big impact on how your entire society works and how people interrelate with one another.
Yeah, definitely. I think the judicial system, for the most part, Rand Paul pointed this out once before in the Senate floor, it's a pay-to-play system. And how he explained it was, I think 83% of the prison population is racial minorities and colored people. But he was explaining that the majority of the crimes are actually committed by Caucasian and white people. But how come the conviction rate is so high on those people? Well, he said because it's economic reasons. They can't afford the high-priced lawyer. They're defending themselves. Then no one can navigate the system anymore, because it was intended originally for the common man to be able to understand the language, defend themselves in court, and that was the way the Constitution was written. But now it's turned into legal precedent and all sorts of things that no one can really understand or figure out unless you have a lot of money to pay a high-priced attorney to defend you. And if you do have that kind of money, well, then you can probably get free. So it is a pay-to-play system, and that's immoral as it is. I mean, is that as simple as it is right there, or there's more layers to this also. But I mean, what do you think about that whole issue?
So could you repeat the last part of it? Something just.
I was basically just referring to our legal system as a pay-to-play system.
Oh yeah, so it's absolutely completely pay-to-play, and people know this, and they know they can trample on you because they know you can't sue them. So they will just flagrantly violate the law. And this is something I when I'm working on this Own Nothing site about how much the rights that we give away with our contracts, part of this is studying the industry and how things get to be the way that they are, right? Because on the one hand, so a contract is, you and I want to engage in a voluntary contract, so we would have an agreement that lays out what those terms are. Well, but it turns out that if we're entering into a particular kind of contract, we have to follow certain laws. We can't just, interact with each other person to person. Now we have all of these guidelines that we have to follow, depending on what the particular domain has to be. And then it turns out the industries hire lawyers specifically to push the laws to benefit them. And so the entirety of the system is pay to play. But I'm one of the things I want to see if AI can help to research is to find out what is the average cost of a lawsuit now. Because even when I look at like the average hourly rate of an attorney, because there's a certain point at which, you know, if it's going to cost you a minimum of $20,000 to do any kind of litigation, then, you know, unless you're dealing with something that's well more than $20,000 worth of value, you're better off just not pushing it. Are you going to push it on principle to spend $20,000 to get $5,000 back? Maybe, if you're lucky. And I think that and I suspect that we were at a point 50 years ago where you could use the legal system to try to resolve something on the basis of principle. Now you can't afford to do something on the basis of principle. It has to be like some six-figure dollar amount, probably. And this is a significant advantage for the state. And all you have to do to understand this is to look at Roman Storm's case. So this is a situation where, I mean, they're going after this guy for creating privacy technology, and he doesn't have a lot of money. I mean, he was a founder of a company, but he's not sitting on tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. So the cost that he's had to raise money from other people to the tune of $5 million so far. And he still has an appeal process and everything else. And he lost, right, in the Southern District of New York, which is completely rigged, and where people will sue there. They'll try to figure out a way, even if he wasn't even based in New York. He's based in California. So they'll go out of their way to find a way to interpret what you did to make it something that gets prosecuted in that jurisdiction. And then they will bleed you dry. And so I talked to Joe, the founder of Joe Roats, the founder of Dragon Chain, who was targeted by the SEC. And I had him on the podcast earlier this year, and he talked about how, you know, it's really expensive to do this stuff. You have to prepare all of these documents. You have to provide discovery and, you know, all of this information and send it back and forth. And he said they would lose the discovery. They would make him have to pay extra money to duplicate effort just as part of their process to bleed him dry. This is what our government does with our legal system. $5 million to Roman Storm. I don't even remember how much Joe had said that he had spent on legal fees. So what does that have to do with justice? That has absolutely nothing to do with justice whatsoever. Well, and then what would Roman do? Have a public defender? So the judicial system here is actually worse than useless. You can expect a negative outcome, and in any case, you can expect a negative economic outcome. And if you're dealing with a criminal proceeding, you're definitely going to have a negative outcome, because it's going to cost you money just to try to buy your freedom. And even still, it's lopsided, like what we've seen in the case of Ian Freeman, which is one of the things that really radicalized and pissed me off and pushed me into doing a lot of what I'm doing right now, was watching how they would manipulate evidence. They play, you know, audio clips where they play 30 seconds of it. And if you listen to 90 seconds of it, the whole thing, you get a completely different outcome. And that's when you realize, not that I was naive or should have been surprised by this, but it's not enough that they've got the advantage of using all of our money and it's their system and, you know, trying to entrap people and everything else, but they will also just lie or omit information just to win. They only care about winning. They don't even care about the justice of it at all. We have an adversarial system, and we can talk about that one way or the other, but what really happens? So if you want to become like a governor or a mayor of a big town, a big path to do that is to become a prosecutor. And then if you become a prosecutor, why? So that you can win some high profile cases. This is like a path to political power, a known documented path to political power. So you want to win no matter what. What kind of judicial system is that? So we have so again, I go back to You brought this up about the incarceration rate. I think that our system was based on fear, and I think it was based on retribution. And I'm not sure that I agree with those as being first principles.
No, and you also have the order followers, the enforcers of the politicians' law. These people swear an oath to protect and defend the Constitution from enemies, foreign and domestic, and they all talk about that. But then all day long they violate their oath. So they really should switch those oaths to I'm here to enforce tyranny. I'm here to enforce the will of my corporate masters, and they should wear that badge everywhere they go. It's incredible. I went into a police station once before, and I had this conversation with the chief of police and all the police, and I said, "You guys really need to switch your oath. You guys are here just to collect paychecks and throw people in jail and enforce tyranny, and this is not right what you're doing, especially with the gun laws. It says in the Second Amendment, shall not be infringed." And so the answer to this to me was, if I have a problem with it, I can talk to my legislators. This is the government's problem, not their problem. They're just here to follow orders. So, Mark Passio got into it once before too with them when they started arresting kids for selling lemonade without a permit. And these guys were saying, "Listen, I'm just here to do my job." Mark said to them back in the 60s, "Would you have arrested Rosa Parks?" And he said this to a black police officer. "Would you arrest Rosa Parks for breaking the law?" And the guy couldn't even answer the question. But the fact of the matter is he wouldn't even have been a police officer back then. So the law itself is perverted. Moral relativism is the rule of the land. And the people that are enforcing this stuff, not only do they not know, they don't care. Is that a whole nother issue in the justice system itself? Look at the Congress. It's all full of lawyers. They had to wear race car driver outfits. They'd all be wearing patches of foreign leaders, pharmaceutical companies, Raytheon, Halliburton. It's just gross. None of these people care at all about the Constitution or natural law or anything, aside from maybe Thomas Massey. And the former, late great, Ron's still alive, but when he was in Congress, he was the example. He's the only one that voted against the Iraq War for the authorization of force. They never actually voted for war. Our Congress hasn't actually voted for war since December 7, 1941. Every single war that we've been in since then has been an unregulated police action run by the United Nations and foreign generals. Anyway, I'm going on a rant again, but it's complete lawlessness, and a lot of people make fun of anarchists or voluntarists, if I like what I'd like to say, but I'd like to say what we have now is really anarchy. There is no law. This is just pure moral relativism running rampant everywhere. And even how they broke into Ian's house in the middle of the night. This guy was the most peaceful guy in the world. His wife was scared to death with bear cats and tanks and machine guns in their face. And this is typical intimidation tactics that they use against our freedom leaders. And this is kind of where we're at right now.
This is where we're at. I don't know. And so the issue with all of this is so we can discuss first principles, and we should. And again, people can apply these however they want. They can apply them towards, if you wanted to try to fix a country, you could use it for that. If you wanted to start a network state, you could use that. If you wanted to develop your own personal constitution, I hear that people are doing that, but just as a way to think through how you run your own life. Or you could apply it to thinking about how AI might work. I think that it's a useful thing. I do think that what it all often comes down to, though, is what you're saying is that we are so far removed from morality. We have moral relativism problem. And so then the question becomes, how do you address that? This is why, I mean, voting, obviously we agree we're not going to be able to vote our way out, but at the same time, I mean, we have people that have no sense of morality and haven't even thought about it or talked about it. It's like not even part of anything that's ever occurred to them. So, you know, there's a lot of times what people talk about when they talk about, you know, alternative systems or whatever, it's almost like people assume that you're starting from scratch, but you're not starting from scratch. We have existing systems. We have existing boundaries, whether we like them or not. People have property. So we're not dealing with a situation. We're not starting over because that we don't have the, you know, we have to deal with the existing systems as they are. So that those are variables that we have to think of. But one of the things we have to think of is that people don't talk about morality or necessarily have their own moral code. Or they're also just they're following something kind of blindly without understanding what it is. And I don't know what the solution is. I don't know how you fix that.
Yeah, that's a tough one. It really is. I mean, some people think that you're going to try to spread the knowledge through podcasts or, you know, through websites or through having in-person events or whatever. But
But the problem with that is that that's ultimately driven by algorithms, and that's controlled by a small group of people. So you can do a podcast all you want, but I think we could probably agree that the people that get access and get reach, it's not organic.
No, it's not.
I mean, it's definitively not, which, I mean, I talked about some of the episodes ago. It's also usually either pay to play or it's ideologically driven by whoever owns the platform. So if when it was Jack Dorsey, who at the time was wearing t-shirts that said "Stay woke," then everybody was banned from the platform if you were saying things that were not woke. Now that Elon is running it, you have some leeway, but he clearly is using it to rage bait, and he will use it to direct his views. So if you're against H-1B visas, you're going to get you're going to get shadow banned or maybe banned altogether. And so the problem is, how do you possibly reach people with information when what they perceive and what's available to them is driven by bots, algorithms, and technocrats? I said this last week. I think that, a lot of people like to refer to X as being a public square, and it's not. It's a maze of porta potties. This is not a public square. I mean, at least with a public square, you were in your town or whatever. I mean, based on the analogy, it's like, okay, yeah, people could go and actually talk to their fellow citizens in a physical space in their community. And, everybody didn't have to show up to listen, but I mean, there was that one public square. This is a situation where, like, you're put into a porta potty. You don't even know where your porta potty is, and it's in a maze. And, so if somebody finds your particular porta potty, it's going to be random, and it's not a public square, but it has the perception of being a public square. This is how manipulated people are by algorithms. So again, I'm going back to the point, and I like, I don't know if it's too late. Did he have his workshop yet?
It's coming up in a little while. And I'd love to get him on here when you do the first principles. He's really into that subject, so that would be pretty interesting having you guys on here together.
Well, yeah, no, I'd like to get some people I think he and Courtney could have an interesting conversation. I'm not entirely sure they agree on certain things, and I'm hoping to bring a diverse group. I'm hoping to get 2 to 4 people in addition to me moderating it, so that we can get a variety of perspectives. But yeah, I would love to get him on. I haven't even figured out yet quite how to form the first one. I have this brownstone event at the end of the month, and there's some people there I'm going to talk to that I might try to get to participate in one of these. And so, I'm still working on the website and actually the format, because that's one where the format matters. And I'm trying to, I'm going to be modifying even how this podcast works. I mean, you had mentioned, yeah, I mean, I'll break it up into chunks with show notes so that when somebody looks at it, it's like right now we're over 5 hours and somebody might be like, oh Christ, I don't want to listen to this. Although Lex Friedman and Joe Rogan have shown that, long form works, but I want people to know you can get the information, like what the theme is out of the first 60 to 90 minutes. You don't have to listen to this thing for 5 hours. And then, we'll put it in clips and memes and everything else. But this is one where I want the discussion to actually follow a particular format in a way that encourages long form response, so that it's not you have 1 minute, the other person has 1 minute, and then they just try to make their talking points, and it's all bullshit. Our political debates are actually, they're just ads. And so, how do you make it so that you're fair, roughly, where there's a balance of time, but where people can actually develop a thought? Because these are topics where people need to be able to develop a thought. These are things that can't be encapsulated in 30. We lack this kind of interchange, long form interchange. And it's detrimental that we don't have it, because these are important topics. So anyway, I'm trying to figure out what the format is, and I've been researching that. And I mean, there's stuff that I've liked. I've watched there's some debates that I've liked. There's also, and I think I mentioned this before, I liked Milton Friedman did this Free to Choose series. I'm going to make this podcast. I want to make this podcast somewhat like that, where it's, he'd do a video, and I might even pre-record like the talk that I do. And then he'd have a group of people come in and with different viewpoints come in and then debate and react to what he had to say. And, and we could do that, but then again, we elevate it here. I mean, the point is in doing this, even this Q&A, which I think if I segmented this more, and if we had the topics in advance and everything else, we'd have more participation, although there's probably a limit to how many people you can even have. But I mean, I think there's a way to do this, to get people talking, because people don't talk. Most people, and even the people listening to this now, let's see how many people we even have. I mean, these numbers are inflated, certainly, and there are not that many people on live, but at all. It's a small fraction. That's probably like 30 people, if that, at this point. But it says 2,819 people. But most people that listen to a podcast like this, they don't interact with it. And so you may remember a few things. You may have heard a couple of things that you thought were interesting, and then you're going to go about your day. There's no engagement. Part of why I like to doing this Q&A, when I was in high school, I would go around and, it was on a college campus for my last 2 years in high school. And I'd just go around and talk to people until 2-3 o'clock in the morning. And I found those conversations to be the most actually educational, even more so than school itself, were those kinds of conversations. We don't have that as a society now. Everything is it's completely passive. I think I mentioned this before. When I was on Alex Jones, the thing got 8 million views, but I'm like, I got almost no interaction from it. Like nobody reached out. I mean, yeah, I got some followers, but there was no, like, did anybody even listen? Are all the numbers fake? I literally don't know at this point. This is part of why I did that deep dive. And now now I know at least 70% of it is fake. So people don't have conversations anymore. People don't develop thoughts or really go into depth on ideas. And I'd like to be able to rekindle that to a certain degree, but I'm not entirely sure the right format yet. Well, anyway, we are approaching a long point here where I'm going to have a hard time even converting this to an audio file. So because of the length, I'm going to have to compress it a little bit. But
and what is wrong?
What?
Why is there such a difference of opinion on what is right and what is wrong? Why is it so vastly different, even sometimes within our very own society here, here in the United States? It's not even like we're dealing with massive cultural differences or anything. Everybody goes to the same schools, they watch the same TV, but yes, the morality is very different and people want to enforce their will on the other side. And I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of the people with the pitchforks. They're trying to get the people with the pitchforks going after the people with the torches, causing division. You know, whether it's race baiting or one religion versus the other, or Democrats versus Republicans, just get everyone riled up, fighting with each other. Meanwhile, the people that actually don't give a crap about any of this stuff, the Congress, the president, all the people in charge of a lot of stuff, they're making bank. They're making lots of money, and they're doing very well.
Well, as I've said, my theory is at this point that the division is being fomented now to increase emergency powers, increase the role of the president for JD Vance. So you take it, if you give more power to the executive branch and then you create a sovereign wealth fund with little oversight, then you effectively end up with a monarch. And with a monarch, you're able to do things like tokenize and sell off all of the assets and basically push in a technocracy. I truly believe that's what's going on. As to why, I think a large part of the moral relativism is that I think people probably, I would argue people do have an innate sense of right and wrong. And the founders might not have agreed with this. And this is why I'm not entirely sure what the answer is on it. But when you have a government that steals from you and commits violence, so I mean, this is kind of the system that you're in. This is what you are presented with. This is your role model. This is what's considered to be, you know, our government is considered to be, I mean, this is part of our culture, right? This is the set of laws that we agree to. And they're based on theft and violence.
Yeah, totally. Is the only option exit and building? You know, getting yourself strong. Don't use any of their systems. Remove yourself as much as possible. Does that work?
I mean, it's the only thing I've been able to come up with. Because I tried the stuff from the inside. I think exit and build and lead by example is about the most that we can do, and then try to amplify this to others. If there's a better idea, I'm certainly open to it. I've not heard any, and I think though, and I'm serious about this, like maybe I'll see if I can start talking to some of these MAHA groups or medical freedom communities, because they need to get out of what they're doing right now. They're actually, they're probably at the tipping point where they are actively pushing technocracy. They don't realize it, but where they're actually making the problem worse. And I don't think that, I'm sure they're not aware of it, but this is one of those things where this is a tough one, right? So take this whole thing. Do we still have a government shutdown? I've been working on this podcast all day, so I haven't even seen the news. So I don't even know what's happening, but whatever.
I'm not even sure what that even means. When I've heard government shutdown, does that mean I don't have to pay taxes anymore, or the cops are going to go away, or, you know, what does that mean?
I mean, typically what it means is that that government employees aren't going to work for a while. A bunch of politicians are going to get bribed with pork barrel things in their districts to reopen the government. And then all of the employees will get back pay and will end up costing the taxpayers money. That's what a government shutdown actually means. And in the meantime, we won't have their services, of course, are useless. And so no one will even notice. That's essentially what I define as a government shutdown. But the point is, Trump's talking about firing people and whatever, and everybody's all excited about this. It's kind of like the Doge thing. And, and people got excited about this, and people are like, yeah, this is how we're going to save Western civilization. We can get rid of the administrative state. And the more I thought about it, it's like, okay, I actually think we've been co-opted, all of it. I think MAGA and MAHA was co-opted, and they're actually working against their own interests because they think the MAHA movement thinks that they're ushering in medical freedom. And a lot of people got involved with MAGA thinking that it was going to reduce the role of government based on war, culture wars and everything else. And in reality, both sides are just going to get technocracy, but by helping and fueling it. Like, I'm actually at this point right now because the dividing line on this is there are a lot of people that say, well, we should support Bobby. We should support these people. And I'm actually now of the opinion we should actively not support them. We should actively, I don't necessarily want to say oppose, because oppose implies engaging in that system. We need to remove our energy from the system, but we should actively remove our energy from the system. Because at this point, if you're helping to tear down the existing system while simultaneously AI is coming in, you're working against yourself. And here's the thing. If you're not, the technocrats already have the solution that's going to be rolled out when they cut these things. And we don't have an alternative solution because we've spent all of our time helping to tear down the other thing with the hope, not vetted by any strategic thought or planning, that, once we dismantle this, then we're going to go back to the way things were. This is, I think, the expectation that MAHA people and a lot of other people have, and the libertarians that voted for Trump, for reasons outside of Ross. I think that there was a belief that we were going to restore or fix or get back to the Constitution. That's not even on the table. There's no plan to do that. There's a plan to put in technocracy. There's not a plan to roll back the Constitution. And so our people are spending all of their time cheerleading the people that are going to dismantle the system so that the technocrats can come in and take control, all while not having spent any time on building parallel systems. So this is why I think at this point in time, we need to be actively removing ourselves from this farce, and we need to be informing people that they're doing harm. Now, I say that with a caveat of course, unless somebody can tell me that I'm wrong about this and that AI is not, and Silicon Valley and wearables companies and everything else, and Larry Ellison, these people aren't actually, there's some 5D chess. Show me there's the 5D chess move where what we get out of this is medical freedom and less government intrusion. You show me that, then I'll change my position. But if it's what it looks like, which is government consolidating healthcare information that includes DNA, that it includes the integration of AI in throughout all levels of the decision-making process in the healthcare system, and that it's turning over the keys to technocrats, then people should be running like hell. You shouldn't be helping them dismantle the existing system. If you're cheerleading people to remove a bureaucracy to put in place a technocracy, you're basically working to enslave yourself. So again, I hope somebody proves that I'm wrong on this, but if I'm not wrong, then we should be talking to every medical freedom person that we have about the fact that, hey, I know you didn't like vaccines, but do you realize that what you're doing right now is helping to basically put in place a complete healthcare surveillance system run by AI and people like Bill Gates, including Bill Gates directly, who's still involved. If you want to help with that, go right ahead. I guarantee you, I don't know a single medical freedom person that if they understood that was what was going on would agree. So what I'm saying is we're now at the point where I don't know what more to do to say that, the house is on fire, right? This is actually happening. We're in the middle of it. This is no more warning. It's an active description. We have to get the hell out now. We have to build these parallel systems now. And so many people are like, well, we've got to help these guys. Or help these guys what? Dismantle the bureaucracy so that they can simultaneously, and I'm not even saying dismantle it so that maybe a technocracy will come in. It's going on at the same time. How much larger has Palantir gotten? How much more information do they have under Trump than they had previously? It's actively happening, and we're actively cheerleading it. And we're doing it under the false premise that by getting rid of the bureaucracy, we're going to restore the Constitution. Nobody's restoring the Constitution. Zero.
I remember when I heard a speech by Dr. Ron Paul in 2019 at Anarchapulco, and he said, "I just wanted to let you guys all know that I'm a voluntarist." He goes, "I've come to the conclusion that there is no way you're going to vote your way out of this. The systems." He got into all the systems and what's going on. He said, "We're about to go into a massive societal collapse." He said, "Don't take their vaccines, don't take their medicines." He goes, "You guys are the remnant. You guys are the ones that are going to teach everyone how to rebuild after they collapse everything." This is in 2019. He was saying this. He said, "There's no voting your way out of this."
Well, it's too bad a lot of those people have instead decided to build nothing and sit on their ass holding a hijacked asset.
Yes, that's unfortunate. We're getting into Roger's book now, and Roger is getting persecuted just for telling the truth. And it's really a shame that a lot of those people aren't on the side of truth and freedom, and they're taking part in a lot of these systems. You're right.
No, I mean, it's what are they doing? I actually just talked to somebody today before this podcast, and we were actually laughing about the fact that all these Bitcoin people with this money, they're not supporting any of these liberty causes. They literally just sit around shit posting about Bitcoin, and they're not building it. See, I remember there used to be this time where it was like, oh yeah, one of these assholes wrote about this. It's like, so much of the world that we live in today was determined by Rockefeller and Carnegie and their outlook, because they were the wealthiest people. And everybody would say, think about how much greater the world's going to be when it's the Bitcoiners that control the wealth and are deploying the wealth. Okay. Let me tell you, I think I'm unimpressed because these people don't know how to build anything. They're not doing anything. One of our friends sent me a link to a Bitcoin Maxi podcast, and I watched it. They're sitting around talking about, I hope Michael Saylor's company's added to the S&P 100 so that the price will go up more. They're building nothing. Here's the point about all this. And a lot of these conversations are around, how do I protect my money when things go bad? It's like, that's the wrong outlook. It's like, what are people going to be doing and building in the economy? Just sitting around and helping your asset goes up. Okay, well, what does that mean for the rest of the world and the ability for people to engage in trade? You've basically spent years building nothing, creating nothing, just hoping that the rest of the system collapses without even thinking about what that will mean when it collapses. You'll have a lot in fiat value. To do what? To engage in trade with who? It's been a profoundly disappointing movement. And I guess maybe these people don't know how to create businesses or do things, but it's like, it's a joke. They're the last people to go to create anything or invest in anything. And somehow they're largely some of the most ungenerous people you'll ever meet. So I don't even think they're an upgrade. I actually think I wrote a post about this the other day. I actually think these people, I think in many respects, they're worse than central bankers. They've turned out to be. So Ron Paul was right in one respect, but that ain't the group, because that group's not doing it.
Yeah, he was right that you're not going to vote your way out of this. I actually heard Jimmy Dore say that on his show yesterday.
Yep. But so here's my question. So what is being suggested, though? This is why, to me, we have to start building these things, and why I might just start incubating them myself so that I can show people and then give them away. It's like, here's a business that does this. Here's a business that does this. Not, I'm telling you, you could create a business like this. It's like, here's the website, run with it. Because pointing out things are bad is accurate, but not offering a solution is actually demoralizing. we
I think
need,
the Zano project is
yeah.
has a lot of solutions to this. Ernie Hancock seems very excited about what Zano has to offer with its privatized. He calls it bubblegum money. He goes, "Can I use this to buy bubblegum? Well, let it, can I use it as everyday cash? Will people be looking at everything I'm doing?" Um, so he's trying to get anybody in the world on his show that knows anything about Zano and the marketplaces and is there any other solutions out there? There are other some stuff, but that's one of the best ones I've heard of in a while.
I mean, it's the best for tokenization. Again, I'm operating under, I'm so focused on countering technocratic threats that I'm focused on solutions in that regard. I mean, certainly, things like gold backs are good. I mean, I tend to think that, a lot of people are going for this localization strategy. To me, being confined to a network of people and vendors that are local is not my idea of where I want to head. Like there's again, this whole subsistence level thing and, we should be Amish. I have nothing against Amish, but I don't feel like that's particularly aspirational. I think that's kind of a survival mindset. So I think that there's I like the way Sterling Lujan says that he's kind of a techno optimist. And I kind of hold that view as well. I'm actually not pessimistic about technology. I could see, again, I see a world with AI where people don't have to work out of survival. And then what's possible in terms of what you can create is it's unimaginably rich and vibrant what could come out of this. So I'm trying to spend my time thinking about that. I try to put myself in a position of creating as opposed to surviving. And it's like a switch that you flip. So that's why I'm particularly focused on Zano because privacy is a key to it. I mean, there are other privacy coins, but they're useful as cash, but we need to build systems. I mean, if they're going to tokenize and trade, quadrillions of dollars worth of assets or 1.5, I don't even know what the total number is globally. We need an alternative to that, not just an alternative for money. Because the token is what allows you to trade anything for either other digital currency or for other assets in a barter type of system. So it's 20 times the size of just having an alternative currency itself. And this kind of thing is going to be necessary because you're probably not going to be able to buy if everything is tokenized in a way that's centralized and you're using a privacy token to buy those things, then you're buying things that are traceable. So anyway, the long story short, we need we do need a complete parallel economy. And I don't think it needs to be just localized. It needs to be tools for everything. So
totally
anyway,
agreed.
So I don't, so I'm open to seeing other things. But I'm always open to new technology, but I only have so much time. So I'm spending most of it in this. Hopefully people will use confidential layer. Hopefully people will use other things, but I hope they just stop using the dollar. I mean, the one thing is I hear people talk about cash and using cash Fridays. And I'm like, you're funding these wars. If you're using cash, you're still supporting government policy. You're propping up the Ponzi scheme. The fact that you're not tracked on your haircut that you buy or lunch, you're not defeating the fucking technocracy. I mean, to be honest, just candidly, this is not a viable strategy. The problem is fiat currency itself, that you're participating in a system in which the government issues the currency based on debt. If you're allowing that, if you're playing in that system, you're allowing it to continue. So anyway, long story short, everything that we've just said, I hope more people see this. I hope either somebody proves me wrong, and if they don't prove me wrong, that the medical freedom people start bailing in large droves as quickly as possible, because as I will show over the next few weeks and leading up to the episode on the 22nd, the next Technocracy Roundtable. Once you see how entrenched AI is in healthcare and what the implications are of that, again, Obamacare looks like laissez-faire capitalism compared to the AI infiltration of healthcare when the United States government is the single largest payer. The implications of this are dramatic, and everything that you were pissed off, you were worried about when Obamacare was being proposed that you might not be able to keep your own doctor. Now the federal government is going to be collecting your genetic information, and you're okay with buying Trump RX, buying prescription drugs from Pfizer directly through a website operated by the federal government? Are you kidding me? One of the things that I do like to do is take a step back and look at perspective and look at how things have developed over a long period of time, because people get caught up in the minutia. Well, this changed a little bit over this period of time. And it's like, we've lost our minds. People that were voting thinking that Trump was going to overrule Obamacare, who then elected him because of MAHA, and now he's doing Trump RX. How do you reconcile this? So I don't know. So people have to, as you know, I've been talking about this a lot. I've been telling people not to vote, even when I ran for president. When I ran for president, I guess I'll even bring back the shirts now at some point, maybe soon. Bank run now was what the shirt said. Stop World War III, end the Fed, halt CBDCs. That was it. That was my message. Don't vote for me. Just stop using the dollar, boycott public health and everything else. Still true. But there's a point where the people that think that they can fix the system just don't understand how the system works. So how do you bridge explaining to them? This is why we tried to do that on that podcast when we were in Virginia. But I mean, I can prove to you that you can't change things politically. But they're based on what is required in order to get people to vote. And then even if you get them to vote, and even if you win, based on the process now of appeals, things going up to the court, and then administrative agencies, it isn't actually possible to fix anymore. So anyway, hopefully we'll deliver that, but we need to get some of the energy. All of the people that have been passionate and put all their hope in these white knights and that think the government's going to fix things, we need their energy outside of the system, and we need them improving their own lives and then directly inspiring other people to take control of their own personal lives. To me, that's the only way out. But if people are going to do this 5D chess shit, and they're going to do it with RFK, just like they did it with Trump and Elon. I got news for you. Elon failed. Doge didn't work. You were wrong. Your white knight hopes were fucking wrong. Your belief in Trump was wrong. He didn't do any of the shit. Do you remember the stuff he was saying he was going to do? What about the audit of the Fed, Fort Knox? Then we were going to get rid of the income tax because of tariffs. He hasn't done a fucking thing that he said he was going to do.
He's going to end all the wars too.
He was going to end all the wars. What do we have? We have technocracy, one big beautiful bill with the Patriot Act 2.0 in it, $2.5 trillion of additional spending, backdoor CBDCs. It's not even close to what people thought this guy was going to do and what he's actually doing. And if you believe that you're winning, then you're retarded. That you actually don't even understand what he's done. You haven't even read the bills. You don't know how to read the budget or a financial statement. You're literally believing his 4-year-old propaganda from when he speaks. The Musk thing didn't happen. None of it happened. Doge didn't happen. None of the rest of the shit you think is going to happen. These same people that believe that there's going to be a debt jubilee, none of it's going to happen. And the longer we wait, the less probability we have of defeating technocracy. So we're at a point now where I don't know how to convey it, but I can't stress enough. You're not going to vote your way out. And I'll document how it works. And unless you can, and if you don't know how it works and it's just wishful thinking based on some patriotic bullshit that you think from Mr. Smith goes to Washington, then you need to have a real self-reflection on whether you want your kids to live in a complete digital gulag or not. Because that is what's at stake. This isn't even or you actually, not even your kids, because this is not a multi-generational shit show we're about to get into. This is something that's happening right now. So I don't know. We either wake people up or not. But what I'm not understanding is the people that I said America 1.0 was over, and they're like, well, we're going to save the world with this election. What are these people saying? What's the next rationalization? What's the next kick the can? At what point do you realize it's over? And not in a bad way, because you can take that energy towards something else. Well, anyway, I know it's getting late. You've got to be getting tired. I've been on this thing for 5 hours and 40 minutes. So I think I'm gonna head out unless you've got any final words.
No, I agree with everything you said. We're not going to vote our way out of this. That should be like a tour or something. But yep. I hope you have a good night, Aaron.
You too. I'm going to play. This is a new song for tonight. This song is called "We Won't Comply," and this is a song specifically targeted for the MAHA crowd, related to everything that we just discussed tonight. So I hope you enjoy it on the way out. Have a good night. See you on Monday to talk about digital IDs.
3 years. Tick tock. Choose. They sold you hope with a velvet flame, wrapped in the stars, but it feels the same. Heroes with halos drawn in smoke, whispered freedom while tightening yoke. I taste the static, I see the snare. Freedom on paper, ashes in there. If love is consent, if choice is a prayer, why are the doorways guarded by air? Gates of silence, walls of glare. Don't ask for permission, just breathe and say no. Kill a blue light altar, let the wild seeds grow. Raise your hands and fire where the storm winds blow. We won't comply, won't comply, won't comply, won't comply, won't comply. Seen cracks, mirrors, narco chains, oracle ladders, genetic veins. Wearables whisper, lie still obey. Palantir angels counting your days. They call it healing. I hear the gears turning our pulse into shadowed years. If truth is a river, then break the dam. Find the healers with the lanterns in hand. Gardens and roots, a medicine stand. Don't ask for permission, just breathe and say no. Cut the tethered heavens, feel the current flow. Write your name in lightning on the midnight road. We won't comply, won't comply, won't comply, won't comply. Relight eyes in a crown of glass, genius rails where the shadows pass. Quality chains on the things you own. Exit the grid or become their throne. War. If falling is fate, cry, then let me fall free. Choose now.